This is Audible.
Simon & Schuster Audio presents Don't Fear the Reaper, the Indian Lake Trilogy, Book 2, by Stephen Graham Jones. Read by Isabella Starr LeBlanc, Jane Levy, Alexis Floyd, Pete Simonelli, Timothy Andres Pabon, Marnie Penning, Dan Bittner, Corey Brill, Matt Pittenger, Jesse Valinsky, Migazi Pensino, Lee Osorio, Gail Shallon, Alejandro Antonio Ruiz, and Angela Goethals. With acknowledgments read by the author.
For Wes Craven, we miss you.
The killer is, with few exceptions, recognizably human and distinctly male. Carol J. Clover.
Motel Hell. It's not really cool to play Lake Witch anymore, but that doesn't mean Toby doesn't remember how to play. It started the year after the killings, when he was a sophomore, and it wasn't a lifer who came up with it, he's pretty sure, but one of the transplants. In the halls of Henderson High, those are the two main divisions. The question you always start with. So, you from here, or you just get here? Did you grow up here, or did you move here just to graduate from Henderson High and cash in on that sweet, sweet free college? If it turns out you're from Proof Rock, then either you were almost killed in the water watching Jaws, or you knew somebody who was. Your dad, say, in Toby's case. And if you're the one asking that question, then you're a transplant, obviously. The reason Toby's pretty sure it was a transplant who came up with the game is that if you'd lived through that night, then the whole Lake Witch thing isn't just a fun costume. But it is, too, which is what the transplants, who had no parents dead in those waters, figured out. The game's simple. Little Galatea Pangborn, the freshman who writes like she's in college, even won an award for her paper on the Lake Witch game, which the new history teacher submitted to some national competition. Good for her. Except part of the celebration was her reading it at assembly. Not just some of it, but all of it. Her thesis was that this Lake Witch game that had sprung up more or less on its own was inevitable, really. Teenagers are going to engage in courting rituals. That's hardwired in. Is biology expressing itself through social interaction. This is how she talks. What makes Proof Rock unique, though, is that those same teenagers are also dealing with the grief and trauma of the Independence Day massacre. So, Galatea said into the mic in her flat academic voice, it's completely natural that these teens' courting rituals and their trauma recovery process became intertwined. Probably because if life's the Wheel of Fortune, then she can afford all the letters she wants. What she said did make sense, though, Toby has to admit. The game is all about getting some, if you're willing to put in the legwork. And, as Galatea said to Assembly, the elegance is the game's simplicity. If you're into someone, then you do a two-handed knock on their front door, or the side window of their car, or wherever you've decided this starts. You have to really machine gun knock so you can be sure they get the message, and will definitely be the one to open that door. Also, knocking like that means you're standing there longer than you really want, so you might be about to get caught already. But no, you're already running. And under your black robe, you're either naked or down to next to nothing, as the big important part of the game is you leave your clothes piled in front of the door. Galatea called this the lure and the promise. Toby just calls it pretty damn interesting. Which is to say, just moments ago, he got up from the ratty, sweated-up queen bed at the Trails End Motel at the top end of Main Street, his index finger across his lips to Gwen, and pulled the dull red door in to find a pair of neatly folded yoga pants and, beside them, one of those pricey thin t-shirts that probably go for $90 down the mountain. He looked out into the parking lot, but it was all just swirling snow and the dull shapes of his Camry and Gwen's mom's truck. Idaho in December. Surprise. 1 in the afternoon, and it's already a blizzard. "Who is it?" Gwen creaked from the bed, holding the sheets up to her throat, just like women on television shows do. Toby's always wondered about that. Another part of the game is that if you don't give immediate chase, then this particular lake witch never knocks on your door again. "Message received," as Galatea put it, because menacing the object of your affection while disguising your identity is kind of creepy. It was the first laugh she got at assembly that day. "Message received," Toby mutters to this lake witch, kneeling in his boxer briefs to touch these yoga pants, this expensive shirt, as if his fingertips can feel the body heat from whoever was just wearing them, who was just standing right here where he is, slithering out of her clothes under cover of a robe, and in minus whatever the temperature is. The question, of course, is, does he leave Gwen in the room to chase another girl through the snow? It's not really a question, though. This is the game, isn't it? It's not about convenience. It's about opportunity. "Gonna get a Coke," he mumbles back into the room and steps out, just managing to reach back in for his Letterman jacket. It's against the rules. You have to give chase exactly as you are. No tying your laces, no brushing your teeth, no pulling your good pants on. But he's already freezing. Gwen calls something to him, but the door is already shutting, catching, latched. Now, he's alone under the second-floor balcony, or walkway, or whatever it's called. Galatea would know. Parapet? Toby chuckles. Zero idea what that word's doing swimming around in his head. English class, maybe? Some movie? Doesn't matter. What does are the footsteps in the snow, already rounding off in the icy wind. "This better be worth it," he calls out into the parking lot. It feels like he's the only person in the world here, like he's standing on top of the world. Everybody's smart, which is everybody but him and this lake witch. They're inside where it's warm. Anybody outside, they probably have their winter gear on, and, for this kind of storm, goggles and maybe a defibrillator. Toby thrusts his hands up into his armpits, hunches his head as deep into the no-collar of his jacket as he can, and steps out into the cold. When he doesn't come back with a Coke fresh from the machine, Gwen will know something's up, sure, but Toby's already got his lie ready. He thought he had change in the jacket. Just, Gwen's not exactly stupid. Granted, she's just moved here this year for the scholarship, and the Lake Witch game had pretty much run its course by then, meaning she didn't recognize its signature knock. But still, if he's got a line of shiny wet hickeys coming down from his neck, if his mouth is smeared with some other girl's lipstick, Gwen's big city, but she's not that big city. If you're a shark, though, you keep moving, don't you? Keep moving or die. That's been Toby's mental bumper sticker ever since the massacre. A strict policy of constant movement means that bad night in the water gets farther away with every day, with every swish of the tail. Or, this is the motel, with every piece of tail. Galatea should write something about that, really. The principal's basketball star son landing on shark as his spirit animal? Really? Is this, pray tell, maybe the same shark that was on screen when your principal dad was dying in the water? Probably, Toby knows. You do what you have to do. And you keep moving. From Penny last week to Gwen this week. And now, whoever this Lake Witch is going to be. Winona F? Emphasis on that last initial? Oh, yeah. Yeah. He's glad this game is back. Who cares if it's already old? It's also forever new. And no, Henderson High, having a Terra Nova princess read it to assembly didn't quite kill it, thanks. It did pull it into the spotlight, but it didn't wither. Neither is Toby, though he does reach down. Check to be sure. Good to go. The cold doesn't matter to a lifer, does it? To someone born to this elevation? To these winters? He does have to turn his back to the wind, though, to keep it out of its jacket. And whoever the Lake Witch is tonight wasn't expecting that, evidently. A ragged black form slips out of his peripheral vision into the white. Too fast to tell for sure if it's Winona. "Here I come," Toby calls out all the same, and like that, the chase is on. Galatea's explanation to assembly was that all the running after each other is foreplay, is hunter-prey seduction. The blood's flowing, the breathing's already deep, and if this Lake Witch knocked at the right time, then the one who finally catches them is probably in some state of undress. Just like they are under that slinky robe. "Convenient, yes?" Galatea said to assembly, her second laugh. As always, there were bowls of no questions asked condoms at the 2 doors out of the auditorium that day. As always, someone had already dropped an open safety pin into each bowl. Hilarious. And, speaking of, Toby pats his pockets, comes out with Visine, of course, a blue pen, okay. His wallet, damn it. Unless he stashes it out here, Gwen'll know he had money for the machine. In the other pocket, though, yes, 3 rubbers. He counts in his head, and yeah, that's how many he should have left. He puts everything back into his pockets. Just catches a hooded face watching him from the vending machine hall. He's there in a flash, his feet 10 degrees past numb. But this Lake Witch, who did keep her boots on, it looks like from her tracks, has run all the way through to the other side of the motel. Instead of falling for that like a noob, Toby backs up, jogs to the front, because that's the only way you can come back if, say, you think your pursuer is coming up the vending machine hall. "This better be worth it. It better be worth it," Toby calls out into the storm. But he's grinning wide, too. Until Gwen opens the door of their room. "My money blew away," Toby says back to her, bending like trying to catch a dollar scraping across the snow. "I'll give you another," Gwen calls back, hugging herself against the cold. And no. But yes. She's seeing the yoga pants and shirt she's nearly standing on. "What?" Toby thinks she says. It's what her body language is saying anyway. What her eyes are beaming across. "You don't understand," he wants to explain to her. "I have to see who this is. She won't come knocking again." All of which translates down to, "I'll never be this 18 again," he knows. He takes a step toward her, which is when he becomes aware of some massive shape in the parking lot. Like a great black wall fell out of the sky, planted itself across the lines. "What the hell?" he says to himself, and looks over his right shoulder for the chance of this lake witch slashing up beside him, touching his side before slipping away again. And there's Gwen, holding those clothes up now, inspecting them. Recognizing them? Girls can do that, can't they? And now this, whatever this is in the parking lot, it's too much. Toby doesn't want to get too far from the motel, but this is a mystery he can solve in 4 or 5 steps, he's pretty sure. He shuffles out, his teeth starting to chatter, and it's a trash truck? A big gust swirls hard little crystals of snow up into his face, his eyes, his lungs, and he spins away from it all, shakes his head no, that he's just going to go back to the room, back to Gwen, that if Winona's into him, great, fine, wonderful, but another time, girl, please. Can't she see he's otherwise occupied? Doesn't she know how freaking cold it is? He balls himself as small as he can to take less punishment from the wind, which is when something hot happens. Hot and fast. At first, it doesn't even make sense to his primitive shark brain. Part of the game, the advanced version, as Galatea had called it, making it all super boring and academic, was the lake witch dashing past, counting Coop on her or his intended's shoulder. Part of the dance, Galatea called it, getting 0 laughs this time. Coop is a Native American thing, she then slowed down to tell them all, being kind of judgy about it, like she was insulted that this even needed to be said out loud. In the parking lot, 2 months after that day at assembly, Toby looks up to the blinking neon sign. The giant dying Indian on his giant tired horse. And then, to be sure he felt what he thought he felt, he looks down to his hands, opening at his waist. They're not just red with the light leaking down from the Indian. They're red with his blood. And they're holding his... He shakes his head, falls back. He's holding his intestines, his insides, his liver and pancreas and gallbladder and whatever else there is, and his hands are so numb they don't even know what it is they've caught. He pushes them away as if getting them out of his vision will mean they're not really happening, but that just pulls more out. And they're glistening and lumpy and slick and getting away fast, and he feels a warm hollowness inside that he's never felt before. It's the wind blowing into him for the first time because his gut is now an empty cavity. He falls to his knees, trying to gather himself to himself, and when he looks up again, The giant neon Indian is looking right down at him. It flickers once, comes back stronger, redder, and then it dies all the way out. Toby Manx goes with it.
Dark Mill South. In the summer of 2015, a rough beast slouched out of the shadows and into the waking nightmares of an unsuspecting world. His name was Dark Mill South, but that wasn't the only name he went by. Cowpoking through Wyoming, working the feed line, as they used to call it, he'd been the East Fork Strangler. Not because he ever hung his hat in the East Fork bunkhouse or rode their fences, but because he'd somehow come into possession of one of their 246 branding irons and had taken the time with each victim to get that brand glowing red to leave his mark. For that season, he'd been propping his dead up behind snow fences, always facing north. It wasn't necessarily a Native American thing. Dark Mill South was Ojibwe, out of Minnesota. It was, he would say later, just polite, after all he'd put them through. His manners extended to 6 men and women that winter of 2013. Come spring melt, the East Fork Strangler lobbed his branding iron into the chugwater and drifted up into Montana, where the newspapers dubbed him the 90I Slasher. It was supposed to have been the I-90 Slasher, since Dark Mill South's reign of terror had extended up and down I-90 from Billings to Butte, but the intern typing it into the crawl on the newsfeed had flipped it around to 90I. By that evening, 90I had gone viral, and so was another boogeyman born. The slasher part was close to right, anyway. Dark Mill South was using a machete by then. With it, he carved through 11 people. He was no longer being polite with them. According to the one interview he'd ever supposedly given, Montana had been a bad time for him. He didn't remember it all that clearly. Next, it was the Dakotas, where he was known as the Bowman Butcher, responsible for 8 dead at Pioneer Trails campground over a single weekend. And then 2 weeks later in South Dakota, he became the Rapid City Reaper, who didn't use a bladed weapon at all, but hung his 5 victims by the neck, 1 per month. It was those 5 victims who got the authorities piecing his history together, what could be his history. The campground this butcher had sliced through in Bowman, North Dakota, was 160 miles directly north of Rapid City, and murders happening 2.5 hours from each other, with major arteries connecting them and on successive months. This couldn't be the same killer, could it? At which point, someone probably unfolded the map to see what roadways fed into Bowman. To the east, it was smaller and smaller farming communities and no major highways or interstates until I-29, which was nearly Minnesota. And there had been no unaccounted for bodies turning up over there. Nothing to suggest a killer prowling the rest stops and truck stops. U.S. Route 12, west out of Bowman, though, connects with I-94 just over the Montana state line. And although called 94, it's really what I-90 should be if it hadn't taken a sharp turn south. And there were definitely bodies piling up alongside I-90. Or there had been. 2 months had gone by since the last one turned up in pieces. Either the 90I Slasher had been locked up for some minor offense, or he had hung up the white pantyhose he'd been using as a mask and moved on to other pastures, other victim pools. A campground in North Dakota, perhaps? And then Rapid City? While Dark Mill South hadn't used a machete on those 8 campers, the felling axe he did use to deadly effect that weekend had, according to forensic analysis, been swung from the left, not the right, just like the 90I Slasher's machete. And those brands the East Fork Strangler had burned into his victims were all deep, mortally deep in most cases. But autopsy showed that they were just a smidge deeper on their right side. Since only 10% of people are left-handed and less than 0.0008% are serial killers, then, statistically speaking, 10% of 0.0008 it was less likely that the East Fork Strangler and the 90-Eye Slasher and the Bowman Butcher all just happened to be left-handed than it was that they were actually the same killer, adopting different methods and rituals with each change of location so as not to attract an interstate task force. That task force was forming all the same. However, this Rapid City Reaper wasn't using a bladed weapon or a branding iron that could give away his handedness. And instead of a sustained killing frenzy involving stalking and masks in campgrounds, he seemed more deliberate with his victims, as if he was feeling out a way to extract more meaning from the act. How he staged his series of hangings through the suburbs of Rapid City from December 2014 through April of 2015 was to allow his victims metal stools to stand on, so as to take their bodies' weight off the rope around their neck. But these stools, which the Rapid City Reaper was bringing with him, were all metal with rubber feet, so he could open up an outlet on the wall, always the north wall, and splice into that current, leave this stool circulating with blue fire. The result was that the stool these people could stand on to take the pressure off their neck was sizzling hot, would arc up and down through their hanging bodies. Without shoes or socks, just touching that stool would cook the soles of their feet. A show the Rapid City Reaper would observe while eating cold leftovers from the victim's refrigerator, the crumbs of which he was leaving either carelessly or due to overconfidence. Since there were no wounds on these hanging victims other than their cooked feet and crushed windpipes, where the authorities had to look for the telltale signature they needed was the splices in the wires used to pass the current. As it turned out, these copper unions had all been twisted counterclockwise instead of what would be natural to a right-hander, and so were the murders all connected, and the various media-bequeathed epithets collapsed into a single name. This is when Dark Mill South became sensationalized as the nomad, a term dialed back from the throwaway nomadic the authorities used to explain his interstate peregrinations, but also stemming from the Indian silhouette the surviving camper from North Dakota insisted wasn't her imagination. Traditionally, before incursion by wave after wave of settlers, Plains Indians had been nomadic. At this point, all indications were that this nomad was responsible for the violent deaths of some 30 people. Which is perhaps when Dark Mill South himself started counting. The couple he killed in their car just outside Denver, Colorado in June 2015 had 31 and 32 burned into their torsos with the cigarette lighter from the dashboard. They'd evidently been alive for this hours-long process, and it hadn't quite killed them. A car lighter is no red-hot branding iron. What did kill them were the headrests of their seats, which had twin metal posts with adjustment notches in them. Dark Mill South lined these two metal posts up with this couple's eyes and then pushed them into the last notch. When found, the murdered couple had their seatbelts on. The car had been positioned to face north, and the radio was tuned to an oldies station high up on the AM band. One responding officer claimed that while he'd once had a taste for what he called poodle skirt music, he now preferred silence on patrol. The quieter, the better. The next 3 victims were in Elk Bend, Idaho, a 767-mile drive by the most direct route, which crosses Caribou-Targhee National Forest here in Fremont County. In Elk Bend, Dark Mill South took on the guise of Dugout Dick, the local legend, and stalked and eviscerated volunteer firemen with a railroad pickaxe. Finally, pushed to her limit and beyond, one of those firemen's wives, Sally Schallenberg, Shoshone, technically a widow by this point, stalked this Dugout Dick back, and in a final confrontation, bludgeoned him with a shovel. After Dark Mill South was down, though, Sally Schallenberg's fury was still far from spent. Screaming, she continued beating him with her now broken shovel, dislodging most of his front teeth, fracturing the bones of his face, and then using the blade of the shovel to neatly remove his right hand. The only reason she stopped there was that her husband's brother tackled her away, trying to, as he said in his statement, save her soul. He was too late. The dark place Sally Schallenberg had to go was a place she couldn't come back from. Thus, her continuing institutionalization. Dark Mill South came back, though. The good ones always do. When he tried to swim the Salmon River and get away into his next killing spree, one of the remaining volunteer firemen rammed the county fire truck into a utility pole, dropping its transformer into the water. Before that power line shorted out, it killed every trout, muskrat, duck, and beaver in that portion of the Salmon, and apparently scalded a young moose as well. Dark Mill South floated into shore face down, his wrist and face seeping blood, and when he woke weeks later, he was strapped to a reinforced hospital bed, the charges against him accumulating fast. Every federal agency wanting a piece of him, every state he'd passed through angling for extradition. The nomad was a nomad no more. In that one muttered and variously reconstructed interview he supposedly gave, recorded by a nurse who had been given questions she'd had to crib onto her inner forearm, Dark Mill South claimed that he wasn't done yet. 35 dead wasn't 38, and that's the number he was going for. The media followed this number back to his home state of Minnesota, where 38 Dakota men had been hanged in 1862. The largest mass execution in American history. Dark Mill South's claim, then, the media surmised, was that he was merely taking lives to balance the scales of justice. Whether this had been his mission all along, or if it were just something he picked up along the way, was anybody's guess. Either way, the effect was to permanently associate this 1862 atrocity with Dark Mill South's 7-year multi-state rampage, as it was now being called. And so the East Fork Strangler, the 90-Eye Slasher, the Bowman Butcher, the Rapid City Reaper, Dugout Dick, and the Nomad had their day in court as Dark Mill South. Specifically, as he'd been arrested in Elk Bend, Idaho, Dark Mill South's day was down in Boise. Since those 3 killings were the most recent, had the most evidence directly associated with him, even including cell phone footage of surprisingly good quality, it was felt that conviction was guaranteed in this case. Dark Mill South was a media sensation by then, and nearly a celebrity. Not just another serial killer after a half-century of them, but the West's favorite new boogeyman, according to one account in Montana, latter-day Jeremiah Johnson. At an imposing 6.5 feet tall, with shoulder-length hair he never tied back but wore like a shroud, with a hook attached to the stump of his right wrist and a sly grimace permanently etched into the knotted scar tissue of his face, the public couldn't look away. Fan fiction surfaced of him escaping his holding cell, making his way to the local lover's lane, and with his hook hand, giving precedent after the fact to all the urban legends and making some new ones in the process. Because the so-called trials of the 38 Dakota in 1862 had been as short as 5 minutes in some cases, Dark Mill's day in court went for years, as every I needed careful dotting, every T the most patient crossing, and he had to get a new set of teeth installed besides. The Elk Bend Massacre, as it came to be known, had been July 3rd and 4th, 2015, a fateful day in the history of American violence, to be sure. But Dark Mill South's much-negotiated plea deal wasn't entered until mid-October 2019. His claim was that he could show the officers of the court more of his north-facing dead if they were interested in that kind of thing, and had enough body bags. They were interested. And of course, nobody doubted that Dark Mill South could lead them to leathery body after leathery body in Wyoming, in Montana, and down through the Dakotas across to Colorado. There could even be some in southern Idaho, on the way to Elk Bend, right? After all, there had been a sensational death along that path that had garnered national attention in the summer of 2015, and it very well could have been a murder, not just an animal attack. Better yet, if it could be established that Dark Mill South had passed that holy body count of 38 well before getting to Elk Bend, that would serve to mitigate the continuing outrage over all those Dakota men Abraham Lincoln had hanged in 1862, as they wouldn't be people anymore, but simply an excuse a wily killer had used to rally public sympathy. Social media dubbed this circuit the reunion tour, the killer reuniting with his victims. The convoy of armored vehicles left Boise on Thursday, December 12, 2019. Dark Mill South's shackles supposedly had shackles. He had been doped to the gills besides, and the blacked-out SUV he was strapped into was one of 4 identical vehicles, each of the others mocked up to appear as if they too were carrying him. The fear was that the victims' families might attempt an ambush, or, worse, that Dark Mill South's ever-expanding fan base might stage an escape. There was air support, state troopers both led the way and road drag, and local constabulary closed the roads ahead of this convoy when possible. And in what was surely a strategic slip, the speaker at the press conference laying all this out went off script to whisper into his bouquet of microphones that there would at all times be an armed guard assigned to sit directly behind Dark Mill South for any eventualities, which was, of course, wink wink, code for the last resort being a bullet to the back of the nomad's head, halting his murderous peregrinations once and for all. If, indeed, a bullet would even be sufficient. All of America poured a stiff drink and settled into their most comfortable chair to ride this out with the grim men and women assigned this task. But then the hour got late, the channel got changed for a quick look at the game, and attention waned. Which was just how the convoy of armored SUVs wanted it. Better to travel in anonymity, well out of the camera's eye. And, though they hadn't counted on the weather helping them stay off the national radar, the weather was a boon in that regard all the same. When visibility is nil and the temperature's in a nosedive, journalists can't deliver progress reports to the world. The convoy ceased to be a blinking blue dot on a map over an anchor person's head. Instead, there were special reports interrupting the usual programming to warn viewers about this winter storm, this once-in-a-century whiteout. The first of the interstates along the convoy's route to shut down was I-80 across Wyoming, which was no surprise to anyone familiar with that stretch of highway. The convoy shrugged, went to their plan B, the old stomping grounds of the 90I killer, Montana. Retracing their route, they picked their way through Pocatello, then Blackfoot, intending to follow the I-15 north to Idaho Falls, and then all the way up to Butte, ideally in a single push. The blizzard rocking their SUVs didn't agree. I-15 shut down as well and wouldn't open even for badges. Now this convoy had no recourse but to either register at a hotel they hadn't vetted or attempt a northern passage up Highway 20, which would spit them out just west of Yellowstone, right at the Montana state line. When the call went out for a snowplow to clear the way for them out of Idaho Falls, 3 Class 7 trucks showed up, each of them the size of a garbage or cement truck. The drivers let it be known that if that judge down in Boise needed someone to pull the switch on Dark Mill South's electric chair or gas chamber or lethal injection, they could probably find an open slot in their schedule for that as well. Or if, say, he were to accidentally fall out the side door of an SUV, then, well, it was slick, and snowplows are heavy. And that big blade's going to do what it's going to do, right? There was much manly handshaking, many shoulders patted, and so began the slow grind up the mountain, the swirling gusts of snow revealing only greater blackness beyond. And every few miles, old billboards touting Proof Rock, Idaho as the silver strike heard round the world, and Proof Rock's Indian Lake as the best-kept secret of the West. By 2019, of course, these billboards had been defaced. A shark fin spray-painted onto the glittering surface of Indian Lake, along with the obligatory, "Help, shark," dialogue balloon, the miner making that world-famous silver strike, given overlarge eyes and a leering grin, since there was now the cartoon of a screaming woman painted in between his pickaxe and that seam of foil. It's probably safe to assume that Dark Mill South, seeing this graffiti through the storm, chuckled to himself with satisfaction. Just as the Marlboro man would feel right at home walking into a forest of cigarettes, so would the nomad recognize the country his convoy was broaching into. He was even, at this point, facing north. as were his drivers, his guards, his handlers. The individual flakes of snow crashed into the windshields, and the wipers surely batted them away, smeared them in, fed them to the heat of the defrosters on full blast. But still the safety glass had to be icing over, making it tricky to stay locked on the taillights of the phalanx of snowplows leading the way, flinging great but silent curls of snow over the guardrail, out into open space. Had air support been able to stay aloft in this storm, they would have had to hover so close over this crawling black line that their rotor wash would have only made visibility worse. But the two helicopters had retreated to the private airports hours behind, were handing the convoy off to Montana pilots already waiting at their pads. So, by 11 a.m., possibly 11:30 a.m., the convoy was out of the media eye. It had no air support, and it was being swallowed by the snow, by the blizzard, by the mountain. There was a team of snowplows carving a route. There was thermos after thermos of coffee for those drivers, but there was also Dark Mill South, perhaps already testing the limits of his shackles. Handcuffing a prisoner who only has a single hand is a tricky proposition, and some metabolisms burn through sedatives so fast you can almost see them steaming away. It was like the West was calling him back, like the land needed a cleansing agent to rove across the landscape, blood swelling up from each of his boot prints, his shadow so long and so deep that last cries whispered up from it. Or so someone might say who believed in slashers and final girls, fate and justice. But we'll be getting to her later, and everyone else as well. First, though, this convoy lost in the whiteout. This reunion tour slouching toward a Bethlehem already swimming in blood. 15 miles up Highway 20 is where accounts of that night begin to differ, Mr. Armitage. But where they converge again is a pier jutting out onto Indian Lake, here in Proof Rock, 8,000 feet up the mountain. In the offhand words of Deputy Sheriff Banner Tompkins, the soundbite that came to characterize this latest series of killings, if we were looking anywhere for more bad shit to go down, we were looking out onto the lake, I guess, not behind us. Behind us would be U.S. Highway 20. Dark Mills South's reunion tour began on December 12th, 2019, a Thursday. 36 hours and 20 bodies later, on Friday the 13th, it would be over. As Martin Luther says on that poster by your chalkboard, blood alone moves the wheels of history. Our wheels are moving just fine, thank you. Just don't look in the rearview mirror if you can help it.
Scream. This was so much easier when she was 17. Jennifer Daniels looks to her left, out across the vast expanse of Indian Lake. Then to the right, that long drop down and down and down, and she has to take a knee, tie her right boot tighter. Her fingernails aren't painted black, and her boots are the dress ones her lawyer bought for her. The heels are conservative, there are no aggressive lugs on the soles, and the threads are the same dark brown color as the fake purpley brown leather. She stands up, is still kind of unsettled by all this open space, like it might swallow her, disappear her. Her bangs blow into her eyes, and she threads them away, and they don't make that dry sound they always did. She's still getting used to that, too. Healthy hair. Long hair. The jacket she's wearing is from the sheriff's office, because she didn't have one. The jacket was balled in the back seat of the county Bronco. It's Carhartt brown, with bright yellow conspicuity stripes down the arms and around the waist. It's too big. Fits her like a tunic. Her hands don't reach the bottoms of the pockets. It makes her feel like a little girl. Like she's come out into the big bad cold with her dad, and he's wrapped her in his jacket because the wind doesn't bother him. A lie that makes her even warmer. When she buries her face in the lapel, it smells like cigarettes. "You can do this, girl," she says to herself, and steps out onto the narrow concrete spine of the dam. Why there's still not any safety rails here, she can't begin to imagine. This is walking a tightrope. If it were summer, and she started to overbalance to her right, into that long, silent fall, she could just fling herself the other way, fall back into the water, try to swim over to the rusty ladder there specifically because this is a drowning place. But this deep into the winter, Indian Lake's frozen. She would burst on its icy back, just be a splash of red for the wolves to come lick in secret. Scuffling out here across its wind-scoured surface, the safety cones all scattered, there were ice skate carvings back and forth like giant spiders danced there at night. And farther out, there were wide tire tracks. The fire truck, Proof Rock, always eases out the second week of December to show that the deep cold's really and finally here. Like anybody could ever doubt that. Still, and she'd never tell a soul this, it's sort of good to be home. All through high school, her dream had been to blast off, escape down to Boise. She couldn't get out of there fast enough, though. Submitting her bare hands to the 10-degree chill, she holds her arms out to the side, places one foot in front of the other, no longer sure whether to watch where she's walking or to fix her eyes on the control booth. The silence out here is a pressure, almost. It makes her feel like her hearing's been snatched from her. Proof Rock is so far down there, it looks like a toy town, like a person in a Godzilla suit could step down through the drugstore, the bank, the post office, the motel. Not Dot's, though, please. These last 2 days since Rex Allen ferried her back, slipped her the jacket and a couple of 20s, Dot's coffee has been the only good thing. In every place Jennifer Daniels puts her feet, there's peg holes in the crusted snow, as if some daredevil of a clown's been out here with a pogo stick. She can't let herself get distracted, though. Halfway to the booth, she stops, is having a sort of panic attack. Worse than anything, she wants to look behind her, so sure there's going to be a trash bear standing there, leering at her. She makes her lips into a wide oval and pants air in and out to try to calm herself. "You can do this," she says inside now. She has to. She at least owes him that. On cue, then the wind gusts from her right, and she doesn't know if she has to drop down to her hands and knees to keep from being blown off, but she does. Shaking and freezing and near throwing up, she crawls the rest of the way to the control booth, the heels of her hands and her knees burning with cold. This is home, all right. God damn it. At least there's railing now around the little bulge of platform the booth occupies. Jennifer stands, clamps onto it, and just to be touching home base, keeps one frozen hand to the wall of the control booth. Finally, to the door, she bangs the side of her fist against it, her whole forearm, really, all the way to the elbow. There's still a divot in the metal at eye height. It's from the point of an axe, swung as hard as she could swing it. It's rusting now, and some joker with a marker scrawled 5 July 2015 beside it. And then, below that, in parentheses, Jade. Jennifer Daniels looks away from that. One by one, the door's locks disengage, and then it pulls in, exhaling warmth around her. Jennifer Daniels finally brings her eyes in from the lake, looks through the hair blowing across her face. She's already blinking too fast. "Well, well, well," Hardy says, smiling one side of his mouth. He's leaning on a walker, the source of those peg holes out in the snow, and he's gaunt, drawn, colorless. Losing feet of your intestines will do that to you. Jennifer Daniels rushes forward all the same, buries her face in his chest. Instead of closing the door, the former sheriff wraps the arm he can around her, pats her back while she sobs. He needs the other hand to stay on his walker, so they don't both fall forward. "This is my old jacket," he says with wonder, down into the top of her head. Jennifer Daniels tries to tell him she knows that. She remembers. She remembers everything, but she can't exactly make words right now, can only press her face harder into his flannel shirt. It smells like cigarettes, too.
Rex Allen could have chauffeured you up here the back way, Hardy says over the damn version of coffee. His second-best deputy is the sheriff now. Torches were made to be passed, he figures. Badges, too. Except he only had 2 deputies, meaning Rex Allen was also the worst deputy, but not his headache anymore. All he has to do is keep Indian Lake, the valley below them mostly dry. Well, that and smoke cigarettes. His skin is going yellow and drawn from being locked up here in this smoky cell, but it's not like he ever planned to live forever, right? He shouldn't even really be alive now, he knows. He would have Banner do it, Jade says. No, Jennifer. Jennifer. She's already told him that's who she is again. That Jade is dead. That she died that night in the water. Deputy Tompkins, Hardy says with a chuckle, adjusting the flow a smidge in the number 2 tube. Not because it needs adjusting, but old men like to feel necessary. He always wanted to play college football, Jennifer says, her eyes that kind of checked out Hardy recognizes. Probably what he should be doing, Hardy tells her. Instead of grinning or even smiling, this new Jennifer stands, holding her coffee close for warmth, and studies the Terra Nova side of Indian Lake. The trees are naked and black for about 2 acres into the national forest. You did that, Hardy tells her, and when her eyes come back to him about that, he adds, it would have all burned, You and Don Chambers, the valley owes the 2 of you. Maybe all of Idaho. He's trying to build her back up, give her something to stand on, but she just shrugs it off, takes another drink, holding the mug with both hands. The sleeves on that jacket are long enough that she's had to roll the cuffs back. Hardy remembers another little girl who wore this same jacket and has to look away. I'm living in my old house again, Jennifer says, trying to make it into a sick joke. My old bedroom, even. Camp Blood, Hardy says, commiserating. He was down the mountain in surgery after surgery those first couple of years, but he was still getting reports. After that night in the water, all the murder tourists and horror junkies had come through Proof Rock, and the Daniels house was one of the main stops. Then, when that finally died down with winter, snapshots for social media are fun but not at 20 below. The high schoolers had jimmied the back door and made Jennifer's old house into a party pad. Camp Winnemucca had always been that for them, but the lake was still spooky those first couple of years, the shore still haunted. So, the Daniels house. And, because it kept them in out of the cold, kept them from starting bonfires that could get out of control, Rex Allen looked the other way, which Hardy guesses is what sheriffing has come down to these days. Pretty soon some punk left Camp Blood spray-painted in red across the front of the house. It fits, Jennifer says. You haven't had hair like this since what? Hardy says, reaching forward to lift some of it up. 5th grade? 6th, Jennifer says, blinking something away. She leans back, taking her new head of hair with her. Indian hair, Hardy says, watching her eyes to see how she takes this. He could have said her hair was like her dad's, but he has a pretty good idea how that would go down. Anyway, she's not saying anything about Trudy, so he's not going to be bringing Tab Daniels up. Neither is Ezekiel, he wants to add, except that last part about her dad wasn't out loud, so adding anything to that would be awkward, to say the least. Spending all his time up here alone, it's easy to lose track of what's in his head, what's not, which she guesses is the idea. Jennifer doesn't answer about her Indian hair, just chucks her chin out the bulletproof glass, says, "Everybody down there has PTSD, you know?" Now it's Hardy's turn to duck the question, but yeah, he does know. When he first came back, was still in the wheelchair, it had given him a better angle on everybody in town. If you watch their faces, their eyes, then it's business as usual. They've already put that night behind them, are just thinking about the future or the moment, not that night in the water. But don't fall for those poker faces. Instead, watch them sitting at the outdoor tables at Dots. Watch them leaning against that chipped blue pole at Lonnie's while their cars gulp gas in. Watch them sitting on Melanie's bench for the last little bit of the sunset. They'll make it 3 minutes, 5 minutes, their book distracting them, this phone call taking all their attention, this bite of omelet so perfect. But then, when their mental discipline slips, you can see it happen. A shoulder will twitch. A hand will clench into a sudden fist. A chest will fill with air as if the lake is washing over them all over again. Better to sit up here on this impossible cliff of water and smoke 1,000 cigarettes. Speaking of, Hardy thumbs his pack up from his shirt pocket, packs them, and shakes one up for Jennifer. She shakes her head no, thanks. Good, he says, taking that lead smoke himself. You're a stronger person than I am. If I start, I won't be able to stop, she explains. And I can't afford them, right? I can make a call or two, Hardy tells her, digging for a match. I might have lost 3 feet of my gut, but I still throw some weight around down there. Can get you on the clock somewhere. Jennifer closes her eyes, nods thank you, her eyes filling with either gratitude or regret, it's hard to tell. Either way, Hardy gives her her privacy, falls into his coughing routine, the one that makes him feel hollow inside. You good? Jennifer asks, real concern in her voice, but a concern tinged with something a lot like anger, like this damnable cough is something she can fight, that she will fight. She's still in there, all right, somewhere, under everything that's happened to her, everything that's been piled onto her, everything she's still carrying or trying to. She's only 22 years old, Hardy reminds himself. The world is shit to not have treated her better. She should be on a full-ride scholarship at some school far away. All she should be worried about is a test, a date, a party. Instead, her only friend is an old man dying in a concrete box at the top of the world, and her only memories are stained with blood. So as not to be a complete insensitive, Hardy guides his cigarette from his lips back into the pack, sure to turn it around upside down so it won't lose its place in line. It's stupid being superstitious like that, he knows, but if you don't have private little rituals, the days can lose their meaning real fast. How long you got up here? He says to her. Why? You'll see, he says, nodding down to the lake. It's 3 p.m. already and dark at 4, and she probably isn't watching the barometer. Kids. Doesn't know that storm that stalled out down the mountain isn't stalled anymore. With dusk, the temperature's going to plunge so fast it'll punch the bottom out of the thermometer. Hardy palms his radio, holds his finger up for Jennifer to be quiet, and squelches Megan. Sheriff, she says, and Hardy can just about see her back straightening to prim and proper now that the real boss is in the room. Gonna need a car up here in about 45 minutes, he says. You're already on the schedule for 6, she reminds him in her clipped way, but that just means she's flustered, he knows. The distinct sound of shuffling papers comes through her mic. Because driving's complicated for him, and because he is who he is, the sheriff's office sends someone the back way to ferry him home each night. Meaning, he only ever sees Proof Rock at night, now. It's becoming a shadow town for him, which, taking into account all the ghosts, is about right. You make it happen, Meggie? Hardy asks. Don't want to get caught up here when it starts in blowing good. Already doing it, Meg says. And don't send that kid, Hardy adds with mock seriousness, holding Jennifer's eyes about that. She shakes her eyes like this is all so stupid, and she's not wrong. Hardy grandly clicks off, reseats the mic. It takes 2 tries to get it to stay. You don't have to do that, Jennifer says about him calling them a ride. I'm not sending you out there after dark, he tells her, pointing through the window out to the lake, the night, all of it. You step onto that soft spot, you're gone. Goodbye, world. I saw the cones, I know where it is. The cones that are blown to hell and gone. I can leave now, it won't be... You'll want to see this. There's something in this valley that can still surprise me, she asks. Glad you made the trip, Hardy tells her, lifting his mug in appreciation. Sorry I was such a handful back when, she tells him, like maybe that's the reason she made the long walk all the way up here. Was always interesting, Hardy says back. That time you wore those knife hands to school, they weren't real. You still believe in all that? In slashers? That was a long time ago. I was a different person. I don't know. Hardy shrugs sure, and Jennifer shrugs back, says about all the space out the window. You ever think about him? Hardy looks out into the gray sky with her. Bear, he adds, obviously. Mr. Grady Bear Sherlock Holmes, because one name would have never been enough for him. I do, Jennifer says, all the muscles around her mouth tight. It's stupid. So am I, Hardy says with his stupidest grin. Jennifer looks down into her mug, says, My lawyer said it would look good for the court if I took a lot of correspondence courses from the community college. Doing all that, writing papers, reading history books, sometimes I would forget he was... She leans her head back, working her throat to keep from crying again. I would forget what happened, she goes on. I would think how surprised he was going to be when I came back, had all that course credit. Now it's Hardy who has to press his lips together, study the window glass. You did always have it in you, he finally says. I'm not surprised at all, Jennifer. She flicks her eyes up about her old name, almost slipping in here, but doesn't call him on it. Listen, she says, setting her mug down. I should... Right on schedule, Hardy says, leaning forward. Jennifer tracks where he's directing. It's the ruins of Terra Nova. I think they bed down over in Sheep's Head, he says, about the small herd of elk picking their way down through the burnt houses and charred trees. But the lake's frozen, Jennifer says. They're not drinking, Hardy tells her. That's where the construction crew's bank of porta-johns were, remember? Jennifer narrows her eyes, dialing back, it looks like. 2 blue ones and that wide gray one, she says, nodding. After what happened, Hardy says, nobody came and picked them up for that first year. But they were just plastic. Couldn't make it through winter. They cracked up, spilled. It's like, you wouldn't know growing up in town, but the grass over a septic tank is always the greenest, the best. It's the same there, and for the same natural reason. The grass was lush right there. Last summer, this little herd couldn't stay away. But it's all gone now, Jennifer says. Elk are hopeful, and they have good memories, Hardy says, and directs her down there again to the big bowl, pawing at the snow to see if the good days are here again. And to the other one, stepping lightly down from the trees, fully aware of how obvious he is, how conspicuous. Oh, Jennifer says, steepling both her hands over her mouth and drawing her breath in. He's white. Snake Indians would have called him a spirit elk, Hardy says, and he doesn't show himself for just anybody. It's the storm, Jennifer says. It's you, Hardy corrects gently. And the way he can tell that Jennifer feels this is how the muscles around her mouth tighten her lips into a line, like she's trying to keep them from trembling. Her chin is a prune, though. Hardy gives her privacy, doesn't intrude on this moment anymore, and 4 or 5 minutes later, the elk pick their way back up the slope, fade into the trees, the white elk the last to leave. "Thank you," Jennifer says. Hardy nods once. Skirls of snow are swirling across the ice of Indian Lake, meaning things are about to pick up again. Hardy bundles up, offers his scarf to Jennifer, and then he's reaching his walker out along the dam's icy backbone and pulling himself to it, the girl's hands holding tight to the back of his jacket, and he kind of suspects that, with her letting him lead her like that and take the brunt of the wind, he could maybe walk across all of Idaho.
Deputy Sheriff Banner Tompkins is drumming fast on the steering wheel of the Snowcat when the old man materializes out of the storm, his edges blurry like he's an oil painting leaking sideways. Banner slows that drum beat to more like 60 per minute, leans forward. The ponderous single wiper on the Cat is good enough to keep it between the sidewalks in town. But facing the wind like this, the slush has been trying to freeze on the windshield. Banner wipes at the fog on his side of that glass, but the forearm of his jacket sops up exactly nothing. Step by walker assisted step, then, the oil painting gaining resolution, Hardy goes from 6 legs to 8? Him, his aluminum walker with the tennis ball feet, and he isn't alone. What the hell, old man? Taking hitchhikers here at the top of the world? Banner checks the still-tight catch on his sidearm because his every last nerve is frayed. With Rex Allen gone up the highway in the county Bronco for the big manhunt, and Francie, the other deputy, tagging along, that leaves Banner to hold the fort down. Never mind that he's still on probationary status. Come April, his contract either will or won't be renewed, depending on performance. Never mind that he's still mostly in the ride-along phase of being a deputy, where either Rex Allen or Francie watches from the car, while he rousts tourists or tags out-of-state vehicles parked too close to the lake. Not that there's been much of that since the snow set in. All the same, Banner has a 2-year-old daughter back at what used to be his parents' house, and he hasn't seen her now for nearly 36 hours. The longest he's gone without her so far, he's pretty sure. Being law in a town of 3,000 is supposed to be mostly about getting cats out of trees and finding lost kites, then making it home by dinner. Not today. And technically, he doesn't have permission to take the Snowcat out of the county garage. Even more technical than that, it's not the county's cat at all, but Lonnie's. Just, as Rex Allen explained on the big walkthrough in October, Proofrock leases it from Lonnie at a good rate. "And we also pay him for maintenance on it?" Banner had asked, studying the far walls of this cavernous garage. In all his years coming up, from Golding Elementary to Henderson High, he'd never once been inside this place. Why hadn't there been tours in 4th grade, like they did up at the dam, the library, the post office? Not your concern, Rex Allen had told Banner about Lonnie charging whatever he wanted for oil changes on his own machine, and Banner had nodded once, trying to be a good soldier. One who doesn't see or hear, or, most importantly, say anything. Before today, every time somebody's got to loop around through the creek to collect Hardy from his post at the dam, somebody, always being the least senior deputy, as this is a shit run, that orders come with the keys to the county Bronco, the inside of which Banner did already know, from Hardy running him back to his parents a time or two in the way back when he was stupid. But nothing to mar his record, keep him from qualifying to carry a sidearm. Just the last couple of weeks, that order to make the climb has always come 20 minutes earlier, so Banner can chain up. Not for the creek. It's been frozen over for a month. but for the series of steep switchbacks that lead up to Glen Dam. Along the way are the rusting husks of at least 3 trucks that didn't make the climb. One's got Model A-looking fenders, no rubber on the wood spoke wheels, the wheels down to splinters themselves. One's a still green-in-places Dodge Power Wagon that should have made it. Driver error, Banner was informed. And the third's a wrecked Grand Prix that Rex Allen says had been pulled that far on a chain, of all things. Apparently a couple of miscontent idiots from town had been trying to tow the car up to the dam just to push it off, watch it fall, maybe flip it off on the way down. With snow chains on all 4 tires, in powder like this, the county Bronco might make it, depending on the driver and luck. It doesn't matter, though. The Broncos with Rex Allen, and no way would the cruiser Banner's been assigned make it, even with chains. He hasn't even tried backing it out of its slot at the cop shop, has just been walking the 2 blocks in. So, the only option left to get up to the dam had been the snowcat. Because he doesn't have the first idea about how fast it burns through diesel, he's got 2 sloshing full jerry cans strapped to the bed railing. And the cat, well, not fast. It does sit you high, like in a tractor seat, and the 4 tracks churn through the snow like magic. If this whole deputy thing doesn't work out, Banner figures, maybe he can sign on with whatever outfit will let him drive one of these things on a daily basis. That is, if he lives through these next 90 seconds. Hardy having 2 extra legs means that someone's walking behind him, right in his tracks. Someone who could very well have a snub-nosed pistol snugged against the former sheriff's back, meaning that second person's the Joker, is going to hold the whole valley hostage with some grand scheme involving the dam, the lake, who knows. Except you're not Batman, Banner has to remind himself. Batman and Joker are his default settings for hero and criminal, which neither Rex Allen nor Francine ever needs to know. Thank you. Whoever this second person is, they're shorter than Hardy, slighter and... Wait, Banner tells himself. Her? He hears himself saying, incredulous. He cocks the door open, stands up over the cab to see better, the cold nearly taking his breath. Holy shit, he says. By the time Hardy hauls the flimsy passenger door open, Banner's got his chest to the steering wheel, is already looking over at this least likely person to be up here on the mountain. Jade Daniels, he says. What the hell? She says back to Hardy about Banner. Hardy guides her up into the relative warmth of the cab. The cat's got seats for 2 people, and a little green half-size cooler between, with a much battered white lid. Jennifer has no choice but to sit there in constant contact with Banner. Serious? Banner says to her, still not completely believing this is happening. It's Jennifer now, she says back, staring straight ahead, her hands already holding on to the unpadded dashboard, which is really just gauge cluster housing and instructional decals. Tompkins, Hardy says in greeting, his walker stowed in the bed. You bungeed it down? Banner confirms. Just drive, Hardy tells him. You said it wouldn't be him. Jade, Jennifer says, like lodging enough objections can change what's happening. Got a sleeping bag up there? Hardy says, hooking his head back up to the idea of the control booth. I'm the only taxi left, Banner says, pulling the complicated many bends stick shift deep into the one single spinning notch that means reverse. It brings that stick deep between Jennifer's legs, along with his hand. She backs up a smidge. Haven't called you Jennifer since elementary, he tells her. Haven't called you deputy since my worst nightmare, Jennifer says back. When did you get back? Rex Allen picked me up 2 days ago. But he didn't. Guess it was need to know, Hardy explains. And you didn't. Banner gets the cat turned around and churning back down the road He's using about 1/10 as much diesel, it sounds like. Good. They can't get mired up here. Or he can't get mired up here with a girl and an old man he's responsible for. Not when he's responsible for the whole town. So where is my former deputy this fine evening? Hardy asks. His hand is holding the oh shit handle up by his head, exactly like he doesn't trust Banner's driving. Probably looking for his jacket, Banner says, eyeing Jennifer's bright stripes. He gave it to me, she says back. Didn't even know they let you out. I didn't do anything wrong, says you. Kids, Hardy says, apparently amused by this. You really don't know where Rex Allen is? Banner says to him, leaning forward to say it across Jennifer, like now the adults are talking. Jennifer leans back and crosses her arms in disgust. Your scanner not working up there? Banner asks. Excuse me, son, Hardy says. Your scanner not working, sir, Banner corrects. It's their usual stupid little insulting game. Hardy's way of reminding Banner that it's hardly been any time at all since he was just a punk kid, still wet behind the ears. Sir, Jennifer repeats, just loud enough for Banner. She's loving this. She's also not remembering the time Banner found her in the band supply closet, crying in the dark, her black eyeliner running all down her face, and how he just shut the door back like it was, found another place private enough for him and Amber. But those days are over. No more Amber, or Bethany, or Tiff. He's a dad now, and a deputy. He shifts, even though he doesn't have to, just so Jennifer will have to make room again for that obnoxious stick. Whoa, Hardy says, holding that handle by his head for real now, it looks like. Banner grumbles inside, slows. Hardy can't give performance ratings anymore, but Rex Allen is still 30 years his junior. Such bullshit. Scanner's been quiet all day, Hardy says. Oh yeah, guess it would be quiet, Banner says, hand over handing the steering wheel to crawl them around the sharp, steep switchback by the mound of snow he knows is the Grand Prix. Because of the holiday? Jennifer chimes in. Christmas? Banner says back, incredulous. That's still... What are you even doing up here? Waiting for a knight in shining armor to come carry me down the big bad mountain, she says, all fake wistful. Everybody's a joker. Banner takes them around another sharp turn, rides the transmission. It's been quiet because there's nobody to talk to, Banner explains, sliding them across the creek now, the ice too hard to even crack. Sheriff's down the highway with Francie. Wreck? Hardy asks. Oh, Jennifer says. It's that Dark Mill South, right? Of course she'd know. They're trying to find his motorcade, convoy, prisoner transport, whatever it's called, Banner explains for Hardy. Reunion tour, Jennifer quotes. Here, Banner tells her, giving her the wheel before she can protest. Jennifer takes it, keeps them straight, giving Banner hands enough to dig in his clipboard case for... He unfolds it, passes it across to Hardy. You really don't watch the news? Banner asks, impressed. Get to be my age. You figure out it's the same shit, different package, Hardy says, studying the faded clipping, the grainy mugshot. He looks up over it to Jennifer, then to Banner. She already told you, he says across to Banner, some scold to his tone now, like he might really mean this. The court found in her favor, deputy. What? Banner asks, taking the wheel back, Jennifer holding her hands high like she never wanted it in the first place. What, sir? She mutters, just loud enough. Because they're in town now, Banner turns all the cat's lights off except the front ones. No need to be casting shadows in folks' living rooms. You telling me that's not Tab Daniels? Hardy says. My dad? Jennifer says, looking at the mugshot of Dark Mill South now as well, even though she's probably got his poster on her bedroom wall. Put your glasses on, sir, Banner says. Hardy does, sees his mistake. Sorry, Jennifer, he says. Didn't mean to... It's just... They're both Indian. And that... his face... Bad face, Jennifer repeats, then adds, Winnemucca. hitting each syllable. You remember, Hardy says, clapping his big hand on her knee. His house is only at the end of the block now. Banner slows, mostly so Hardy won't have to tell him here like he always does. Remember what? Banner asks. Camp Winnemucca, Hardy says. And Snake, that means Camp Badface. I don't even know what we're talking about anymore, Banner announces grandly, stopping in front of Hardy's place. Dark Mill South's transport is missing, Jennifer says, saving Banner the trouble. Banner nods. Hardy opens his door, the wind taking it, slapping it against the front fender exactly how Lonnie would probably hate. Well, if his rolling jail cell went off the road, Hardy says, stepping down, collecting his walker, then this prisoner is a popsicle by now. You both know that, right? He might turn up come spring, and he might not. I'm sure you're right, sir, Banner says. Whatever it takes to make this go over, please. You two don't stay out too late, here? Hardy says with an evil smile, then shuts the door before either of them can say anything. Banner starts to grind the cat away, but Jennifer's hand is on his forearm, stopping him. She's still sitting right beside him, not in the empty seat. Make sure he makes it, she says, a little bit of please to her voice. Banner crunches the stiff clutch back in, waits until Hardy lifts his whole walker from the porch to farewell them. I'm going to have to bring him back up there tomorrow morning, first thing, Banner says, because I don't have anything else to do, evidently. Jennifer slides over into Hardy's seat, tries to figure out the harness Hardy refuses to strap into. Her doing this is, of course, an insult to Banner's driving. Thought you were the horror girl, he says about her safety concerns. He's chugging them down Main Street going faster than absolutely necessary. Ghost town, Jennifer says about Proof Rock. Know why he took that job at the dam in the first place? Banner says. You remember my house? Jennifer asks back. Banner doesn't dignify that, just makes the turn. Why? Jennifer asks. He's old and hurt. Can't be sheriff anymore. You know what happened to his daughter? Banner asks. Melanie? Oh, yeah, you would know, Banner says, stopped in front of her dark house now. What are you trying to tell me, Deputy Dewey? Your mom. Your dad, Banner says, barely giving it voice, which makes it even louder. Jennifer just stares straight ahead, her almost smile gone, her Jennifer mask back on. Yeah, they were there when Melanie drowned, she says. So what? They weren't the only ones. Up there by the dam's where it happened, Banner says, doing a rim shot with his hands on top of the steering wheel, like showing off this high-level town lore he's privy to now that he's deputized. Or almost deputized. Practically deputized. But, no, Jennifer says. My mom told me it was right here at the pier. They were swimming. It was summer, yeah, Banner says. But they were up by the dam. That's restricted. She's why that ladder's there now, Banner says. So nobody else will drown. That's what Rex Allen says. It's Melanie's ladder. Just like Melanie's bench. And that airboat, Banner adds, winning this little one-up game. The airboat had been in the county garage as well, waiting for summer. So, Jennifer says, so you're saying that Sheriff Hardy, Mr. Hardy, that he took the job up there just to be close to where his daughter drowned? Kind of sick, yeah? Banner says. Figured that'd be right up your alley. I know why you're playing peace officer, Banner Tompkins. Playing? That night, Jennifer says, not having to explain which night. It's when you picked Letha up from the water. You felt like a hero, like you were saving her life. And now you want some more of that. It makes sense. Mr. Holmes always said you were smarter than you came off. Keep his name out of your mouth. That's a county jacket you're wearing, you know. Tell your pretty wife to call me. We should Jennifer starts, her door already open, but the radio unit at Banner's belt interrupts her. Deputy Tompkins, Meg's saying. Banner holds his finger up for Jennifer to be quiet here, thumbs the mic at his shoulder open, says, Tompkins here. What is it, Mrs. Koenig? Where are you? Meg asks back. No, I mean, I'm patching her through. Who? Jennifer asks, and Banner slashes his eyes up to her. Cinnamon Baker, Meg answers. She's still here? Jennifer says way too loud. Banner glares her quiet, and then the distortion coming through the speaker at his belt dials up higher. Banner! Cinnamon's saying, shrieking, crying. Not Deputy? Jennifer mouths. Banner's foot slips off the clutch, and the cat jerks forward, stalls, throwing Jennifer against her safety harness. Her eyes never leave Banner, and Sin's voice coming through.
I don't know! Sin screams in response to Banner asking for her location. Then she's sobbing and sort of hyperventilating. We're coming, Banner says. It's a lie, though. How can he know where she is? Then another voice comes through this staticky connection. A girl, a woman. What's the last thing you remember? What were you doing? What were we doing? Sin asks. They're dead! Who? This woman says. Deputy Tompkins, is your line clear? Meg asks. After a pause. It's Jennifer Daniels, Mrs. Koenig, Banner says. She's with me. Jade? Meg says, something dready about how she says it. Sin screams into the phone as loud as she can, because they're not understanding the urgency here. Number 1, she's just in a bra and panties and snow boots, because that's the rules. 2, she's slathered in blood. 3, Toby's body is leaned against the glass, the one eye he has left staring through at her. He didn't even break the windshield, Sin says, kind of in wonder. Windshield, good, Jennifer Daniels says. So this is a wreck. Where were you going? Where were you coming from? No, Sin says. It's not. We were... Oh, God. Gwenny, she's... She lowers the phone to her collarbone. Just past this hood, Gwen Stapleton is hanging by her neck from a tree limb. She's been slit up the front. Her insides are spilling down and down, harsh red against the falling snow, and her tongue's been pulled out too. A screwdriver pushed down through it to keep it sticking out. No, Sin says into the phone, or just says, really, but she's still holding the phone. Banner or Jennifer or Meg is saying something into the sensitive skin at the side of her neck, but Sin's just sobbing and trying so hard to breathe. Finally, she pulls the phone back up. It was the game, she says, speaking now as if from a dream, one that's happening to someone else. I didn't know Gwen would... That's Toby Manx and Gwen Stapleton, she hears Banner saying in some background. Meg, you got that? Can you call, see where they're supposed to be? How is he dead? Jennifer asks. Evidently holding the radio, she's much closer, much louder. It's his stomach, Sin says or tries to. There's nothing there anymore. He, Jennifer repeats. He who, Cinnamon? How do you know my name? Who did this? Jennifer asks back. He was a monster, Sin says, barely pushing enough air across her voice box to make the words. One you know or one you don't know? Jennifer asks. What do you mean? Sin asks. We were just... And then... I can't... No. And Gwen? Jennifer asks, then mutters something the mic can't pick up, probably to Banner. He hung her from the tree! Sin screams into the phone. Okay. And did he also... He cut her open! Okay, what else do you want? Casey Beck... Jennifer says, maybe forgetting her mic's open, which is why she swallows Casey Becker's last syllable. No, Sin says, switching her phone to her other ear for emphasis and volume. Gwen, Stapleton. And he did something to the doors. I can't get out. Meg comes back, breaks in. I talked to someone at the Manx household. What already? Banner yells, still not holding the mic. She says her brother and Gwen Stapleton, they're at Trail's End, the motel. This makes Sin cry harder into the phone. She lets it slide away down her front, meaning it's got blood on it now. She sucks snot in as deep as she can. She tries to center herself, and using both feet at once, she kicks the windshield. Toby bounces away from the windshield, then slumps back to exactly where he was. I'm sorry, Sin says and kicks again and again, until the windshield cracks under her heel over Toby. 2 kicks later, one of her snow boots crunches through, pebbles of glass cascading back onto her. She pushes them away, sure they're going to cut her, leave 1,001 scratches. Shaking and shaking her head, no, she crawls through the hole she's made, which is also crawling directly over and right up against Toby. Sorry, she says, directing his dead eyes to the side, then sliding off the hood, catching the step up by the hood with her knee and crashing into the powdery snow like the rag doll she is. She stands, looks back to the huge tall truck, a crusty snowplow reaching out from its front bumper. It's driven into the wall of trees as far as it could, which wasn't very. Sin turns to Gwenny, spinning slightly in the wind, her trailing intestines kind of anchoring her. No, Sin says, and falls to her knees. Then she makes herself stand, the cold cutting into her, the blood tacky now, and she runs forward 4 fast steps. But the snow's so deep already, the sky so white all around her, the cold needling right through. She falls, slides on the heels of her hands, stands again. In this way, she hitches across the parking lot, screaming for help. Motel window lights coming on, but she can't stop. She won't stop. She has to get away. She stumbles out onto Main Street, holds her right hand up for the headlights she's standing in to stop. Please, to not run her over. It's not a car or a truck, though. It's the town snowcat, the one that usually plows up and down the streets. It stops without sliding. And Banner, thank you, is already vaulting down, his gun out and everywhere all at once. And the girl, the woman, Jade fucking Daniels, is coming in from the other side, leading with a brown jacket that's already open. She wraps Sin in it and hugs her tight. And that's when the shaking really gets started. Along with everything else.
Her name was Jade. Dark Mill South wasn't the only killer in town that December either. 2 days before his reunion tour, Jennifer Jade Daniels was starring in what you could call her comeback special, following a 4-year ordeal in state court. Her legal difficulties stemmed from what she claimed were the Lake Witch slayings, the Independence Day massacre to the rest of us. Jennifer was born to Henderson High seniors Junior Tab Daniels Jr. and Kimberly Ledbetter on July 31st, 1998. And just to be sure you don't think that's a mistake, Mr. Armitage, the junior at the beginning and also at the end of her father's name must not have raised any county or administrative eyebrows, as it's the same name associated with his missing photo in the 1997 class annual. It's the one handwritten on his birth certificate and records. It's the caption under his thumbnail photo in the obituary edition of the Proof Rock Standard. And it's the one that was entered into evidence against Jennifer down in Boise. Perhaps they named people differently in 1980? But it's the charges against Jennifer that are important here, and I'm sure you've got access to Henderson High's legendarily thick file on her anyway, so there's no need for me to dredge that up. Suffice it to say that her career as a student in Proof Rock was, in keeping with her post-graduation life, tempestuous. However, without Tiffany Koenig's Instagram blowing up, Jennifer's last 4 years might have unfolded differently. Though Tiffany's Instagram account had, before the Independence Day massacre, fluctuated between 75 and 80 followers, most either local or family, the afternoon of July 5th, one of her story posts was liked 2.78 million times. This was her shaky, low-light, poorly framed phone recording of the Independence Day massacre, captioned with, "I can't believe this really happening in my hometown." The skipped verb and abbreviated spelling only contributed to the rawness of her video, which, by the time her account was suspended, it was both intense and violent, neither of which Instagram allows, had been downloaded and reposted all over the internet with various overlays and filters and no small amount of slow-motion spotlighting and loops. The cat wasn't just out of the bag. It was all over the world. The result was that on July 6th, responding to accounts from media helicopters, a SWAT unit ascended Glen Dam and apprehended Jennifer Daniels. She was sitting on the flat roof of the control booth, her arms hugging her knees, and she needed immediate triage for her injuries, including intravenous fluids for dehydration. Just like Dark Mill South then, and perhaps even on the same afternoon, Jennifer woke handcuffed to a hospital bed. She was in Idaho Falls. The charges against her were murder and evading arrest. In Tiffany Koenig's eventually subpoenaed recording, 5 people are killed in the shallows of Indian Lake alongside the town pier. 6 more are seen after having been killed, and one last one dies deeper out in the water, almost past the limit of Tiffany's phone. During that grainy melee, Jennifer is seen wearing a distinctive set of custodial coveralls. She is also newly bald, her scalp paler than her face and neck. The light from the screen identifies her clearly, as if Tiffany were looking for the calm at the center of the carnage. And then it smears away to a paddleboard gliding unmolested through the thrashing bodies while Tiffany screams urgent advice to someone, the recording bouncing with each of Tiffany's jumps, which were most likely emphasis or punctuation to her advice. In her time at Henderson High, Tiffany had been on the varsity cheer squad. By the time the recording settles down again, the focus is a curious canoe drifting away from the pier. Tiffany claims she was looking out there to see if any children had tried to swim to safety, or they might now be in need of assistance. Who she found was someone spinning around on the canoe's bench to swing a machete into the neck of a man conclusively identified as Tab Daniels. This someone is wearing Jennifer's custodial coveralls, has a bare scalp not yet tanned, and testimony surfaced that Tab had evicted Jennifer from his house earlier in the week, leaving her homeless. It was damning evidence. The only other person in Proof Rock with those coveralls at the time had a radically different body type. Jennifer's scalp was still shaved when she was carried down from Glen Dam, and body cam footage from the SWAT team has her looking calmly down from her rooftop perch and saying it took them long enough, didn't it? As she had yet to be Mirandized, Jennifer's legal team was able to keep this spontaneous outburst from being used against her. She was injured, dehydrated, traumatized, nearly naked, and supposedly not in her right mind, as confirmed by her attempt to struggle her way off the dam when she was being led away in handcuffs. As a result, she was put on suicide watch for her recovery, though it's not clear whether she had been trying to jump off the dry side of the dam that day or into the lake. During her convalescence, she was tried in the court of social media, which generated enough theories and explanations and outrage that her attorneys petitioned for and were eventually granted a change of venue. Their argument was that Proof Rock and its immediate environs had been polluted by prejudices regarding both Jennifer's lifestyle and heritage, and a larger, less biased pool of potential jurors was needed. By this point, Jennifer is 18, can be tried as an adult. While cameras and videos were banned from the courtroom, a telephoto did surface of federal marshals chaperoning her at a graveside service in Swan Valley. In this telephoto, she's wearing an orange jumpsuit and is shackled at the wrists, waist, and ankles. This is the image of her everybody knows. It's how I first saw her. The funeral service she had been allowed to attend was for Grade Paulson, the only non-local victim of the Independence Day massacre. As he had been employed as unskilled labor by the Terra Nova Project, the project donated $25,000 to his mother, seen at the edge of that telephoto's frame. This would be the last photograph of Jennifer Daniels for the next 3.5 years. It's just sketches and descriptions from here on out. In those sketches, Jennifer is wearing the tasteful skirt and blazer of the wrongfully accused, but her posture gives away her attitude concerning these proceedings. She goes from combative, always ready to rise from her chair, to more and more resigned, as if just sitting through another class in high school. As I was saying, she was digested by the court for 4 years and 4.5 months, long enough for her to, at the urging and expense of her defense team, earn an associate's degree via correspondence in the hopes it would show her looking to the future and her plans there. Her initial defense was that the party responsible for the Independence Day massacre was the local lake legend, Stacey Graves, which prompted the prosecution to put on display the birth certificate associated with the Stacey Graves in question, born in 1912. This would make her 103 years old on that fateful July 4th, and, according to lake lore, no death certificate exists, either 95 years dead or 95 years not quite dead. Jennifer's team's next line of defense was testimony from survivors of that night. But there, accounts varied in the extreme. The two things they all agreed on was that the person perpetrating these acts of violence was A, feminine, and B, in some sort of costume. At which point, a series of photographs of Jennifer Daniels and an assortment of Halloween get-ups was entered into evidence, establishing a long and troubled history of dressing up to scare. In the sketch of this particular afternoon in court, Jennifer is leaned back in her chair with her arms crossed, glaring at the state seal above the judge's head. Most harmful to Jennifer's proposition that it had actually been a 103-year-old dead girl committing these acts was the deposition read to the court by Jennifer herself, under duress from the prosecution. This was deposition instead of testimony, as the witness here was 9 years old, the daughter of Misty Christie, Proof Rock local, successful real estate entrepreneur, and victim of the Independence Day massacre. This daughter's deposition documented Jennifer being there precisely at the moment of Misty Christie's death, and then leaving the daughter with the mother's corpse as a sort of cruel joke, which begins a months-long period of Jennifer ceasing to participate in her own defense. Working in her favor, whether she wanted it or not, however, were two things. The low quality of Tiffany's recording, which allowed the barest sliver of reasonable doubt as to who had been in that canoe, and the lack of a murdered body. A year after the Independence Day massacre, Tab Daniels had yet to surface. He was the sole unrecovered victim from that night. He had, apparently, in the lingo of Pleasant Valley and Proof Rock, sunk down to Ezekiel's cold box. The waters of Indian Lake are cold enough that bodies dropped into it often don't go through normal decomposition. This means that the gases usually produced by decay aren't present to buoy the corpse up to the surface, so it hangs suspended near the bottom of the very deep reservoir in cold storage. Tab Daniels not having turned up was rumored to be why the prosecution was making Jennifer's trial last as long as it was. Every week was another week the body could potentially get hooked by some random fisherman or delivered to the surface of the lake by water circulation dynamics the dam controlled. The defense, of course, tried to pivot this to their advantage, claiming that, without proof of murder, how could these spurious murder charges hope to stick? The prosecution came back indirectly, through the media, claiming that the defense was arguing no harm, no foul, which completely dismissed the proof right there on Tiffany's verified authentic recording and the undeniable fact that Tab Daniels had been missing presumed dead since that night. Never mind, the defense said back through the newspapers, that the murder weapon, that movie prop machete, had not yet been recovered either. Never mind that Jennifer's coveralls had washed up later in July, allowing the possibility that some other recently bald person had imperfectly disposed of that evidence. At which point, Jennifer's legal defense shifted again, via an outburst on her part. Instead of casting Stacey Graves as the guilty party, Jennifer claimed that the actual real killer here was Theo Mondragon, heretofore of Mondragon Enterprises. If she'd had a mic, this would have been the spot in her trial to drop it. Her rushed testimony that same afternoon was that, surveilling Terra Nova the day before the Independence Day massacre, she had seen another massacre in process. Not the killings on the yacht, which she claims to have woken in the midst of, but Theo Mondragon disposing of the murdered bodies of 2 construction workers and attempting to kill a third, all to hide his culpability in the wreck of a certain history teacher's ultralight he had a history with. The proof, she claimed, would be the nails embedded in the bodies of those construction workers, which should have been recovered by now from Sheep's Head Meadow on the Caribou-Targhee side of Indian Lake. These golden nails, she claimed, would match the nails extracted from the back of Grade Paulson, who died swimming 2 of Terra Nova's children across the lake to safety following the killings on the yacht the night of July 3rd. The prosecution's response to this was, nails? Their next response was, bodies? While the fire that nearly burned Pleasant Valley was identified as having an origin point in the meadow adjacent to the Terra Nova construction, the lake, which had started rising on July 5th, had done what water does and found the first drain it could, taking any debris suspended in it along. What this meant, the experts testified, was that any bones that survived the fire, elk or human, had most likely been deposited in one of the caves evidently hidden under that meadow, which collapsed into sinkholes before the lake could recede in the following weeks. Legal translation: the 2 construction workers Jennifer claimed Theo Mondragon had killed with a nail gun were fantasy unsupported by fact. And, if there had ever been nails in the body of Grade Paulson, X-rays taken before his burial didn't show them, and exhumation would cause undue emotional strain on his surviving family. While Jennifer's defense to this point had been funded by the Terra Nova Project, allowing Jennifer the exclusive services of Mars Baker's storied law firm, after these aspersions concerning Theo Mondragon, Jennifer's defense would be state-appointed. The Baker firm's official statement regarding this was that it would be a conflict of interest for them if they had to both defend Jennifer Daniels and continue to act as executors for Theo Mondragon's estate. At this point, Letha Mondragon, Theo's daughter, who had been listed as a witness for the defense, stepped away as well, citing medical reasons. Jennifer's state-appointed attorney's strategy then, after months of regrouping, was to enhance Tiffany's recording, which involved stipulating that was indeed Jennifer on the canoe with the machete. What this enhancement showed was that the Tab Daniels, who had risen behind his daughter to drag her down, was already suffering a mortal injury. A large portion of his face had been ripped away, including his left eye. Medical experts testified that he appeared to have suffered a massive trauma to at least the zygomatic process and supraorbital foramen of his eye orbit, and, without immediate medical attention, could not possibly have survived. And yes, he looked to have been in the process of drowning when he came up from the water behind that canoe. When asked if she knew how her father had suffered such an injury, Jennifer's attorneys relayed flatly that, quote, it was a bad night. She had no idea. Why would she? The media's running commentary on the trial now opined that Jennifer's new defense was that Tab Daniels had been dead already, practically, thus her killing blow was actually not killing at all. Does shooting a person already falling from a building still count as murder? Does the doctrine of intervening causation count in this instance? And further, when Jennifer's seating position on the canoe is taken into account, her defense argued, this is toward the end of the second year of her trial, then any resentments or bad history she had with her father didn't matter at all. As far as Jennifer was concerned, she was now being attacked by whoever had just killed so many of the people she'd grown up with, a scene she had narrowly escaped herself, thanks to the providential placement of this canoe and her own instincts. Her state of mind was then argued to have been, quote, survival, not recompense or revenge, nothing personal like that, and photos scavenged from social media documenting the celebration in Proof Rock leading up to the Independence Day massacre showed that same machete in the hands of Mason Rogers, a graduating classmate of Jennifer Daniels and another victim of that night. At which point, common opinion was that her defense had planned to rest. But then one last witness wheeled into the room. Retired Sheriff Angus Hardy. His testimony was that there had been a moment during the Independence Day massacre when he actually shot the killer. 4 times. In the chest. On cross-examination, when faced with slide after slide of autopsy reports of each victim, save Tab Daniels, and pressed on why none of them had bullet wounds, Hardy remained steadfast. As a peace officer of 41 years, he had no doubt shot whoever it was dressed up as the Lake Witch Stacy Graves, and Jennifer Daniels had been in his field of view at that moment, meaning it wasn't her. Sketches that ran along with reports of Sheriff Hardy's testimony showed Jennifer Daniels crying in court for the first time. And so public sentiment turned, as did the jury's. 1 month later, on Valentine's Day, Jennifer Daniels was found not guilty of killing Tab Daniels, and that afternoon she was released. Only to be arrested again, this time by federal authorities. The charges this time concerned the damage to Glen Dam's control booth, which, since it was under government contract, was considered government property, making her subject to all laws associated with that willful destruction. This was February 2019. By the second week of December, Jennifer's state-appointed attorneys had negotiated her provisional release, the conditions of which were that if she could refrain from the destruction of all county, state, and federal property for the next 6 months, then the charges concerning Glen Dam would be dropped, as there was some evidence that her efforts had mitigated the Terra Nova fire's damage. If she couldn't resist that sort of property destruction, though, then she would be subject to the full sentence of 3 years with no chance of any time served counting in her favor. At which point, Sheriff Allen of Proof Rock was summoned to Boise to collect Jennifer Daniels Tuesday the 10th of December, as her mother couldn't be reached at the time, and Jennifer Daniels had, and has, no other family. But, if you will, let me go back to that iconic photograph taken graveside, which I know is why you initially gave me permission for this special project. In addition to the orange jumpsuit and leg irons, Jennifer Daniels is also clearly wearing safety glasses and a black cap for this funeral service. As we've all seen prisoners in similar getups, of course the assumption would be that this disguise was a measure to guard against anyone recognizing Jennifer. Public sentiment at the time being that she was solely responsible for both the Independence Day massacre and the killings on the yacht in Terra Nova the night before. As for where she got those pale yellow glasses, which did as little as the cap to hide her distinctive Native American features, perhaps the same chaperone who had that featureless cap in his car was able to supply those glasses. They're of a type used at shooting ranges, which federal marshals must frequent. But there's more to them than that. Had I not been working through my own situation when that photo ran, I could have explained to the court that those glasses weren't meant to hide Jennifer Daniels' identity. She was wearing them in honor of, actually. This pertains to those nails she claimed should have been in Grade Paulson's back. They were there, Mr. Armitage. I know because for the whole long cold swim across from Terra Nova to Proof Rock, from the yacht to Jaws, my teeth chattering so hard that I chipped 3 of them, my lips and fingernail beds blue, I held on to one of those nails in his back as if they were there specifically for me, so I wouldn't drift away. $25,000 wasn't nearly enough for this general laborer's effort. Actually, I owe him my life.
Friday the 13th. This was so much easier when she was 17. Back then, it was mostly about eyeliner and lipstick. God, those were the days, weren't they? Letha leans closer to the rearview mirror, working the stippling brush along her jawline, insisting on the blend that's refusing to take. It doesn't matter, she reminds herself, looking this way and that to check the angles, the scars. She shouldn't complain. Yes, her reconstructed jaw is 80% synthetic. No, even 4 years later, she still can't eat solid food. But smoothies are good. Shakes are filling enough. And the alternative to all these surgeries, all these pills to keep her body from kicking the plastic? You don't have it that bad, she tells herself. For the 10,000th time. It could be worse, right? Before she can spiral back to that night in the water, get trapped in its sucking vortex, she does as her therapist has conditioned her and retreats to a chair in her head. The chair is simple, wooden, straight-backed, is in a featureless room, and if Letha sits there with her hands in her lap, she can choose what thoughts and memories and hopes and fears she projects onto the walls around her. There's an old-fashioned sewing machine pedal under her right foot that starts and stops this image, that voice, and the cable leading from that pedal is stark and clear and undeniable. Because you have to envision every little detail if you're going to intellectually and emotionally invest in the reality of a place. As her therapist tells her, you can't live in fake places. Only real places. Places you believe are real. Letha nods, is there. She moves her right foot on the pedal, and her father dissolves onto the screen in front of her, the wind in his face, his sunglasses cocked up on his forehead even though it's impossibly bright out on the lake. He's teaching her to drive that boat they used to have, the Umiak, yeah. Whatever even happened to that thing? You're focusing on things that don't matter, she reminds herself out loud, in her therapist's voice, when her father is right there in front of her. Letha doesn't turn the sound on, just watches him, squinting at all the water ahead of them, to make sure they're good. They were good, she remembers. They were great that day. The whole summer was theirs. The whole world. Letha lifts her foot, fading that image out. The sparkling water of Indian Lake all around her now, on every wall. In her head, in this room, on this one wooden chair. She can smile if she wants, and it won't feel like her face is tearing open. And she has reasons to smile, she knows. All the reasons in the world. But one in particular. She starts to turn around in the driver's seat, but stops when she's not alone. Her heart flutters, her breath catches, but this isn't the killer from the news reports, out in the broad daylight. He would be taller than the truck's passenger side window, wouldn't he? And he wouldn't be just waiting in the cold, either, as Jennifer Daniels is. In the mental snapshot Letha accidentally takes before feeling for the door lock button, Jennifer's framed by the front of her house. Camp Blood spray-painted across it at an angle. She could have knocked, tapped the glass to announce herself. But of course she didn't, because it's creepier to just suddenly be there. Letha keeps her face relaxed and pleasant, just as it was in the mirror, and, after checking up and down the street to be sure they're alone, Dark Mill South could be anywhere, she clicks the door locks open, and that's right when Jennifer's trying the handle. Wait, Letha says as cheerily as she can, holding a finger up so Jennifer can watch that finger descending to the unlock button again. The thing about the apparatus in Letha's mouth is that, being titanium, it vibrates the slightest bit when she says anything, a tuning fork keeping her teeth wired together. So the second round of Kevlar in her jaw hinges can become part of her. Get in, she says, waving Jennifer in out of the blowing snow. Because the truck's tall and Jennifer isn't, it's more of an awkward clamor than an elegant step, and it takes long enough that the cab fills with swirling flakes. The instant Jennifer's settled, Letha locks the doors again. I didn't mean for you to have to, Jennifer starts, then takes another angle. I mean, I could have walked. It's not that cold, deep, dangerous. The little laugh Letha follows that with is high and fluttery. You're nervous, Jennifer says. I'm safe, Letha corrects, chipperly, and drops the truck into gear, steeling herself for this next part, the part nobody seems able to keep from doing. The inspection. Sneaking looks at Letha's reconstructive surgery. To make it easier, which is code for go over faster, Letha studies the dim outline of the glow plug indicator under the gauges, her profile right there and drinkable for at least 3 seconds, maybe 4. At which point she looks over, says, "Seatbelt." I trust you, Jennifer says, but when the bell won't stop dinging, she straps in. Your hair, Letha says, pulling away. I never knew. What happened to yours? Jennifer asks. Letha tilts her head into the truck's back seat to explain why having long hair got to be a hassle. Oh, shit, Jennifer says, cringing away. That's yours? Letha nods. How old? Jennifer asks. 1, Letha says, about 80, just watching this stranger. 1 and 10 months. When did the months stop mattering? Never. Wow. I thought you were, This, Letha says about her teeth, her braces, her whole jaw situation. Sorry, Jennifer says. You don't need me reminding you. We haven't seen each other for 4 years, Letha says, making the slow turn left. But you're still you. Different name. Same girl. I don't know about that. I never thought you would come back. You and me both. And I never thought we'd get another one of him. They're almost to the sheriff's office. Jennifer's just sitting there on her side of the truck. Nothing to say about that? Letha asks, trying to soften her voice, not making this any kind of confrontation.
No movie quotes? No trivia? The night he came home, maybe?
Dark Mill South never lived here.
You used to... I would picture you hiding in a video store in your head, running from aisle to aisle, ducking behind this shelf, that rack.
Old me, Jennifer says. High school me. Letha steals another look at the cab, has to swallow down the memory of Jennifer, in that old bathroom at school, the first time they saw each other. The skank station. God. Nobody should ever have had to stand at that mirror. Or nobody else would have. Nobody except the most contrary girl in the history of Idaho. What? Jennifer asks, because evidently Letha's stalling out here. She bats her eyes to keep them from spilling over, changes direction.
So it's really happening again?
Jennifer shrugs, looks away, is tapping the side of her left index finger against the knee of her jeans now. Last time I was the girl who cried slasher, she says. Gonna let somebody else ring that alarm this time. Letha stops at the curb in front of the sheriff's, not sure if she's pulled across the handicap spaces or not. The whole little parking lot's under 2 feet of snow. She puts the truck in park. I really could have walked, Jennifer says, her hand to the door. Banner didn't have to call in reinforcements. No reason to get a baby out in this.
Prufrock owes you, Letha tells her, holding her eyes. You should never have to walk anywhere again.
Jennifer presses her lips together, blinks fast, and covers it with, "What's her name?" She tilts her head to the back seat.
Adrian,
Letha says as clearly as she can through her wall of teeth.
She can walk now.
Adrian, Jennifer repeats, nodding to herself. That's good. Pretty. Letha's just watching her now.
You really are different, aren't you?
What? How?
The old you would have opened up a can of trivia about that name.
Family? Jennifer asks, either innocently or fake innocently. Letha can't quite tell.
Adrian King played Alice in Friday the 13th. That's still buried in your head, in your heart. I know it is.
You must be thinking of some other girl.
Sorry, you look just like her. Like who I always knew she could be.
Jennifer stares into the floorboard. So you named your daughter after Alice, she outlouds. You're telling me it's you that's into slashers now?
I finally did all my homework. Yes.
That's good, Jennifer says, looking out over the hood now. The big test is probably coming soon.
For who, though? Letha asks. We've already taken that test, haven't we? In high school?
Cinnamon Baker, Jennifer says. She survived the first round at the motel last night. And she's got the look, like she can fight. The white girl version of you 4 years ago.
She used to be such a doll,
Letha says. It's her friends who are dying, Jennifer says. Not ours. Those 2 dead kids weren't anybody to you, were they?
That doesn't mean they don't matter.
And Jennifer goes on, fumbling through this minefield. She's got issues to work through, I'm sure. Her mom and dad were, Letha blinks that night away, or tries to.
It can't be starting again,
she says, shaking her head no.
We've already lost too much here. I think Prufrock would... I don't know.
Adrian, Jennifer says again, dialing them back to where they were.
I had to be off meds and surgeries the whole time I was carrying her,
Letha says.
And feeding her, too. That's why it's taken so long to get me put back together.
She touches her jaw ever so lightly to show what she means is taking so long. "Oh, that's why?" Jennifer says, with almost a grin. "Thought you were saving up, like that you had a new jaw on layaway until you got the money together." Both of them have to laugh at this. "I am sorry it happened, though," Jennifer says. "You didn't deserve it. And I should have stopped it in the first place. Been louder, made more sense."
It wasn't just me who got hurt,
Letha says, reaching across the console for Jennifer's left hand. She turns it over, looking for the teeth marks on the fingers, but all that's there is that line of knotty scar tissue on the inside of Jennifer's wrist, suddenly trying to be part of this conversation. Jennifer pushes the rolled cuff of her county jacket down over it, offers her right hand instead. The index, middle, and ring fingers are literally chewed between the knuckles and first joints. "They don't open all the way," Jennifer says, and shows how far they do open. "And I don't have to paint these fingernails black anymore."
but you can probably still eat solid food,
Letha says, approximating a grin. "Thought you were skinnier than high school," Jennifer says, almost smiling back. "Figured it was yoga or something."
in Proof Rock.
"Oh yeah," Jennifer says. "Almost forgot where we are."
We do have a video rental place now,
Letha says, hooking her chin over to Maine.
right by Dots.
"Thought video was dead."
The senior class is doing it,
Letha explains.
a small business project.
"Have they never heard of bonfire parties?" Jennifer asks with a devious grin.
Last one I went to.
Letha starts, but then can't make light of finding that dead boy in the lake. "I was there," Jennifer says. Letha studies her, paging through her mental photo album of that party and coming up with no Jennifer. "I was watching from the trees," Jennifer explains. Letha nods.
Will things ever be normal between us, you think?
She asks. Jennifer shrugs. No eye contact.
Here,
Letha says.
the beginning.
"A what?"
I want you to be Aunt Jennifer.
Letha says, and Jennifer looks directly away from that idea, but Letha can still see her face reflected in the window. Her chin is pruning once, twice, her lips pressed tight together.
Come over whenever,
Letha goes on, trying just to fill the cab with words so Jennifer won't feel bad for feeling feelings. Letha breathes in, starts again.
Adrian's doctor.
"Not Doc Wilson?" Jennifer says, coming around fast, ready to fight. Already being the aunt Letha knew she could be. Letha shakes her head no, says,
Dr. Morton. Wilson's retired. But she says, she's concerned that Adrian might develop a speech impediment, since I'm the one around her the most, and I talk like this.
"It's not that bad," Jennifer says.
Thank you,
Letha says.
but I can hear it too. Just, if Adrian had another female voice, it might help her.
"I mostly just know horror stories."
Good,
Letha says.
I want her to be tough like you. Strong, a fighter.
"Guess she is going to need to learn to cuss, right?" Jennifer says, flashing her eyes up to Letha's.
Fuck yeah,
Letha says immediately, before she can stop herself. Then she sits there, proud, beaming. "See what I mean?" Jennifer says.
I did it right, didn't I?
"It's not about how you say it, it's about your eyes when you say it. And your eyes, you're still you. No offense."
Then you probably should come over.
"Did y'all change the furniture at least? It used to be all bowling trophies over there." God. "See, that's better. You said it with your eyes."
It's all different now, yeah.
Letha says, about the decor at her house.
Not all 1984 anymore.
"Think you can update the rest of this town while you're at it?" Jennifer asks with a grin. 1984 would be nice, really, compared to 1965. She opens her hand to snow-shrouded proof rock.
It is quaint, isn't it?
Letha says, draping herself over the wheel to study the town.
I can see what Mr. Samuels saw.
Same thing Columbus saw from his ship. Letha looks over for explanation. Something that wasn't his. Jennifer clears her right up.
Maybe that's why it's happening again?
Letha broaches, at which point a traitorous tear tumbles down her right cheek in full view. Mr. Holmes, Jennifer says then, giving that sacred name a moment to settle. Why would he give us the same quiz twice? Do you remember? Letha closes her eyes to conjure up sad Mr. Holmes at the front of history class, passing quizzes out one by one instead of letting the students pass them back and back themselves.
Because,
Letha sputters, mumbles.
Because we failed the first time?
Jennifer nods a maybe.
Without memory, there can be no retribution.
Letha recites then, her affect flat like she's possessed. Mr. Holmes? Jennifer asks, something timid to her voice.
Popcorn,
Letha tells her, apologetically. Then quieter, but she has to.
1991.
Now who's hiding in the video rental store?
It's the smiles that keep us going,
Letha says, evidently, by the thunking sound, either unlocking or relogging the doors with her padded left elbow when she shifts in her seat.
The bits of giggles and good tear.
Always clocked you for a Bible girl, Jennifer says, undercutting it with a halfway grin. What's it from? Psalms?
You're serious here?
Letha has to ask. What?
Exorcist 3,
Letha says, pretty much ready to cry over this, too. How can Jennifer have forgotten who she is? But before she can smooth this awkwardness over, the back passenger side door wrenches open, snow swirling into the cab, and she whole body flinches. Speak of the devil, Jennifer says, glaring into her side mirror. Oh, sorry, Banner says, sitting up by the car seat now, clapping the door shut behind him.
You did that on purpose,
Letha says. Banner holds his key fob up to show how he unlocked the doors. And then a small hand reaches over from the car seat for those shiny, jingly keys. For the 1000th time, he lets Adrian take them, then lowers his face to nuzzle his forehead against hers. She giggles a little kid giggle.
Clean them,
Letha says, passing a wipe back. Banner takes it, cleans the keys while Adrian's holding them, making a game of it. Thanks for bringing her, he says.
She loves her daddy,
Letha explains. I mean, her, yeah, Banner says. But, nodding to Jennifer, her, I mean. I could have walked, Jennifer says again, in her sullen, put-upon way. Leith was coming up anyway, Banner tells her. Safer up here. Any news? Jennifer asks.
Sin,
Letha adds. Sleeping since 3 or 4, Banner says. A deputy again, one who's taking careful stock of all the open space around them.
Gwen? Toby?
Letha says, quieter. Rex Allen and Francie will be back soon, Banner says. It was his mantra for the 3 hours he was home last night. You didn't leave them in the parking lot of the motel, did you? Jennifer says, incredulous. It's just called Trail's End, it's not actually. There, Banner starts, then gives himself a do-over. The nursing home has it's not a morgue, but they, have to deal with dead people all the time, Jennifer fills in. Banner nods, keeps nodding.
You don't have to go after him,
Letha says, reaching across the car seat to hold Banner's hand, her eyes pouring across to him.
He's killed so many people already.
It's not like last time, Banner says. It's 2 kids. Rex Allen will get back, and...
Have you talked to him since he left?
Letha asks. I left a voicemail, Banner mumbles. Then, even quieter, about 1,000 voicemails.
Francie, too? They can't both have forgot their chargers.
Banner nods. Francie, too. Yep. It's just us, then, Jennifer says, facing front again, facing the swirling snow. Us and him. Letha's expression doesn't change, but she does follow where Jennifer is looking. And, as her conditioning dictates, she presses the pedal under her foot to change the scenery around her, make it summer again, erase Dark Mill South from Proof Rock. But the truck's engine just revs, and the storm doesn't change, just gusts and sighs. In one of those lulls, Banner's keys jangling to the floorboard, meaning his head is low for the moment. Jennifer leans forward, says, Are those footprints? Letha leans up against the wheel to see better, and they are. Rounded from the wind, indistinct on their own, but in a line, they add up to footsteps. Someone's definitely walked there. They track either to or from the general area of the sheriff's office. You? Jennifer asks to the back seat. Parked around back, Banner says.
Last time you checked on her?
Letha asks. Her? Banner says back. Cinnamon Baker, Jennifer says, already stepping down.
Shit,
Letha says, and knows her eyes are saying it just the same.
Banner hasn't really considered having a heart attack at 22 years old, but he has the distinct feeling that pretty soon here, he's going to be clutching his chest and falling sideways, hopefully into some less stressful place. With the luck he's having this week, though, he'll just loop back to yesterday, when Rex Allen and Francie pulled alongside where he'd been standing on the sidewalk, told him not to let the place burn down while they were gone. Yeah? Yeah. Sure. No problem. Ha ha ha. Ha. Sob. And office support? As of this morning, Meg snowed in at her new cabin on the other side of the highway, which is as far as she can get from the lake, and still be close enough to town for work. Banner could have taken the truck out to get her if he chained up, except he doesn't want to leave Letha with just the Prius. And that would be the same as locking her in the house, and with the lake frozen over, her and Adrian could be approached from any direction, from all directions. And how is Banner supposed to keep everyone in town alive if he's swinging by the house every 5 minutes? He could get up to Megan the snowcat, of course. Let her handle the flood of calls about no power, no phones, the cell tower being in and out. Let her manage the paperwork for murder victims, plural, except the cat's already sitting under half a tank, and clopping up to the diesel pump to refuel would be the same as announcing that Lonnie's treasured snowcat is now the deputy's own personal ride. Banner hadn't parked around back because it's more an employee entrance, but because there's less chance of Lonnie seeing his precious snowcat back there. All the same, though, Lonnie's going to be coming around soon enough. Aside from charging for the cat's maintenance, he also has the contract to keep Main Street plowed, a contract paid for with a kitty the bank and the drugstore and the quilt shop and the seniors and Dots all pay into, to stay open for business during inclement weather. So when they all get to calling Lonnie here in a bit about why their customers don't have anywhere to park, Lonnie's going to come knocking, and Banner's going to have to explain that he has 2 murder victims to deal with, a witness to protect from getting killed. Oh, and also, that big bad killer from the news is in town somewhere and probably isn't done hanging people from trees yet. And no, Banner hasn't announced this or the murders to the town yet, mostly because everyone will ask questions he has no answers to, but also because if he just waits a little bit longer, another hour, another 2 hours, then Rex Allen will be back, won't he? Or at least Francie? Then Banner can have someone telling him what to do instead of having to make all these bullshit decisions himself. Trial by fire is ass, he says in his head, hauling Adrian's car seat out the back door with him, the top already covered with her blanket like Letha's taught him to do. It's to keep 80 warm, of course, but it's also to keep all the idiots in Proof Rock from leaning over and saying how she's so cute, with her coffee skin, her caramel cheeks, or the worst, café au lait and café con leche, which Letha had to explain to him. It means some white in the brown, some milk in the chocolate, which is this or that idiot making a thing of Adrian being mixed, which is how you say it up here at 8,000 feet. Just let her be a goddamn baby, Banner hissed to his mom and dad when they came back up the mountain, either to see their first grandchild, or so his dad could comment on the state of the lawn, the trees that needed cutting back, the drive that needed the gravel raked even, or so Banner's mom could say all her passive-aggressive shit about how Letha had redecorated. As if Letha hadn't let them both retire early and bought their retirement pad up on Pend d'Oreille so his dad could fish every day of the rest of his life. They didn't come down for Adrian's first birthday, and that's just fine with Banner, thanks. And no, Dad, he hadn't let Letha pay for their truck. That's coming from his county paycheck, and will be for 71 more months if he gets on permanent. Taking a job when he didn't exactly have to felt like a point of pride in October. Now he's reconsidering that. One of the games he likes to play with Adrian on the living room floor before supper is that he's the Banner who turns into the Incredible Hulk. He shakes and slobbers and transforms, pulling his work shirt open in the front. If only. And the whole time Letha's in the kitchen, keeping dinner on track, the flat screen mounted in there mindlessly cycling all the horror movies she says calm her. Banner figures he knows what that's about, though. Letha's paying penance for not having listened to Jade, Jennifer, back when she was the girl who cried slasher. Banner had tried explaining that Jennifer had been crying slasher ever since junior high, but Letha still feels guilty. So she dials up movie after movie, like the machine she is, and he's pretty sure she's even leveraging this or that in her dad's holdings, not to maximize profit or whatever, but to keep rights to this or that group of horror movies so she can stream them in the kitchen, watch masked killers carve up high schoolers while she's carving up zucchini with the same exact knife. Sure, why not? What that all means, though? It actually wasn't Banner's idea for Letha to come up to the office, man the front desk in Meg's absence. It was Letha's. According to her, the only killer who came through the front door of the police station was the Terminator. Okay, once that guy from Halloween, sort of. So she and Adrian would be safer up here than buckled down over at the house. Just now she's going to be here without him, isn't she? Sure, the diaper bag is pretty much a bug-out bag, meaning Adrian and Letha can live out of it if they need to. But if the Terminator does choose to drive some stolen car through the front door, Banner shakes his head, tries to take the brunt of the wind for Adrian, and shoulders his way through the first set of doors, Jennifer right behind him, holding the door for Letha to huddle through. Before pushing through into the office proper, they each sweep what snow they can off, their fingertips not quite hitting each other, even though this is a glass phone booth pretty much. When they're dry enough, Banner steps in, holding the door open with his boot, his eyes sweeping the place to be sure nothing's changed. First is the tall reception counter, which Rex Allen says was Meg's idea to get people to stop there instead of barreling right in to stand over her. Past it is Meg's desk, sideways to the front, probably so Meg can emphasize how annoying it is to have to look over to whoever's just walked in. And then back in the left corner by the copy machine and the water cooler, the desk he and Francie share. Well, the desk he gets to sit at when she's not there, so long as he doesn't mess with any of her stuff. It's all just as he left it, though, and that's the important part. Because it's too quiet, Adrian starts in crying, the water cooler burbles hello to them all, and then, all at once, every phone in the place starts in ringing, like the calls build up whenever they can't get through. "Where is she?" Jennifer's already asking, her head on a swivel. Then just calls out, "Cinnamon! Cinnamon Baker!" Banner tilts his head down the hall to the right, past Rex Allen's office. "The supply closet?" Letha says, offended. "Records," Banner tells her, shrugging because he knows records isn't just super ideal either. "It's across from the ladies." Jennifer brushes past him, beelines records like she knows. Oh, but she would know, wouldn't she? "You used to mop up in here, right?" Banner says from behind her. "Just what she wants to be reminded about," Letha says, bringing up the rear. Adrian out of her carrier now, her hand up in her mom's, her toes barely touching the floor, her sobs tamped down by the urgency she can probably feel. "Well, shit," Jennifer says from the doorway to records. Not only is it open, which it shouldn't have been, but Sin's bunk is empty. "She took the clothes," Banner says, not even really meaning to. "Clothes?" Letha asks all the same. "Gal delivered them, so she wouldn't be mostly naked from the motel," Jennifer says, looking around. Then, "There didn't used to be a cot in here." Francie was having difficulties with her marriage, Banner explains, for some reason putting a black bar over Seth Mullins, her husband. "Galatea Pangborn?" Jennifer asks, trying to keep up. "Why would she—" "Maybe she's in the—" Letha says, tilting her head at the restroom they're bunched in front of. Jennifer pushes it open without bothering to knock. Banner cocks his hand up on the molded grip of his Glock. Letha turns so that Adrian's behind her, but "Y'all should really get that fixed someday," Jennifer says about the open bathroom window, the stiff plastic that had been taped over it flapping, snow swirling in, collecting in the sink. "Why would she run?" Banner asks. "Because she didn't feel safe?" Jennifer asks back, obviously. "Because the police guarding the final girl always die," Letha says, her eyes filling. "No offense, Deputy, but she probably just saved your life." "She doesn't need to," Banner says. "Rex Allen left me in charge, not her." "This isn't a pissing contest," Jennifer says. "Anyway, if she's a final girl, then you lose that one. Sorry, Ban." "Is she a final girl?" Letha says, both hopefully and full of regret. Before Jennifer can answer, Banner sees the thin skin around her eyes flinch just the slightest bit, almost a tick. Nothing voluntary, but speaking volumes all the same. She's terrified. The girl she used to be would have been thrilled about all this, would have had her black pom-poms out to cheer it on. She's different now, though. This isn't exciting to her anymore. It's exactly as terrifying as it should be. "Well, she's leaving tracks, isn't she?" Banner says. And both Jennifer and Letha fix him in their eyes.
"You don't have to be doing this," Jennifer is telling herself, as she's doing it, riding shotgun in Banner's snowcat, holding tight to the oh shit handle by her head, her lips peeled back from her teeth so she doesn't bite them the next time she goes weightless. To be sure they don't lose the post-hole footprints, which are rounding off fast, will be gone soon, they're going the town version of cross-country, not following the streets, just chugging across grass and landscaping and whatever. The unstated but bitterly obvious excuse for this kind of rampant destruction of town property is that this is life and death. No way can Sin make it out here in this cold very long. There, Jennifer says, directing Banner a little more to the left. He nudges the cat that direction. If you flatten a bench or something, Jennifer says, that's not on me, right? I can't destroy any more property for a while. Can't what? I'm on probation, she explains. You're not even really here, Banner says. I don't think our liability covers civilians. I'm not even sure it covers this. The snowcat. What did she say last night? Jennifer asks then, trying to spring it on him while he's distracted, since he wouldn't let her come back to the station after the motel. Banner flashes a look over to her side of the cab. That means he knows exactly what she's trying to do here. Still, it's him. Don't worry, he grumbles, shifting down and leaning forward to pick Sin's tracks out from whoever's are crossing. Her description. It's just the same. As what? As on the news, Banner says, watching his mirrors and the tracks for a distracted moment. Which Spice Girl is she even? Jennifer asks. The cinnamon one? Banner asks back, slowing even more when a bike rack is suddenly there. I mean, which twin is... She's the one who made it across, Banner says, hauling the steering wheel over. Jennifer nods, dials back to a skinny 12 or 13-year-old being guided up from the water onto the pier, people screaming and dying all around, Jaws playing overhead. Who even names their kids Cinnamon and Ginger, she says. Banner huffs air out in agreement. And she calls you by your first name? She asks then. She was at the house a lot after Adrian was born, Banner says, shrugging like it's nothing. Where do they even... Jennifer says, trying to put it all together. I mean, her mom and dad, they're both dead, right? Donna Pangborn built a big place at the top of Conifer, Banner says, chucking his chin that direction. Evidently, they all had some deal. I don't know. If something happened to one of them, the other would raise the kids left behind, that kind of thing. Oh, okay. They all live at the same house? That's why Galatea could bring clothes up to Cinnamon? She goes by Gal. Like Wonder Woman? The comic book superhero? She's a movie star now. Forget it. It was while you were... Gal. Got it. We're not supposed to talk to her, though, Banner says, looking over again like to be sure she hears this. Sheriff's orders. But she can come up to deliver clothes? There's this new history teacher, right? Rex Allen thinks he only hired on to, write a book on the Independence Day Massacre. So he's got his class doing all these projects that are really legwork for his book. He's got them picking at scabs. And they're not even hard yet. The scabs? Gross, Banner. Even for you. Says the horror chick? There, Jennifer says, her hand already to the door handle. Banner stops a few feet in front of the huddled, stumbling form of Cinnamon Baker. She's in a blanket, at least, but it's pretty much exactly the blanket Jennifer would expect to find on a cot in the back room of the sheriff's office. And Cinnamon's tall enough that it doesn't even cover her head to toe. Her blonde hair is stiff, frozen in tangles, and the snot on her face is icy. Her red-rimmed eyes the kind of blank that means she's just been putting one foot in front of the other, that she's already given up on actually getting anywhere. It's the kind of walk that's really just a long, slow fall. Here, Jennifer says, hugging Sin to her for the second time in the last 24 hours, guiding her up into the cat and sitting alongside, trying to give her whatever body warmth she can. Shit, Sin, Banner says. You trying to die? Where were you going? Jennifer says. Sin opens her mouth, but no words come out, just a creak. Point, Jennifer says, and Sin's hand comes up from the stiff folds of the blanket, her finger extending the direction they were going. Jennifer looks from where she's pointing across to Banner. Pleasant Valley, he says for both of them. The nursing home. It's the only place this street goes. Warn them, Sin finally gets out. Warn them, Jennifer repeats. About him? Sin nods, keeps nodding. Who is them? Jennifer asks across to Banner. He shrugs, runs the cat up onto the curb for a few yards, hauling the wheel over. No, Jennifer says. We have to get back to the station, Banner says. Where the big guns are? Can we warm her up like she needs there? Jennifer asks. Or will they have actual medical staff at Pleasant Valley? I mean, do you want her to live or do you want her to die? Banner considers some more, hating this. Batman would save everyone, he mumbles. He didn't have to choose like this. We're playing with action figures now? Jennifer asks. Banner lets the clutch out, jerking them ahead. In Jennifer's arms, Sin is shuddering and shaking and starting to cry. Hurry, Jennifer says, trying to breathe warmth into the top of Sin's head, and Banner opens the cat up, has them there in a minute and a half. I'll just, he says, idling the cat under the drop-off overhang and not bothering to open the door on his side. Go, Jennifer says. Check on them. But your wife can take care of herself, too. She doesn't need any tall guy with a big gun to keep her safe. Marriage advice from the perpetually single, Banner says. The instant Jennifer's got Sin down from the cat, Banner's churning away, the swirling snow swallowing the red of his taillights before the whirring clank of his tracks is even all the way gone. And nobody's coming out to meet Jennifer, take Sin. Because this isn't an emergency room, Jennifer reminds herself. Well, she says, and half carries, half walks Sin in, hitting the door opener with her hip. 2 minutes later, 3 nurses have Sin in a wheelchair and a better blanket, are wheeling her back into the bowels of the facility. The high school boy working the front desk brings Jennifer a disposable cup of the most bitter, wonderful coffee. Thank you, Jennifer says, then raises a boot, realizes all the snow she's wearing is melting into a puddle around her. She says, by way of apology. Oh, the high schooler says, seemingly impressed and not much of a problem solver. Maybe a towel? Jennifer prompts, obviously. You could stand on the mat back there, he says. They both inspect this industrial doormat together. The fake plant by it is waving in the wind, slipping in around the doors Jennifer just came through. Maybe I'll just, Jennifer says, stand here, make a mess. I can't leave my post, the kid says, by way of some sort of explanation. If I do again, he pulls his index finger across his throat. This probably is a gravy job, Jennifer says, looking around. The lobby is mostly empty, just one small, old woman in a wheelchair by the fireplace, one small old woman with a shawl wrapped around her shoulders. Christine Gillette, Jennifer hears herself saying in absolute wonder. She turns to the kid, says, kind of whispering, kind of not, She's still alive? We don't generally leave them out here when they're not, the smartass says back. Jennifer feels her face warming. I interviewed her when I was a freshman or sophomore, she says. Was Sheriff Allen for me, the kid says. He's a historical personage now, Jennifer says, insult rising in her voice. Just 20% of my grade. Used to be more, Jennifer says, taking a drink that's still way too hot. School was uphill, too. the kid adds. It sucked in ways you'll never know, Jennifer says. Then, really, there's no towels around here? In this whole freaking place? When Mark and Kristen get back, I'll get one. But like I said, can't leave your post. Yeah. Jennifer looks around, nods, is going to do it, is going to walk right over and risk Christine Gillette not remembering her. Screw it. But Mark? Kristen? She says, like just registering those names. They're on break, the kid says. Jennifer looks at him, weighing each of his words and the disappointed way he said them. Finally, this break, she says, how long it's supposed to go. The kid shrugs, meaning what Jennifer thought. Mark and Kristen's break was over 30 minutes ago. Longer. Mark and Kristen are an item? She asks. An item is what you scan at the grocery store, the kid says back, by way of non-answer. Did they need a condom for this break, then? Jennifer asks. How's that? The kid smiles, shrugs, says, 2 or 3, knowing them. Jennifer sets her coffee down, some of it sloshing out on the fake granite countertop. My station, the kid says, reaching over and down for a tissue. Jennifer keeps her face pleasant while he cleans the splash up, but slides her hand across to embrace this cup, show how easy the rest of it could spill. Mark and Kristen, she leads off. I take it they're friends with Cinnamon Baker? Nobody calls her that. Just Sin. Jennifer swirls the coffee, the kid's eyebrows V'ing up with concern. And where would Mark and Kristen go for privacy? She says. You can't get a towel either, Jennifer says. But what if there's a spill at your station? What kind of conundrum would that create? So it's either I get fired or Kristen kicks my ass. Not Mark? I can handle Mark. Jennifer takes a sip of her coffee and sets it back down roughly, jarring a second sip out. 4:28, the kid mutters, no lips involved. Don't tell them I sent you. Jennifer toasts him by with her coffee, spins on a wet heel, and squelches down the east wing, her skin crawling already. Another institution. Which is what the holding facility in Boise was. But you can leave this one whenever you want, she reminds herself. Still, her legs go stiff. And now, again, she's a robot, mechanically walking past so many doorways, every resident watching her, it feels like. Christine Gillette, too, probably. I'll come back. Talk to you however long you want, Jennifer promises her, at the same time wondering what a promise no one hears is really worth. But she will. And no, she actually can't leave whenever she wants, she realizes. Or she can, but inside 200 yards she'll be as frozen as Sin was, which is when she finally registers that, while breathing all her warmth onto the top of Cinnamon's head, she'd been idly watching out the side window of the snowcat and seen other footprints, which Cinnamon had probably been stepping into. Well, staggering into numbly. Whoever that had been, though, they probably had better clothes, warmer boots. As is, Jennifer's going to have to wait for Banner to cruise back by, scoop her up. Which should happen right about when he remembers to, meaning never, of course. Proof rock, man. Nothing ever changes. But she's at least encouraged by the room number, 428. Not because it's 1 digit away from Elm Street. She's not that girl anymore. But because 4 times 2 is 8, and that's sort of comforting. Or in the absence of anything actually comforting, it's enough. Jennifer does an about-face at the door, looks both ways down the hall to see who's watching. It's no small thing, giving away the place's most private mattress. And when she's alone, she knocks. No answer. Again. Coming in, she announces like a nurse, pushing a tray and backs in through the door. The first thing she hears is running water. It's coming from behind the bathroom door. "Hello?" Jennifer calls. The water doesn't stop. She says then, about the sheeted body on the bed. "What? Is this the morgue Banner was talking about? Is this the dead kid from the hood of that snowplow truck? Would high schoolers seriously want to screw bad enough to share a room with a corpse?" Jennifer nods yes. Probably they would want to that much. "Sir? Sir?" she says to whoever's lying on their back under this sheet, the sheet pulled all the way over their head. "Kristen?" she calls out. "Mark?" And this is definitely 428. It was right there on that brass plate, 5 inches from her eyes. "Sir? Sir?" Jennifer says again, taking what feels like the hugest risk of her life by reaching out to this foot, shaking it. "Hey, you." No answer, but this does tighten the sheet, which makes something too sharp to be an Adam's apple poke up from the throat. Then slowly, that point becomes a single dab of red. "Banner, you idiot," Jennifer says. "I need you. Come back." Moving slowly because she doesn't want this to be real, meaning the longer she delays it, the longer she can deny what she knows to be true. Jennifer gathers the bright white sheet in her hand, her fingers spidering it into her palm inch by inch. The top hem catches on that point, though. Jennifer shakes her head no, please. But she has to know, has to see. She shakes the sheet from the foot, where she is, so that it billows out, going magician high for a moment, then settling down halfway up this white guy's chest. "Mark," Jennifer says. There's what looks like a metal arrowhead pushed up through his throat, probably through the mattress. "Not Mark," Jennifer hears her younger self saying. "Jack." Kevin Bacon's character from Friday the 13th, dead with an arrow shoved up through his awkwardly long throat. Meaning? Jennifer backs to the bathroom door, finds it by touch, pulls it open. It's the sink that's running. Slumped back against the floor between the toilet and the accessible shower is... what's that girl's name? Kristen, Jennifer says like an exhalation. She has a fire axe lodged in her face. Her eyes are still open on either side of that axe. Only if Mark, dead on the bed, is Kevin Bacon's Jack from Friday the 13th, then... Marcy, Jennifer mumbles, because who cares? But you can't deny that this is how Marcy, who Jack just had sex with, dies. "What is happening?" Jennifer says, and turns when she senses she's not alone. It's Sin, standing in the doorway, her inner left forearm seeping thin blood. She dragged her IV out, staggering down here without permission, to warn her friends that Dark Mill South was coming for them. She steeples her hands over her mouth, collapses to her knees, and then, though she looks too weak to even breathe in, she screams, her anguish filling the room. Jennifer rushes out into the hall to wave help in. The staff brush past her, some collecting Sin, some checking the vitals on Mark and Kristen, which is really just confirming what they can already see. "This isn't happening," Jennifer says to the kid from reception. "Wish in one hand," the kid says with a shrug. They're standing on the opposite side of the hall now, out of the way. Jennifer still has her cup of coffee, somehow. Sin's being wheelchaired away again. I thought she was going to see her sister," the kid says. Jennifer hears this, plays it back again, and then steps away so she can look this kid right in the face, give him every last bit of her attention. "Sister?" she says.
The Second Coming. Yes, I can speak on the case of Ginger Baker, Mr. Armitage. But you can't talk about Ginger Baker without first discussing Joss Peason. As O.W. Holmes Jr. says on the poster by your chalkboard, history has to be rewritten because history is the selection of those threads or causes or antecedents that we are interested in. My emphasis. Yes, Ginger Baker's case is intrinsically interesting, is the kind of fabulous that brings Hollywood sniffing around. But of even more interest, in that it would seem to provide context or at least precedent for Ginger Baker's ordeal, is Joss Peason's, which would seem to have provided a model for what Ginger went through. In short, Mr. Armitage, and my research suggests I'm the first to notice this, after their respective traumas, both Joss Peason and Ginger Baker, perhaps in a fugue state they were treated to protect their psyches, went missing for an extended time. Joss Peason, sole survivor of the Pioneer Trails slaughter in Bowman, North Dakota, is an enrolled member of the Sicangu Lakota. She's the one who, 6 weeks after those campground killings, first tipped the authorities off to Dark Mill South's Native American heritage. Those who push back against the claim that Dark Mill South is or was vulnerable to face-offs with Native American women are quick to cite that Joss didn't take him down, did she? Did she? Disregarding this highly sophisticated argument for the moment, the reason Joss Peason's recollection of Dark Mill South's, quote, Indian silhouette wasn't factored into the mounting evidence for 2 months was that, after crawling up from the pit he had been disposing of her friends in, instead of running to the campground's main office or alerting the authorities or doing any one of the other practical things she could have, she effectively disappeared, somehow becoming part of the indigent population of Bismarck, 3 hours to the east. When she was finally discovered, it still took weeks to get her to remember what she'd endured and relay any telling particulars. Where this lines up with Ginger Baker's ordeal is that after Jennifer Daniels and Letha Mondragon escaped the yacht and made their way across the lake to Jaws, a certain closet door deep in the bowels of the yacht opened. It's the one Cinnamon and Ginger and myself had hidden in when the screaming started. We had just ventured timidly out into this new and bloody world when Grade Paulson found us, covered our eyes, and let us off the yacht into the water to swim across to the movie. Note here that I say he, quote, covered our eyes, Mr. Armitage. How would he do this with only 2 hands? It's because Ginger was having one of her panic attacks, and Cinnamon gave her a handful of pills, a paper bag to breathe in, and her favorite hair tie, after which she promised she'd come back for her, that Ginger should just close the door again and stay there. Stay there, be safe, we'd be right back. Ginger stayed as long as she could. I have to believe this. But finally, just as Joss Peason had done, perhaps as a result of the yacht taking on water, she climbed up from this mass grave and navigated the halls and stairways, always moving up, not having anyone to cover her eyes. She had to see it all, and, her doctors warn, sear it into her memory. Instead of swimming the lake after us, she went the other way, into Caribou-Targhee National Forest. It would be 4 weeks before Game Warden Seth Mullins found her, but by that time she'd been spiraling deeper and deeper into her increasingly frenetic cycle of trauma for so long that, in order to subsist on what berries and dew she could find, she had retreated into her own mind and effectively gone feral. With patient work, trained personnel were able to eventually lure Joss Peason out of the protective shell she had retreated to. That effort continues with Ginger. John W. Gardner says that history never looks like history when you're living through it. Yes. What does it look like when you can't stop living through it, though? when it's not even history to you yet. The blood-dimmed tide is loosed, yes, and the ceremony of innocence is drowned. Would that Ginger Baker weren't caught in that tide. Would that her innocence hadn't been drowned. But this, the girl Jennifer Daniels had been in high school would have said, this is how it works in a slasher cycle. Just never mind all the people who have to die along the way.
Silent night, deadly night. At first, it had left him dizzy in his chest, watching 2 television screens at once. But Rexall found out pretty quickly that he could modulate that floating feeling with just the right amount of beer. The beer didn't make him feel any less like he was in a lawn chair tied to a clutch of weather balloons, but it did make him kind of like it, like the floor of his living room had dissolved and he was hurtling forward through some vast space, and the 2 televisions stacked on top of one another were actually colossal, and he was going to get right up to them eventually, and they'd be so big he wouldn't even be able to see the edges, could maybe even touch the glass, a blue spark jumping from it to him and bringing him alive in a way that would take his breath, but also swell his chest near to bursting. Back when, he'd had the little console one stacked on top of the granddaddy of all console televisions because the picture only worked in the top one, while the sound only worked in the bottom one. So together, with both of them clicked to the same channel, he could see and hear just fine, thanks. But then Clayt, standing in the living room and looking around like he was about to rub a white glove over every flat surface in the place, had done that sneering thing he always used to do. "What, you still living in 1996? He'd asked, killing his long neck. "Nothing wrong with 96, Rexall had said back. It was the second comeback that had rolled up into the back of his throat. The first had been, "I ain't mad at you," which Clay probably wouldn't have blinked at. Tab would have, though, and he'd been there that day as well. And he wouldn't have just blinked. He would have stopped the bottle on the way to his mouth and zoomed his eyes down onto Rexall. Not because he knew that was a Tupac song from 1996, the year he died and the world somehow didn't collapse in on itself, but because he knew Rexall was always pulling shit like this. Betraying his race, Tab called it, more disgusted each time he had to say it. But was Rexall supposed to just listen to people with the same skin color as his own? Who would that leave him? Merle Haggard? Anyway, if Tab had held himself to that standard, all he could have listened to would have been recordings of Indians dying in John Wayne movies. And maybe Gordon Lightfoot. That was an Indian name, wasn't it? And he said some Indian words in his songs. Rexall knew because his dad always had a Gordon Lightfoot 8-track thumbed into the player screwed up under the dash of his work truck. Which Rexall is thankful for, really. It made him run so far to the other end of the dial that he ended up riding dirty with Tupac, but in a way that made his soul cleaner. In his leather easy chair, in the glow of 2 television screens, Rexall lifts his beer to Pac and then holds it up long enough that it can be for Tab as well. Goddamn his idiot ass. But Rexall will find him again, he knows. If he watches the top screen close enough. If he just doesn't sleep. Grudgingly, he tips the top of his beer to Clayt as well. Though, at the same time, good riddance, right? Sometimes a boat's bank of props finds the right person. Dude was always showing up and drinking all the beer in town, and he had a way of... The things he could say about Rexall, Tab would smirk and maybe even laugh at their trueness. Shit, Tab never said word one without Clayt's dumbass to give it voice. Like the televisions. Rexall and Tab had watched a weekend's full of tapes on them, no problem, but then Clayt's standing there being all judgy, pretty much calling Rexall a freshman in high school, the 1996 thing. That was the year Rexall missed homecoming, because he'd stolen his dad's rifle and truck, headed down to Vegas on his own to go after the fools who'd shot Pac down. 2,000 years before, he'd have also gone after that king or whoever did the same thing to Jesus. What he never understood was why it was just him driving those roads at night. Why he wasn't part of a brigade, a swell, a flood of trucks collapsing in on Nevada. When the state cops delivered him back to Proof Rock, his dad turned that rifle around, used it on Rexall, broke his collarbones on both sides so he couldn't even use his arms right until Christmas. His ass had got so infected from not being able to wipe right that he had to take horse pills that just made him shit more. But Clayt, the thing about him was that he would piss and moan about this and that, sure, make 6 different kinds of fun about Rexall's stacked television sets, but Clayt also liked to show off. That had always been the thing with him. It's why he was front and center under the dock that night the lake turned into his own personal blender. He was going to show how he could still barefooted across the water, just hold on to the ski rope with one hand, his other in a fist above his head in victory, like that dude at the end of Breakfast Club. Him and Tab were going to walk on water one last time to show that nothing had really changed. Or that was the plan. Rexall's part in it that night was Kimmy's old job. Keep watch, whistle a heads up when the time was right. When your collarbones never healed right, you don't do things like tie onto a fucking giant-ass boat and try to hold on. It was best he didn't try, too, wasn't it? This mama's boy knows better than to let himself get turned into chum. Or, really, if he's being honest, you don't disrespect Pac and then expect things to always go your way, Clayt. Still, up until Clayt bought it, Rexall had always had to put up with his shit, with his superiority, with his strutting around like the cock he was. Back to the stacked television sets. After being an ass about them that time, you can be a cock and also be an ass. Clayt followed through on it and showed up at 3 a.m. on a work day. Rexall found him out front, kicking the side of his truck to try to get it to finally die. "Vacuum locking," Rexall had called out from the porch. "Think I'm an idiot?" Clayt had snarled back. Rexall stepped back, hands held high, not so much in apology, but because he could tell Clayt was flying high, probably on some of his girlfriend's kids' Adderall. That had been his favorite lately. Said it gave him focus, but didn't make his teeth fall out like meth would. The shop he worked at didn't have a dental plan. Jobs where you don't want the tax taken out usually don't. That was the one thing Rexall always had over Clayt and Tab. Benefits. The county even gave him sick days. No way was he ever letting go of whatever mop they gave him. When Clayt's truck finally clattered down, he waved Rexall out, and the two of them lugged in the 2 flat-screen televisions Clayt had in the back of his truck, face down on some horse blankets with pine boughs under them. "Join the 21st century," Clayt grumbled, and then, with all the concentration the Adderall gave him, he took the tubes out of Rexall's 2 console sets and replaced them with the flat screens, then spliced them both into the stereo speakers Rexall had by his chair for when he wanted to listen to Dear Mama and cry, hitting the top of his leg with the side of his fist the whole time, sometimes until he was black and blue. Since Clayt wired both sets to the speakers, the sound could get muddy, but the bottom set's audio was just hiss, really, and Rexall had traced back the Gossamer speaker wire, snipped it. It was better to watch it silent anyway. With Tupac talking through the speakers, the stereo was still wired in through a switcher. It was like watching a music video. Not to take anything away from Tupac's own videos, of course, but him narrating over these scenes from Proof Rock, it brought him up the mountain, let him provide the soundtrack for all this bullshit. And if Rexall watches closely enough, constantly enough, he'll see a certain shape again. He knows. It sucks being the last one left is the thing. Clayt got sucked into a wall of spinning blades. Tab bought it from a single blade, and now it's just Rexall, snowed in for the week. The plan had been to do a deep clean of the cafeteria, then line all the tables up in the second-grade hall so he could spin a few layers of wax onto the floor. Not enough that it would get gummy, and he'd polish it until it shone like glass, of course, but enough that all the shit the kiddies spilled would mop up better. But, too, sitting here and not having to do that isn't bad either. Not at all. And he can submit a time card correction in January, right when school's open again and everything's hectic, and get paid all the same. Like Harrison'll ever know he didn't do that deep clean. Like he's going to steal some kid's geometry compass and go out onto the floor between the tables, drill that sharp point in to see how deep the wax is. Shit. Work's easy. Work's cake. It's not as easy as when he was 17, had just hired on, but when you're a kid, you don't need to sleep as much. But it's not like he can't still stay up all night watching his 2 screens, and then fuel this morning's viewing with beer for breakfast and one for dessert, too. Rexall cashes his current one, ferrets another up from the cooler on the right side of his chair. What Tab told him after his big wreck senior year was that Indians never really die. That you can tell that by how he was still there, when that Grand Prix should have killed his ass. You can tell by how there's still Indians everywhere, after the cavalry had been trying to kill them ever since Columbus, ever since the Vikings, ever since that cold, windy walk across from Russia, even. Tab's other proof of this was how he said that one night over at Camp Blood, he'd been standing by the fire after nailing Kimmy again, and he'd looked over to the National Forest, seen a line of bow and arrow Indians on that shore, all just sitting there on their painted ponies, holding their staffs with feathers and scalps all tied to them, and the chief of them had looked over, nodded once to Tab, and Tab had nodded back, and then he knew that he could never really die, that he would always come back. Rexall's proof of this was that Tab had never floated back up to the surface. What this meant was that he was going to step up onto shore himself one fine day, and things could be like they were before. Just now, no Clate, which is fine by Rexall. But when Tab finally comes back, he's probably going to be weak and confused, and need a beer too. So, Rexall keeps watch. The top screen is tied into his VCR and DVD player, and his bottom screen is wired into the PC he scavenged from parts at work. And the PC is spliced into some coax he buried in sections along a water main over 2 months of nights. The image is a bit fuzzy and jerky from too many junctions and from not having an inline amp, but it's better than trying to jack it through Wi-Fi. Someone else would eventually tap into that. It gives Rexall access to all his cameras. Used to, he was always smuggling SD cards back and forth from home to work, but this is live. His thinking is that when Tab comes back, his head's probably going to be dialed to when he was a kid, meaning he'll probably go to homeroom, which anybody else would think is golding, as there's no homeroom in high school. But the elementary Rexall and Tab went to, it was in Henderson High, back when Henderson and Golding were one school, one building, before the new elementary got built, with that bond everybody hated. But, just to be sure not to miss Tab, Rexall had also climbed the light pole in the parking lot by the pier, sneaked a lens up there so he could see any wet, mostly dead people stumbling up from the lake. Right now, though, it's just Sheriff Hardy with his walker struggling through the snow, probably trying to find the right ice floe to die on. And, really, with the lake frozen hard, he isn't just super sure how Tab is supposed to get up from his watery grave. Or he'll have to feel for a weak spot, probably that soft spot out by the dam, where the intakes keep the ice thin, then trudge across all the ice, not even bother walking on to the end of the pier. Just walk alongside it, up into Proof Rock, to what used to be homeroom. Rexall clicks back to Henderson High. The top screen is blank, fizzled, who knows why. The cold. And every time the Jenny in the backyard sputters, the bottom screen wavers a bit, but it hasn't died yet. Neither has the juice his cameras are all tapped into. It's emergency electricity, which the school doesn't even need right now, but screw it. Rexall could suit up and go over there, turn it off, but then the yellowy-orange lights in the hall would go black, and he'd have nothing at all to watch. 2 beers later, Rexall nods off a bit, comes back with a snap, he isn't sure why. The cycle he has the cameras on is in the girls' locker room now, the down-angled one he's had to reposition with each class, depending on who's standing where, but is that what woke him? The memory of good times past? Rexall grubs for the keyboard, does the key combo that tiles all the cameras across the screen instead of cycling through. If anything's moving, any one, he'll see them now. He hates that one of the tiles is Hardy, since his slow, stupid motion keeps drawing Rexall to it instead of the other tiles. But then, way down at the end of the lockers, there's a shadow. Trying to get that camera's feed front and center, Rexall fumbles the controls, has to right arrow ahead through 5 other cameras before getting to the one he wants. He leans forward, the chair creaking, is looking through the high antlers of that north-facing elk at the end of the hall. Not his favorite angle, but the hole had already been in the wall from the first time he tried hanging that bull, before he took into account how far up those tines reached. It's not Tab, it's her. Rexall doesn't know her name, but he does know what she looks like without her shirt. She's one of the new ones, he's pretty sure, one of the seniors who just moved in to get the free college. It's the gift that keeps on giving. She's still dressed, but that can change in a heartbeat. And behind her is another girl, a slighter one Rexall's been watching since she was in elementary, and then a scrawny boy who keeps lifting his chin, like trying to puff himself up. "What have we here?" Rexall says into the silence of his living room, ready for whatever this night's about to deliver to him, not on a silver spoon, but on a silver line of coax. The better to record them with. Rexall hits the key he's dabbed fingernail red, which records all his inputs, but screw it, he can go back, scrub the useless ones. Like always, though, hitting record makes the whole system shudder, which is a continuing mystery, something to do with power, he's pretty sure. The annoying part is, it dumps Rexall's screen back to the first in the cycle, the new lens, down at the pier. "Yeah, you're who I want to see, Sheriff," he says, and is tapping his index finger on his knee, waiting for the screen to dial back to the high school and whatever's about to be happening there, when... "What?" he says. Who he's talking about is the dark shape striding so close under this camera that it disappears for a couple of steps. But then he's back, moving away from town instead of towards it, and not stopping to deal any justice to the old sheriff who still has his back turned to sweep that bench. But it's undeniable. Tab Daniels is in the world again. What does Pac say? His only fear of death is reincarnation? Sure, he's right. He's Tupac. But still, later in that same song, he'll probably be a mystery to many, but a legend to some. That's what Rexall is seeing right now. The legend. And, "You're bigger," he says in wonder. And Tab's face, for the fuzzy instant the camera sort of almost had it, being dead hasn't fixed it. But that's right, that's proper. Otherwise nobody would know it was him. Rexall comes close to the screen, is on his knees now. When his fingers touch the bottom monitor, a blue spark arcs between him and this, and it starts his heart again.
Start at dawn, reach and pull, and an old man can get from his front porch to the pier by lunch. If he's determined and has his sorrels on and this godforsaken ushanka pulled down tight over his head, covering his ears. When he got the goofy hat, it's real sable, for a retirement gift, he thought it was just something to lovingly inspect with everyone watching, then throw in a closet after they're gone. But those damn Russians, they know the cold. You got to give them that. There's not a warmer hat in the world, he knows now. Sure, it looks like a marmot's humping his head, but like there's anyone else out here braving the elements? It's just one old man, his walker, his retirement hat, and a scarf to clean Melanie's bench with. Because rituals are important. Or really, because he can't bear to see her bench look like it's been forgotten. Not while he's around to maintain it. What Hardy's been doing is having the Tompkins kid swing 'em by here on the way down from the dam. The kid sits in the Bronco and does stuff on his phone, while Hardy brushes Melanie's bench off and maybe has a smoke or two, watches the sun go down one more time on a world where his only daughter's dead and gone. He won't be coming back from the control booth today, though. This morning, no one was waiting in front of his house to ferry him up there, which Hardy plans on having words about with Rex Allen. No, the lake isn't going to drain or come up too high from a day or two of inattention. It's not that. Hell, in the winter like this, it can probably go a week unattended. But this storm can't last that long, can it? No, what he's going to have words with Rex Allen about is whether Tompkins is cut out for this line of work. What kind of deputy sits up there behind the wheel playing on his phone while he's on the clock? Part of enforcing the law, it's letting it be known that you're there, and you're always watching. While Hardy smokes on the bench, the kid could be moseying up Maine, say, and taking stock of the storefronts, showing that there's a badge in the area. Everybody behaved now. Leave your phone in the glove box when you're on duty. That's the ticket. But, too, it gives Hardy some small consolation seeing how, without him, things are generally falling apart. He doesn't want it all to fall apart, but that it is means his 41 years on the job mattered. He was holding the line, keeping people safe. Just that somehow didn't include Melanie, did it, Angus? He winces, whips the scarf from his neck a second time, the snow is constant, and balls it around his right hand again, a numb action, what with the thick gloves. Hardy brushes back and forth, staying upwind to keep his face from catching the powder. Halfway through, breathing deep, he has to lean back on his walker, use the crossbar as a stool, his back to the lake, so he's looking right up Maine. How many times did he patrol up and down it? He's not looking for a number. He's reaching back for a feeling. And, hell, that time Don Chambers brought the lake all the way up to the 5th brick by the bank. It's still the most amazing thing he ever saw in this valley. He asked around, too, and after that last night at the movies, when the water came up for the second time in memory, nobody thought to watch if it got as high as that 5th brick. If Jennifer brought it up that high or not. Her saving proof rock still makes him look away and grin. From the least likely, right? Isn't that the way it always goes? And nobody in town would have crossed the street to piss on her had it been her burning. Not that she would have it any other way. For the 100th time, counting just the past couple of weeks, Hardy wonders if Melanie would have been the same had she got to grow up. It's natural for kids to rebel, to push back, to hate everyone and everything. Hopefully she would have. Or no, she'd have had to, wouldn't she? The sheriff's daughter? If the sheriff's daughter doesn't raise 6 different kinds of hell, then her classmates never accept her, always think she's a rat. With a dad like Jennifer's, though, did she feel like she had to outdo him? Outbad him? Hardy remembers Tab, too, though. 7 years old, running down Maine with a toy gun, shooting all the cars, and rolling away from the mushroom cloud explosions he was seeing. Just being a kid, not yet a full-blown idiot. He did one thing right, though. Well, 2, counting not floating up to the surface of Indian Lake as evidence in a homicide trial. But Hardy knows not to start thinking like that. If you open those gates, start mulling over the dead and what they're doing now, then you fall into what he calls the Trudy hole. She was never all the way good after Melanie, but she went through the motions, even kept smiling from her bed in hospice. The good thing about hospice was that it was wheelchair accessible, which matters for a retired sheriff who's had his guts unspooled in the lake. And the facility didn't have one of those death cats that only come into your room when it's time. But, close to the end, Hardy had gotten some laughs from Trudy about that, holding her hand in his. He'd gone on about how he'd heard of this one hospice where it wasn't a cat that padded into the room when the hour was near, but a sorrel gelding, the Blaze Reaper, they called it, because of the white star on its forehead. Whenever that horse clopped down the hall, nosed this or that door open, then shut it after walking through, those residents always turned up dead with, hoof prints all over them and their bed all smashed to flinders. It was stupid, but it had made her look away and grin. And that was everything. It was only after she'd gone on that, collecting the things from her nightstand, just piling more and more in his lap, saving every little thing since there'd never be any more, Hardy'd wheeled over to the window. There was a horse way on out there, just chomping the tall grass. But it looked up, quirked its ears as if sensing him. Hardy flipped it off, then lowered his head and cried at last, and the nurses just let him do that all afternoon. And now here he is, still tending his daughter's bench. Here he is, having outlived the two women of his life. But, given the choice, that's exactly how he'd want it. He'd rather it be him here at the end instead of either of them. Well, instead of Trudy, anyway. Melanie might have her own family by now, though. Yeah, she would. That's the way the cycle works, how it's supposed to go. Hardy pushes up from the damned walker and sweeps the other side of the bench clean. If he had a hairdryer and a few 100 feet of extension cord, he could do it right, get it pristine like Mel deserves. But the storm hasn't even peaked yet. The bench will be a sparkling mound of white again by evening. It's the effort that counts, though. The attention. It's clean enough now to sit on, at least. Hardy lifts his walker to shake it off and reparks it within reach for when he'll have to get back up. But then he lifts it higher to be sure what he's seeing. He's down to one tennis ball. Figures. There aren't more back at the house, either. Meaning, whenever the so-called deputy turns up, he's going to have to send him down to Dollar General for one. The kid'll hate the errand, Hardy'll hate that him getting through the day has come down to a tennis ball, and fuck getting old, right? No, fuck getting your gut cut open, fuck having your large intestines floating in the lake beside you, fuck colostomy bags and walkers and all of it. But neither would he trade any of it. Or, no, that's not quite true. He would trade the last 26 years, even including all the walks and meals and moments with Trudy, to just have been out by the dam with Melanie that day. He's been around long enough to know that every father's most basic wish is to sacrifice himself to save his kid, that there's no better way to cash out, and that him wishing that is just... He's one dad in a sea of dads, all of them perfectly willing to walk open-eyed into a buzzsaw if it means their kid doesn't have to. But being one of many doesn't make him wish it any less. And now, of the kids out there with her that day, Tab's gone, Misty's gone, Clate's fish food, Lonnie's more or less checked out, Kimmy's pretty much the walking dead, Rexall's life without Tab to lead him around is punishment enough, probably. And none of that matters like Hardy thought it would. It's not about guilty parties suffering. It's about his little girl breathing in lake water and reaching her hand up for someone to haul her up, and her dad not being there. The booth he sits in day after day on top of the dam, it's not a vantage point, it's not a job, it's a cell. He's serving a sentence, doing his time. The only moment over the last couple of decades that felt even a little bit like redemption was... It was her again, Jennifer, when she was Jade. When she was throwing her life away, or trying to. Her left wrist, not just seeping blood, but spurting it with her slower and slower heartbeats. One possibility Hardy never even told Trudy was that when he was carrying Jade in that night, her lips blue, her chin not even shivering anymore, her eyes glassed over, he'd whispered a secret deal to the lake, that if this girl could live, then anything else could happen. Bring it. It didn't matter. Everything for her. Just don't goddamn let her die. Don't take her away, too. The Independence Day massacre was just a few weeks after that, wasn't it? It could all be his fault, Hardy knows. And he might make that same deal all over again. There was a moment when she knocked on the door of the control booth where he thought, but no. Melanie's not hand-over-handing it up her ladder to see you, old man. She's gone on to her reward, to somewhere better, where she never has to grow up. And if you sit here much longer talking to yourself in your head, you're going to stiffen up, not be able to rise at all. But maybe that wouldn't be the worst thing. Freezing, after a certain point, is supposed to be just like falling asleep. Hardy looks down the pier, dials back to something better, trying to give himself a reason to creak his old bones up. Where he lands is all the kids from town lining up on the pier whenever it got hot enough for him to whip his airboat around, spray them with water. Where's Rex Allen got that old swamp machine, anyway? It's a lot of boat, can get away from you, but that's no reason to mothball it. Out on the ice, though, Hardy guesses he understands. When the lake's icy slush, the airboat's golden, like it was born to this. But when it's frozen hard like this, there's no steering. If you have two people, then one can act like ballast, moving to the right side to weigh it down, make the boat tend that way. Forget about braking, though. It's a good enough time, if you've got the time and are dressed for the cold, but in his time behind the badge, Hardy had usually left the airboat in the county garage for the duration of winter, too. Lonnie's cat's the real ticket for the snow, and if you need to go out onto the lake to pull in an ice skater with a busted knee, somebody in town's usually got a snowmobile fired up. Hardy takes his right glove off, paws inside all his layers for his smokes. He packs them, shakes one up, takes it with his lips, and then squints when he draws close to the match. More from the memory of smoke than the stinging presence of it, the wind sucking it away almost before it even happens. That first draw is always the sweetest, too. Hardy holds it, can feel his lungs opening in that way he needs. He blows it out in as tight a line as he can, like he's deliberating here, trying to figure something out, but he's not. Old men don't have to figure shit out. They just have to sit on a bench in the bitter cold and smoke their death sticks and consider the white form taking shape out on the ice. Hardy's been watching it a full 10 seconds before he registers that it isn't just fog. Somebody's out there on the lake. What the? Hardy creaks, his heart thumping once, hard, in agreement. This how it is? At the end, not a horse come to stomp you to death, but some reaper here to lead you away by the hand. Maybe after opening your throat. Or, Hardy surmises, maybe that's the version your dying mind kicks up, right? To make dying make sense. Probably he's just having a stroke or a heart attack. Bring it, then, he says to the figure out there, gaining sharper edges now. And swinging its arms like the Winter Olympics? What kind of bullshit death dream is this supposed to be? Hardy leans forward like that'll bring this into proper focus, and sure enough, he wasn't hallucinating those arms, going back and forth like pendulums, like this shape, this person, this thing, is rushing toward him. But something about the motion isn't right, too. At first, Hardy thinks this is an ice skater, out long after they should be, but then he gets it. Skis, he says, shaking his head about it, impressed. Some idiot's out in this storm on cross-country skis, and in a white jacket and pants, at that. Even the helmet's white, like they want to be sure that when they get in trouble, nobody's going to be able to see them. Hardy takes another drag and turns his head to the side to blow it out, his eyes never leaving this figure. It's coming right at the pier, reaching out with poles to pull itself along, When it gets there, it tucks like a downhill racer. Whatever contraption that is in its backpack, too tall not to duck. Whatever idiot this is slips through the posts, then carves left, slides up onto shore right in front of Hardy, cocks purple goggles up on his helmet. Not to look at Hardy, out here freezing to death alone, but like to see what might have been chasing him, marvel at the trek he just made. And that's a sleek recurve bow in his pack, Hardy can see now. It's even strung, for some fool reason. "Ho!" he calls out. The skier flinches, comes around fast, and... Shit. It's that goddamn history teacher, isn't it? Figures. Nobody actually from Idaho would be doing such a fool-headed thing as cross-country skiing on the lake in the middle of the worst storm in 50 years. "Sheriff," Mr. Armitage says, lifting his left hand in greeting. It's what this Claude Armitage still calls Hardy. It's what he calls him every time he comes around asking for an interview, and every time he leaves without one. Hardy takes another drag. Armitage pulls over, opens his gloved hand to the bench beside Hardy, and Hardy shrugs. Armitage sits. He's breathing hard, smiling with satisfaction, his long sandy hair falling down over his eyes when he takes his helmet off, clops it down onto the bench between them. "You the cat that got the canary or what?" Hardy asks, offering the pack of cigarettes he's pretty sure is frozen to his glove. Armitage just looks out over the lake like he owns it, now that he's skied it. It doesn't make Hardy revile him any less. It's not because he's not bare, it's how can someone not even born in the state teach state history? And would he even be here if the Independence Day massacre had never happened? He's a short-timer, as far as Hardy's concerned. No, worse, he's a tourist. Just, he's a tourist who happened to have a teaching certificate at a time when there was a vacancy at the high school. But he's not about the kids. He's about the thrill of what happened right out here by the pier. Hardy knows about the book this new history teacher's writing, yeah. On the one hand, by the time it gets all the way written, Hardy'll probably be with Trudy and Melanie. On the other hand, the man's a scavenger. Worse, Rex Allen explained on one of the times he had to come up himself to haul Hardy down, Armitage had been in the peanut gallery for the whole first year of Jennifer's trial down in Boise, just taking notes and grinning, soaking it all in. "Ready for that interview?" Armitage says, his voice all about good cheer and hopefulness. Hardy chuckles. Armitage already knows what the answer is. "Not really fit for humans, you know," Hardy says, chucking his chin out to the lake, the weather. "It's thick enough, isn't it?" Armitage says back about the ice, playing innocent, which is to say, working his way into Hardy's trust. Or trying to. "Just don't come over by the dam," Hardy says, turning his head to blow smoke. "Why, she back?" Armitage says then, like an ambush, and Hardy can feel his face being watched so closely. When he doesn't confirm or deny, Armitage bites his glove off and, going slow-like for permission, reaches over for the pack of cigarettes ice-welded to Hardy's glove. Armitage pinches one up carefully, pulls the matchbook up from the cellophane and lights up, holding it in deep just like Hardy did, even squinting when he lets it back out. "I quit this 6 years ago," he says. "I quit every day," Hardy informs him. "Right there's where it happened," Armitage says about the pier then, as if still impressed. No, like he's in church. I know you fired your service revolver 4 times that night, but at what? Can you tell me that, at least? At who, Sheriff? Who were you shooting at? Tell me that, and I quit pestering you." "There's blood on your glove, there," Hardy tells him back. Armitage doesn't understand at first, then raises up the glove he took off. It's spattered red. Unless you were painting a fire hydrant out there, Hardy adds. Huh, Armitage says, turning the glove this way and that. He tilts his face up and stretches his lips down, showing the skin under his nose to Hardy. I freeze up enough to have a nosebleed? Hardy snatches a look, shakes his head no. Oh yeah, Armitage says then, slipping back into the glove. I was touching up a fire hydrant over there. How'd I forget? Hardy can't help but look where Armitage is meaning. Terra Nova, he says out loud, for both of them. Armitage shrugs sure, Terra Nova, and Hardy, once a lawman, always suspicious, registers that across the lake's where this history teacher wants him looking. Not back into town. Here, Armitage says, standing all at once, clomping around on his skis, which is a complicated enough maneuver that Hardy gets a good long look at his backside. His pack. So you hunt? Hardy asks, already not believing it. What? Armitage says, spinning around to what Hardy means. The oddball recurve, just as snow-white as the rest of his gear. No, didn't even bring any arrows. Francie's husband will write you up if you're hunting, Hardy warns. I would never. Vegetarian, Armitage explains, holding his hands up as if to prove his innocence. This is, the biathlon? When Hardy doesn't dignify this, Armitage goes on. It goes all the way back to the 16th century, Norway, which kind of makes sense. You cross-country it from point to point on a course, and there's these small little targets there. I'm just trying to get used to having it on my back, like. Wheelbow wouldn't be so tall. Except the cams would freeze up, and there's no time to pack and unpack a rig or take it apart and put it together. It's a timed event. And points and penalties. It's a whole thing. You watch the Olympics? Hardy takes a drag. Armitage shrugs, looks around. Here, he says, kind of starting over, but extending a hand now. I'll help you get back to... I don't even know where you live, do I? Pleasant Valley Assisted Living? Hardy lets his smoke seep out like he's on fire inside. He looks up the hill to the nursing home, says, Not yet, no.
Jennifer comes out of the restroom on the east wing, is opening and closing her hands by her thighs, telling herself over and over that this isn't happening. This isn't happening. And even if it is, it doesn't involve you, girl, she mutters to herself to make it real, to get herself to believe it. And anyway, that senior hanging from the tree at Trail's End, she doesn't have to be Casey Becker, dying at the front of Scream. And these two kids down the hall, maybe it's just coincidence that their deaths line up with Friday the 13th. Maybe Jennifer's remembering those movies wrong, too, right? The girl who believed in slashers, that was somebody else. This Jennifer doesn't even wear eyeliner anymore, and all the videotapes she used to have had to have been burned in a bonfire years ago already, just to watch that iridescent tape writhe. Jennifer glares across the wide empty floor of the nursing home's lobby at the other wing. Because the phones are down, the kid who was working receptions gone on the snowmobile he evidently came on is supposed to be coming back with the cavalry, meaning Banner. That was 5 minutes ago now. After probably an hour and a half of every nurse and administrator pinballing around, pulling their hair out, trying to find a manual for what to do in case of 2 teenage volunteers being slaughtered. Nobody asked Jennifer what to do, of course. Her orders are just not to leave, like she could. But at least sin isn't her responsibility anymore. Presumably, competent medical staff have her tucked away in some safe part of this facility. If they're smart, they'll just give her a medical-grade roofie so she can forget the last 24 hours and maybe have a normal life from here on out. But it'll take a lot more pills than that for Cinnamon to forget her parents, dead on the yacht, along with the rest of the founders. Her dad was torn in half, wasn't he? No. Mars Baker was half in, half out of that window, maybe? Sin had to have walked past that. She has to still be walking past that every time she closes her eyes. It's a lot to lay on a kid. And founders? Seriously? Jennifer hasn't thought that word in, God, how long? And what, did they write the Constitution? Lay down the Oregon Trail? Drive the last spike into the Intercontinental Railroad? All they found was a little girl who didn't know how to die, over on a shore they never should have broken ground on. And rich as they were, it was proof rock that paid the price for that. That was years ago already, though. This is now. This is where Jennifer can prove that this isn't all happening again. That she's just falling back on old ways of thinking, ways that don't apply anymore. Who can prove that to her? She's just down that opposite hall, too. Jennifer retrieves her mostly empty coffee from the top of the water fountain, fake drinks it to mosey across the lobby, then sets it onto the front desk's high counter, having to really jostle it to get any of it to slosh up and out. Oops. She reaches over the counter for a napkin, but isn't as tall as the reception kid. So, thinking only of cleaning up this accidental mess, she steps behind the counter, uses a tissue to dab up the coffee, after which she's politely looking for the trash. She doesn't know this place. This is all so new. It's all about frame of mind. Then she leans forward on the counter again, wraps her hand around the coffee, and nobody's even watching her little charade. She sits down into the tall chair, and, after checking all around, presses the control that sinks the chair, bringing her head down to where it can hardly be seen anymore. Perfect. Submarine girl. The human alligator. If anybody steps up, asks what she's doing, she just needed an out-of-the-way chair to sit in. After seeing what she saw, maybe she can even manufacture some sudden tears, if need be. Already certain she won't be able to navigate Pleasant Valley's computer system, she pulls the big blue binder into her lap, which is going to be trickier to explain. So, be fast. 90 seconds later, beside an exquisite drawing of a drum kit, she finds Ginger Baker in room 308W. W for West, which is good, since the East Wing is where Mark and Kristen still are. The keys are in a cabinet that has a lock on it, but because this is proof rock, not the Boise holding facility, that little key to the cabinet's on a hook up under the counter. Jennifer rolls in the chair to the end of the counter and walks up from it, smooth criminal style, the key tight in her right hand, her coffee abandoned. Easy as that. You can do this, she tells herself, making time across the wide lobby. Oh! Some woman says behind her, though. Jennifer licks her lips, gets her eyes ready. Bambi, you're Bambi. And still walking, she turns around. It's Christine Gillette in her wheelchair. Your hair is different, she says, reaching for it. Jennifer feels her face warm. Stacy Graves, Christine Gillette says, that jump rope lilt right there waiting. She'll put you in your grave, Jennifer finishes, not even really meaning to. It's a spike in her heart, in her life. Christine Gillette is the first person to have told her about Stacy Graves. Used to. She was the only living person to have seen her. If only it would have stayed that way. Did your history teacher give you a good grade? Christine Gillette asks in her wavery grandma voice, lifting an ancient hand as if reaching to touch Jennifer. I'm sorry, Jennifer says, trying to back away, escape this moment, not let it get her caught going down a hall she's not supposed to be in. You told me you would come back, Christine Gillette says. And you did. You're here. Jennifer blinks, her eyes heating up, her heart trying to escape her chest. Girls without mothers fall apart on the inside when someone like Christine Gillette remembers them, notices their new hair. But Jennifer's on a mission here. "I think you've got me. I'm not," she says, backing away, Christine Gillette's hand still raised, waiting. Jennifer wants to run to her, to fall to her knees, lay her head in the old woman's lap, let her pet her new hair down, but... "Can you," she says to a passing nurse, then quieter, just between them, "I think she thinks she knows me." The nurse slows, looks between Christine Gillette and Jennifer. "I knew you would come back," Christine Gillette says, and then the nurse is there between them, muttering to Christine Gillette like she's a child, asking who she thinks this pretty girl is, and Jennifer turns, isn't walking anymore, is scurrying, that key gouging into the skin of her palm, her knees knocking into each other, her heels hardly leaving the ground. It's not easy, being a terrible person. "I'll come back, though," she tells Christine Gillette, for the second time in 10 years. But right now, she has to get down the hall without anybody else stopping her. "Ma'am? Ma'am?" the nurse calls after her, but Jennifer pretends not to hear. 20 seconds later, she's to 308, her head still jumping rope with that old rhyme. "Stacy, Stacy, Stacy Graves, born to put you in your grave. You see her in the dark of night, and once you do, you're lost from sight. Look for water, look for blood, look for footprints in the mud. You never see her walk on grass. Don't slow down, she'll get your ass." But Stacy Graves is gone, Jennifer reminds herself. The lake finally took her. Jennifer closes her eyes, makes herself say it the way it really happened. Ezekiel took her down to his holy church in Drown Town. And that's that. And she wasn't a monster any more than Jennifer was when she was Jade. She just didn't understand. So you had to do what you did, Jennifer tells herself. She had to hug Stacy Graves' tiny body to her own and hold her under the lake that was poison to her until they both drowned. She had to. And that doesn't make her like all the other proof rockers who close their doors to this hungry little girl, living like a cat in their dirt streets. It doesn't make her like the boys who threw that little girl out onto the water to prove she was a witch. She's more like Stacy herself, she knows. I would have bounced too, Jennifer knows. She would have found the water hard. She would have stood up on it too, and run away on all fours, because balancing on top of the lake has to be a new thing, a scary thing, the scariest thing. And where Stacy was running? To find her mom. Jennifer shakes her head, trying to quit this thinking. What she needs now worse than anything is a cigarette, to fill her mind with delicious smoke, let her only think about inhaling, exhaling, all her capillaries opening up under her skin, like some network of mushroom fibers struggling to the surface for a drink of moonlight. Okay, she says, and, after checking both ways again, keys the door open and slips inside, shuts it soundlessly behind her. This room is the twin to the one Jennifer talked to Christine Gillette in 4 years ago. Hospital bed, nightstand, visitor's chair, wheelchair parked under the wall-mounted television, a tall, narrow door that must be a bathroom. The only difference is that now the television's a flat screen. Ginger Baker isn't watching it. She's sitting in the window well, her back against the right side, her feet bare, the soles cracked, her hospital gown just a limp nothing. And her head, her hair. She's bald. Out her window is Indian Lake, the frozen version. She's framed against it like she's the pastel foreground of the saddest postcard. And except for the baldness, she might as well be her twin sister. You're early. It's not even prickly yet, she says in a floaty voice, rubbing her palm over her smooth scalp, stopping because she's turned around, and Jennifer's not who she's supposed to be. Story of her life. Hi, she says, kind of grinning apology, she hopes. Ginger tilts her head over an evil little bit, taking Jennifer in. Who are you? She finally asks, and there's something recitey about the way she delivers it, like she's the computer version of a court stenographer reading back words. Letha's friend, Jennifer mumbles. This is exactly the back and forth she had with either Cinnamon or Ginger in the tight hallway of the yacht right outside the bathroom, right after Jennifer'd shaved all her hair off. Does her dad know you're spending the night? Ginger asks, liking that Jennifer knows her lines, it seems. Ginger's legs come down from the window well, her feet finding the floor exactly as a spider's might. He ordered us that movie, Jennifer says, suddenly very aware that the door behind her is locked tight and that no one knows she's here. No, Ginger says, coming over the bed instead of around it. Not stepping up onto it, but keeping her eyes locked on Jennifer's, and at the same level, her arms and legs crawling her across the mattress. Jennifer sucks her breath in, and then Ginger's there. He ordered us a movie, she says, her breath hot on Jennifer's lips, her eyes unblinking, boring in. That's what you said, remember? What was the movie? Letha doesn't remember. Christy, Jennifer says, stepping back, her elbows right against the door now. The bathroom's not even steamy, Ginger says, about the lie Jennifer, Jade, had told that night, with the towel around her head, that she had just been taking a shower. And no, Theo Mondragon didn't know she was there. Who did you think I was, just now? Jennifer asks. It's all she can think of, but it's better than the crackly silence. Ginger spins, overplaying like a dancer on stage, and walks a straight line back to the window. But she's not looking out it, not really. She's watching Jennifer in the reflection. My sister, Ginger says. She cuts my hair for me. If anybody else tries, I bite them. She clacks her teeth as if Jennifer needs that sound. It keeps them on their toes, Ginger adds, and Jennifer can see one side of her mouth grinning in the reflection. She can also see that Ginger wants her to see this. She spins, leans back against the ledge, her hands on it, and the way she's standing now is showy, like she's playing for the back rows. They have to cut it all off, because if they don't, I pull it, Ginger says, batting her eyes, her delivery more childlike now, more fake innocent, emphasizing that this is a game. And nothing she's said has told Jennifer which twin she was in the hall that night. I'm sorry about your parents, she says. Ginger shrugs one shoulder like surely Jennifer can do better than that. It's happening again, isn't it? Ginger says flatly. Jennifer refocuses her eyes to stare out across Indian Lake, and all at once she gets why access to Ginger Baker is limited. What is there to say to her that won't compound her situation, make it worse? Does Jennifer tell her there's 2 dead high schoolers down the hall? Or does she lie that everything's fine? Will news of another killer in Proof Rock send Ginger spiraling? Or will it confirm whatever she's already thinking? It's her, Ginger says, pooching her lips out in what feels to Jennifer like a junior high way, which she guesses must be about how old Ginger was the night her parents were killed on the yacht. What she wants to ask is what Ginger lived on those weeks in the National Forest, what she saw, what she was thinking, but first... It's not Stacy Graves, Jennifer says. I killed her. Ginger stares right into Jennifer's soul about this, And finally, the dry corners of her sharp lips quirk up. Pronoun antecedents, she says. We're talking about two different people, aren't we? Jennifer slows her thinking down, dials all around Prufrock's history, trying to come up with what other she there could be. Ginger is amused with this, it seems. Stacy Graves's mom? Jennifer tries at last. Her mom? Ginger says back with an insulted sneer. She was... Jennifer starts, then starts again. Her husband killed her. Probably stashed her over on the Terra Nova side of... in the National Forest. Before Stacy Graves, she was the boogeyman of Indian Lake. You've seen her? She's just a story. Like her daughter. Jennifer doesn't have any answer for this. I don't know this one's name, Ginger says at last. This one? Jennifer repeats, tasting it, then spitting it out. You don't... It's this guy named Darkmill South. It's definitely him. We found his truck, the truck he stole, I mean. That's a good name, Ginger says, nodding as if she's liking it more and more each time she rehears it in her head. Names don't matter, Jennifer says. It's what they do that matters. They. Killers. Slashers. Whatever. You're different now. So are you. Why are you here? Why did you steal that key? Jennifer looks down to the key pinched between her thumb and index finger. Because it's starting again, Ginger says for Jennifer, then stands all at once, alert in a new and excited way. What? Jennifer asks, looking around, ready to run. That's locked? Ginger asks, about the door. Jennifer nods slowly, not exactly loving this. Ginger bounds across the room, reaches up behind the flat-screen television, her back to Jennifer, and pulls something down, leans her face to it. When she turns around, Jennifer nearly screams. Ginger's wearing a Hannibal Lecter mask over her lower face. Jennifer shakes her head no about this, but Ginger's already nodding. Yes, yes, yes. They let me do crafts with kindergarten scissors, she says, her voice hardly muffled, because this mask isn't leather like the one in the movie. It's dummied together from construction paper, it looks like. But the effect is the same. It erases the mouth, gives those dead X-ray eyes just the right laser focus. I can be your insider, Ginger loud whispers conspiratorially. The one who tells you things you would never know on your own, never figure out. I don't, for quid pro quo, of course, Ginger adds. What would you want? Jennifer says, already sure the answer is going to be the key in her hand. Because that's just what Prufrock needs, a girl in a Hannibal Lecter mask, skulking around. Revenge, Ginger says, though. Against who? My sister, my mother, my sister, my... Ginger covers her masked mouth politely, somehow conjuring dimples. No, just my sister, she goes on flatly. My mom's already... She conks her head over to indicate dead. That's not very respectful, Jennifer says. She isn't, Ginger says back. Is yours? Jennifer doesn't answer, just stares. Ginger shrugs, sachets across the room and back again like she's a model, like this is a runway. You don't want revenge on your sister, Jennifer tells her. She, left me over there in that floating coffin for 4 weeks, Ginger says, her intonation 100% sorority girl now. She's Cece from Scream 2, who's really Buffy 2, Christy Swanson being Buffy Prime, but... Jennifer shakes her head, doesn't go down those rabbit holes anymore, not even just to hide. I thought you were supposed to be catatonic, she says. Caught me on a good day. Believe me, it's not a good day. It can be, Ginger says, and takes a knee, reaches up under her bed, then reaches farther. When she comes back, it's with a handful of pills. She sifts them down onto her bed. You take the blue pill, the story ends, she says, doing her best Lawrence Fishburne. You take the red pill, though, then you stay in Wonderland, and I show you how deep the rabbit hole goes. In her head, Jennifer's screaming right now. How did this girl know she was just thinking about rabbit holes? No, she does not want to play quid pro quo here, thank you. She doesn't even really want to be here anymore. Listen, she says, you've got a lot going on. I only dropped in to apologize. It hangs between them, then hangs between them some more, Ginger drilling it home with her oh-so-innocent eyes. For what? Jennifer finally has to ask. Which isn't to say she isn't already listing her crimes against Ginger Baker in her head. Not stopping Stacy Graves from killing Mars Baker and Macy Todd. Leaving Ginger down in the bloody bowels of that yacht, not coming back to save her. And then there's the one everybody blames her for, the Independence Day massacre. How's one sorry supposed to cover all that? For not coming to see me when you got back to town, Ginger says, peeling out of her mask, thank you. We survivors have to stick together, don't we? Is she looking for another sister, now that she's aligned against sin? Natural color? Ginger asks then, lifting some of Jennifer's hair. I remember you used to keep it all. She explodes her fingers from her own naked head, meaning every color, Jennifer guesses, which is just about right. And, Ginger goes on, I can see your eyes now, without all that makeup. You're kind of a stunner, aren't you? Jennifer shakes her head slightly. No, she isn't. Listen, she starts, lifting her right hand to show the key, signal that this was a mistake, she shouldn't be here. But we still haven't cracked the big pronoun mystery, Ginger says, sitting down in the wheelchair. She offers the visitor chair to Jennifer, then expertly backs up, stopping with a little wheelie that she maintains. Jennifer shakes her head, but takes that chair, says, Why do you even have that in here? The wheelchair. The meds can leave me groggy, Ginger says, already dismissing it with a shrug. Staff are very concerned about their star patient falling and hurting herself. Star patient? My dad's firm owns this place now. So that means you own it. Sin and me, yeah, you could say that. But it's for me, really. Until I'm, compos mentis. You seem pretty with it to me. I have my moments. But I change channels really fast. And I suffer from delusions. My version of reality isn't the consensually agreed upon one. Or you just didn't want to go to high school. You want to ask how I survived over there, Ginger says. The National Forest. I want to solve this big pronoun mystery. Good, Ginger says, letting her front wheels down so gently. So it's not that little dead girl, and it's not her dead mother either. Oh, speaking of. The mom? The girl. Ginger tilts onto her back wheels again, the veins on her forearms standing out, making her look carved from stone. Me and Sin, we used to leave little trinkets on shore for her. For Stacy Graves? Ginger smiles to finally have all of Jennifer's attention. We thought she was a raccoon at first. Until we, set up one of our dad's trail cams. When was this? May? June? I'd have to look at the timestamps. Plural? plural, pronouns. This is kind of like high school, isn't it? You two knew she was there? We knew somebody was taking the treasures we left on the shore. Then Sin thought to clear the gravel out so we could be Nancy Drew, cast an impression in the sand. We were expecting a raccoon. We got a bare human foot. No. Ginger shrugs like this doesn't matter. But you got her on video? Jennifer says, ready to come up from her chair, lodge an objection to the judge down in Boise. Here's some evidence, Your Honor. It was all, Ginger says, shadowy. But yeah, you could see her. I don't think she understood cameras and technology. Why would she? Did you tell your parents? Any of the parents? Would you have? Ginger asks. We had a secret new playmate. She shrugs. We didn't know how mad she could get, though. How did you live over there, Ginger? You should have starved the first week. Maybe it was communion wafers, she says, turning this way and that on her rear wheels now, the gray rubber squelching against the tile. Manna from heaven, right? Where are these recordings? We put them on our phones. Oh, graduation? When Letha graduated, we were huddled over our phones, watching that little girl. She was the best secret ever. Sin knows about this too? She doesn't remember it the same anymore. Can I see? Jennifer asks. You really want to? Ginger asks. Again? Please. So you can know you're not crazy. I get it. Jennifer just stares at Ginger's aquamarine sternum. But Ginger says, wheeling back again, having to grab hard at the hand rims to keep from tipping over. That was a wet night, wasn't it? July 3rd. Did your phone survive? Jennifer shakes her head no. Of course it didn't. Sin's either, Ginger says, like apologizing. Except she's loving this. Yours? Jennifer asks. I was a wild girl living in the trees, Ginger says. Wild girls don't bring their phones with them. And by the time you got back, it was gone, wasn't it? Ginger shrugs at True. Jennifer sits back, disgusted. You really still want proof, though? Ginger asks. Do you think that the rest of the world seeing her would be, what, redemption? So who are you talking about then? Jennifer asks back. Who antecedes that pronoun? Big word. Important stuff. Maybe I'm just lonely for conversation, Ginger says. I'm a spider, and this is my web and... Cut the crap. Ginger grins into her chest, caught. When she looks back up, she's got a different mask on now. It must have been tucked in behind the Lecter one. This one's Phantom of the Opera, half her face in white. You like masks, Jennifer says. You used to, Ginger says back. How would you know? Your file in the main office, she says, shrugging one shoulder. Pleasant Valley has a file on me? Henderson High does. Jennifer nods. That tracks. Well, it's not me anymore, she says. I used to be all horror, slashers, masks, all of that. Now? Now I'm not. You grew out of it? More like it nearly killed me. It did kill a lot of other people, didn't it? Ginger says, kind of slyly. Jennifer knows not to take that bait. The big pronoun mystery, she says instead. It's your sister, isn't it? Sin? Ginger says, trying not to laugh. Bzzzt. No, sorry. My mom, then. Your mom's out chopping necks and taking names? You think bringing her up will hurt me. I mean, why would I want to hurt you? You're disconnected from reality. Well, granted, yeah, guilty as charged, Ginger says, offering her wrists for Jennifer's cuffs. But you saved us all that night. You know? Letha told us. You and Sin. And Gal, yeah. Lemmy was too young to, you know. The children of Terra Nova. You make it sound like a horror movie. It wasn't? I mean, I thought you were over all that. Maybe it's you, Jennifer says then. Maybe it's you out there chopping heads and taking names. Not the Reaper, the Bowman Butcher, the 90-eye killer. His name falls flat between them. Sin told you? Haven't seen Sister Dear since Monday, Ginger says, rubbing her shaved scalp as if in memory of a haircut. According to this, the television above her, Dark Mill South's transport went missing yesterday, right? Sin'll tell you all about it, Jennifer mumbles, if she lives. Ginger hears this but doesn't respond, just lets it settle, the crow's feet she doesn't really have crinkling with thought. I say she finally says, but maybe it would be more accurate. Jennifer looks up, waiting this out, trying not to cede any more distractions for Ginger to cultivate, trace out. After the, Ginger says, doing her fingers like pulling gossamer threads from the air. After the Jaws, Jennifer fills in. Ginger nods, says, not like right after, but weeks after they found me. September, I guess. There were still people coming to town and taking selfies out on the pier, but my doctors thought they wanted me to, like, finally, symbolically, therapeutically come across the lake like Sin and Gal did. With shooting glasses. What? No, that Grade Paulson? That was his name, right? Jennifer just glares. Anyway, my dad's firm got the lake shut down for the day, including the pier, and then security, they ran any looky-loos off, right? So we had, where it happened, all to ourselves. I mean, me and Sin, and Gal, and Dr. Trin. We didn't reinflate that screen, but Dr. Trin played the movie through some speakers, so it was kind of like the movie was playing. She played Jaws. It was what was playing that night, right? She said that I was still stuck over on the other side of the lake in my head. But Sin wasn't. So she had Gal, like, lead me out into those shallows until I couldn't touch, and... Not your sister? I was my sister, yeah? Ginger says, obviously. And, you know, we swam for it. For the pier. So I could climb up, reclaim my sanity, whatever. Jennifer doesn't say anything, is just watching. Ginger lowers her face into her left hand, leaves the mask there, looks up as herself and swallows, like being serious here, earnest, real. When I went to grab up onto it, though, I kind of got swept under, right? Under the pier. They got me back out fast. There was no danger, but while I was under there, I saw something. No, Jennifer says. Yes, Ginger says back. It was up under the planks, the part of the pier everybody walks on. It looked like a tumor, I guess. Like a big wad of bloody bubblegum, but with tendrils to hold onto the wood. Hold on? It probably got sloshed up there during the, movie. Some piece of somebody. But this is September. Yeah, Ginger says. And it was like, not pulsing, but kind of writhing maybe, I saw it twitch, and then Gal was pulling me back into the sunlight to complete my therapy. But I got Sin to sneak me out. This is back when my door didn't lock. And we went out there at night and stole those 2 boards that whatever it was had been attached to, and hid them back in that little bay. Devil's Creek, Jennifer fills in. I guess so? Not all the way over to Letha's. To the Tompkins place. Jennifer nods. Devil's Creek. There's like an old barge or something there, right? Ginger says. It's kind of part of the shore now. I don't know. Jennifer nods, remembers it. Before it got all grody, it's what the projector used to sit on for the 4th of July, back when she was in elementary. It needed water, is the thing, Ginger says. It, Jennifer repeats. Her, Ginger corrects. I couldn't go out anymore. They started locking my door after that, but Sin told me it was growing. She found a cat collar in the water under it, meaning it had probably eaten that cat, so she started feeding it. Like roadkill and stuff. It got bigger, and finally... No. You're probably right, Ginger said. I'm the crazy girl from Terra Nova, the mad sister in the attic. Why would Sin lie to you like that, though? You're sure she was lying? You're saying it grew into a girl? Sin gave her one of Gal's old nightgowns. Why not one of her own? She's tall and glamorous. Runs in the family. She holds her arm out straight and rolls her hand as if luxuriating in her own height, her glamorous length. Galatea was in on this? Jennifer asks. She's got so many clothes, Ginger says, shaking her head no. This is bullshit, Jennifer says. Where is she now, then? All she does is stand on shore and look out across the water, Ginger says, turning to look out across Indian Lake herself. It's not Stacy. The Lake Witch, Ginger completes. Then she shrugs. If it's not her, then it's probably just a different dead girl? They're kind of what we're known for around here, right? So Sin has her? Is that what you're saying? She's keeping her over in one of the houses, Ginger says. Jennifer considers this, comes back with, Terra Nova. Ginger nods, looks at the door of her room as if hearing something Jennifer isn't. Why? Jennifer asks. She got loose, didn't she? Ginger says. I heard everybody running past. They think I'm oblivious in here, but someone's watching. 1978. John Carpenter. It's actually someone's watching me, Jennifer says, hitting the me just hard enough. And you probably want his Eyes of Laura Mars, really. Same year. Because I'm looking out my sister's eyes? Ginger asks, raising her lips. Yuck. No thank you. She clops the Lecter mask on, makes the lip-sucking sound behind it somehow. Now the quid pro quo part, she says. Since I solved the big pronoun mystery, That was only a mystery because you made it a mystery. Girl's gotta have her fun. And it's a bullshit story, Jennifer goes on. Somebody's seen Hellraiser too many times. Hellraiser? That thing growing between the boards? That's Frank. That's how he comes back. Sorry. You know John Carpenter's deep cuts, but not Clive Barker's big one? Clive who? Jennifer closes her eyes in pain, stands. This has been fun, she says. Or something. Will you be coming back to see me? So you can make more stuff up? You'll just be troping around then? What? You don't even know, Ginger says, shrugging it off. Taking a different direction, it feels like. She stands, her back straighter, more male somehow. Something about her shoulders, her sudden new carriage. What's wrong? She says in a voice not quite her own. Something you might have heard about mixing Pop Rocks and soda? I don't play these games anymore, Jennifer says. Don't you guys get it? Ginger says in a now different voice. Come on, it's just like that urban legend. Then, in yet a different voice, I ain't gonna bite you. What are you getting at, Ginger? That you've gone from being the final girl to... She has to stop to cover her laugh with the back of her hand, then shake her head in apology for that slip. Now you're the adult who doesn't believe this is really happening. And what always happens to that adult? Do you still remember? Or do you forget all the true things when you grow up, Peter Pan? Fuck you, little girl. Yeah, no, Ginger says. That's what you have to say. I get it now. I thought I was talking to a believer, but you've changed, Jennifer. I deal in facts, Jennifer says, stepping in. And the fact is, Dark Mill South is definitely in town. Last night, he almost killed your sister. 2 hours ago, he killed 2 of your classmates down the hall. Not my classmates, Ginger says. I don't go to high school, remember? Your sister's classmates, then. Which, does that tell you anything, ex-final girl? Or you're Velma now, aren't you? You're too young to know Scooby-Doo. I was also too young to see my parents torn to pieces. Ginger glares this home. Jennifer spins away, strides across to the door. You're just trying to pit me against your sister, she says, feeling for the keyhole. Why would I do that? Ginger asks back, oh so sweet again. Because she left you over there. Oh yeah, Ginger says flatly. That. And now she's getting to go to high school and have dates and everything else. You really think I want to go to Henderson High? Ginger asks, hitting the name hard enough that it's an insult. Click. The door sighs back. You want to go back, though, don't you? Ginger says from the window well again, as if the room's resetting now that Jennifer's on the way out. Your better self is buried back in those halls, isn't it? Jade the fighter. Jade the survivor. Jade the final girl. It's good you're locked up, Jennifer says back to her. Better get to class, Ginger says, speaking into her reflection again. Don't want to miss first bell.
Strip Horse with Winona and Abby is everything Jensen hoped it would be. He's down to the shorts he had on under his ski pants. And all around the gym floor it's cast-off clothes, like they're shooting baskets in a laundry hamper. When Winona missed her first shot, she could have taken her headband off. She could have stepped out of a shoe. She could have rolled her bracelet off her arm even. But by the time the ball was on its second bounce, she was peeling her t-shirt up and off. Yellow bra. Get out, Jensen had told her, not meaning that at all. Even better, Winona's a volleyball player, meaning she doesn't know hoops. It's going to be down to nothing in no time. Abby's smoking them both, though. When Jensen swung by Winona's on his snowmobile to show off the Henderson High metal shop key he wasn't exactly supposed to have, though, Abby had been there. And it wasn't like he could ask Winona to climb aboard without taking Abs as well. What color will her brow be? And will it even matter? The shot she's trying now isn't just from the three-point line where it flattens out over on the side, but she's only got 1 foot in bounds, meaning she's shooting from behind the backboard a bit, is going to have to hike that ball in a rainbow arc to get it up and over. Girls aren't really supposed to have the upper body strength for that kind of fling either, are they? It's not like Abs is tall or solid even. She's lucky if she's 5'6", and she probably wouldn't push the scale past 100. Jensen's never really considered her before. All those long skirts, her hair always tied back in a severe bun, but now... It's just because she's beating you, he tells himself. Winona, though, God damn. Even Jensen's dad has to avert his eyes when she's over to play video games or whatever. Jensen's not sure if she's Mexican or Indian or half black or all black or Brazilian or Mayan or Egyptian or what, but it doesn't really matter. What does is her bright yellow bra with the delicate scallops at the top and how it's just barely enough to cover all she's got. As if Jensen can possibly focus on making abs his impossible shot, but he's got to try. Like this, he says, balancing on one foot, the other hovering past the baseline like the gym floor on that side's lava. Except you're falling too, Abs tells him, bouncing the ball more at him than to him. Last 3 seconds, Winona yells, and then jumps with both feet into either a mockery of some cheer or a real cheer. Again, hardly matters. What does is the way she's jogging in place now, shaking pom-poms she doesn't have over her head. Thank the dark gods for this storm. And thank them as well that Kristen was at work, that nobody answered at Sin's house on the hill, that Gwen's... Jensen isn't sure what's going on at Gwen's. Just through the window, her mom was walking around the living room turning all the mirrors around to face the wall. Who cares? If any of them had been home, then this game of horse probably doesn't happen. 2, if Jensen can trade his actual soul to make this shot, then Winona's going to have to make it just the same, at which point things are going to get real interesting. Never mind that they're playing by candlelight. Yankee candles Abs somehow knew were in the chemistry supply closet. Never mind that Jensen's sport is actually football, that basketball's always been kind of stupid. You can't even hit the other players? Never mind that after walking in through the metal shop's ventilation doors, he'd sparked up a little mood emollient, as the football team calls it. It went into his lungs hot, smoked his brain, and shot capillaries through his eyes. Perfect. According to his dad, back in the day, they called weed the anti-elastic because of its effect on girls' panties. But Jensen's mom hits him on the shoulder with the back of her hand when he says that. Jensen knows, of course, that she was pregnant when she walked the stage for her Henderson High diploma, though, so Dad's probably right. And while this strain of mood emollient makes dribbling a syrupy enterprise at best, and kind of essentially amusing, it's gifting Jensen some Adderall-level focus right now, as he's falling out of bounds, which is to say, everything's moving so slow. He's the only one at normal speed here. He's got enough time to zero in on the basket, so far away, and to also sneak another look at Winona in her yellow bra, bouncing through her cheer, about to surge up and out of that bra. And he even clocks Abs, using her foot to nudge one of the Yankee candles back an inch or two, so the 15 little sources of light ovaled around them can be more of an OCD half-oval. Mood emollient, Jensen says in his head for luck, and yellow bra, candelabra. And now he's waited too long, is sort of really falling. Shit. Ha! He says, and cranks the ball up and out and up, more of a 4th grade Hail Mary than an actual shot, he has to admit, but it's not like he was in a position to choose either. While the ball hangs in its impossible arc, rotating sideways, it looks like, which can't be right, can't be good, fucking basketball. He sneaks another look over at Winona, since her eyes are going to be tracking this shot. Instead, he finds Abby Granlin staring right at him. In her eyes, he can read everything. She knows she's the third wheel here. She knows she's the interloper, the unwanted party, the party killer. So she's going to step into that role with both feet no matter how naked Winona gets. Nothing's going to be happening up here except a little harmless candlelit nudity. And some horse. How did you even make this shot? Jensen asked her back with his eyes. I can ride a motorcycle too, Abby says back with her sneer. I can shoot a gun. I can play poker. I even wear boxers when I sleep. How's that? Jensen's going to think something back to that sneer, something good, something perfect, except now he's thinking about Abs in boxers and a little half shirt getting ready for bed, sneaking a look in the oval mirror, probably in her bedroom, and shit, isn't there something else going on? The shot, yeah. It hangs, it wobbles a bit, and still not fallen all the way down, Jensen holds both fists up in victory of the ball clanging off the back of the backboard. He falls without his hands there to catch him, without his brain to remind him about things like gravity, and his head slings down, rebounds off this stupid hardwood floor, which... hardwood. Ha! The pain cuts that short. The pain and the heat. Game over, he mutters, and it's like his mouth is far away from where he is. The candlelight from the non-candelabra doesn't help. The mood emollient doesn't help. But Winona is bounding to him, so there's that, yeah. She leans over him, all the way over, holding his head in her hands, then shifting to come around, let him rest in her lap. For a flash, he sees her hand, and it's dripping red. From him? But he just fell down shooting a stupid basketball, didn't he? This isn't even a contact sport. It's for wimps who don't want to catch a shoulder to the gut, a spear to the ribs, a secret elbow to the throat. What? He says. Your ear, Winona's saying. Abby Granlund is standing over him, judging him. Isn't her dad an ex-preacher or something? He can see that in her now. It's getting on your... she says, flinging her hand to Winona. Oh, Winona says, and something shifts behind Jensen. The next thing is Winona's yellow bra floating through the air to Abs. Can you... she says. Seriously? Abs says. But she's going to do it. Jensen can tell, because girls like her don't tolerate needless stains. The best blood I've ever spilled, Jensen tells himself. And he's got to keep bleeding here. Abs steps away, out of the light, and then Winona's thin t-shirt comes sailing out of the darkness. It splats on Jensen's stomach, and his head jostles again, when the formerly naked, mostly naked, Winona slithers into that terrible, terrible invention, that shirt. I don't care about this one, she says, her face right down to Jensen, her hair shrouding them both. I'm sorry about your, he says, trying to untangle yellow from bra. It just needs cold water, Winona says. Then she turns her face up, calls after Abs. And hydrogen peroxide. That's what my mom uses. The door out in the hall closes a moment later. She knows, Winona assures Jensen, as if he cares about stains. Her uncontained breasts are just inches from the back of his head at this perfect moment in time. They're poking into him, smushing into him. He's making contact at last. This is the best snowstorm ever. The best game of horse, the best day, period. If he dies now, then everything else was so worth it. He's a man now, and he'll even have the scar to prove it. He feels up for where the blood's seeping, and it's not his ear? He thought surely that's what he'd split. He flinches from the dryness of his fingertips, though. It's whatever that part of the skull is behind his ear. The skin there's thin, and there's no meat between it and the bone. So what? Screw it. He'll bang his head on the gym floor again if it means lying like this 1 minute longer. His brains can start oozing out, and that'll be just fine. Who needs them? All he needs is Winona. Before this exact moment, too, he hadn't really been committed to college, even though it was free. More school? Why? But if this is the kind of action on whatever college campus takes him and his guaranteed tuition dollars, then sign him up, please. This is exactly why he was born, 100%, to have Winona's sharp, heavy breasts just a 32nd of an inch of ring-spun fabric away. What? She says then, shifting under him, becoming more alert. Jensen lifts his head as much as he can while still play-acting weak and hurt. It's one of the Yankee candles on the other side of the court. It's rolling on its side? Oh, because of the basketball that just hit it. The ball crosses the top of the key, takes another candle out. This one stays lit, makes the shadows crazy. Abs? Winona calls out. This isn't funny. What? Jensen says, his hand coming up to circle Winona's right wrist so as to keep her pressing into him. She told me not to come up here, she says down to him, still studying the shadows, that you only wanted one thing. I just wanted to play basketball, Jensen says, going for the Oscar. Not me, Winona says with an apologetic grin, giving Jensen a glimpse of what could have been, what almost was, and it's painful enough that he feels his split skin contracting in defeat, bearing ever more of his skull to the air. We still can, he creaks out to the idea of Abby. Abs? His thoughts are gumming together, slowing him down. Or maybe it's just that all his blood is elsewhere, as his dad likes to say. But then Abby's back from the water fountain approximately 82 hours too soon, and apparently, even though she's never a blurry face at the parties, she did about 8 shots of Fireball in the hall because, man, she's everywhere. She can hardly walk a straight line anymore. Abs? Winona says. It doesn't stop Abby from stumbling into the arc of candles she was so worried about and kicking through them on her way down to the floor. The shadows lunge this way and that, stabbing darkness all over the gym. You're going to, Winona says, pushing back from Jensen, his head clopping the hardwood again. He rolls over, away from the dull pain behind his ear, and the basketball is a giant boulder coming for his face. He reaches up through the thick, thick air to bat the ball away, but it taps into his face all the same. When a scream pierces the dark gym, his hand that failed at stopping the basketball continues on its slow path, feeling his rubbery lips now to see if it's him making that noise. If it is, then that ball hitting cheek must have hurt more than he's registered yet. It's not him screaming, though. Winona. Because Jensen can see why now. It's Abby. She's fallen with the hurt side of her face up like her neck knew to protect it from more injury. Like that matters anymore. Shit. The left side of Abby Granlund's face is wreckage, is trash, it's been caved in. The sinus on that side open to the air, her left eye bulged out, flopping on what's left of her cheek, on what's gone of her cheek. This can only mean someone was driving a car down the main hall, and Abby was bent down to tie her shoe and looked up a moment too late into the headlight inches from her face. That tracks to Jensen. Until he sees the white shards embedded in Abby's skin and meat. That's not bone. John Glass, he mutters, sputtering up frothy blood of his own. From a head wound. What? John Glass is what his dad, a wannabe flint napper, practices on, since real flint costs a penny or two. John Glass is shards of broken toilet that can be shaped into arrowheads, spear points, hand axes. Somebody smashed Abby in the face with a part of a toilet. Probably the lid? Well, maybe they held her in front of a toilet and slammed her face into the bowl. Who knows? Either way, Jensen had it right. Game over. The blood that's supposed to be inside Abby Granlund is just seeping out now, which is fairly bad news. You don't have to go to college to know that. The real question Jensen needs answered here, he figures, still processing through the mood emollient, is who? Kind of related, he guesses. Why? He tries to crank up high enough to see the dark doorway that opens into the hall Abby stumbled in from, which is the first step in solving this small mystery. But then Winona's screaming again, from deeper down, and what the football team says about her is so right. Girl's got a serious set of lungs on her. I think she probably just needs to lie down a bit, Jensen hears himself saying, trying to get Winona to believe, but her footsteps are already padding away somewhere behind. And then, stopping? Seriously? Jensen hears her say. Or she says most of it. He's not sure exactly what's happened to the very end of the word, though, not until he rolls his numb body over. Winona is on her knees, and shoved into her mouth as near as he can tell, and standing straight up above her is... "No fucking way," he says, with sort of a chuckle. It's the regionals trophy from the case by the main office, from the year after the massacre when the team was dedicating every game to the victims, so went through the whole season charmed. The trophy's 2 feet long or tall or high, more when you add Winona under it. Well, not anymore. She's slumping over to the side when the hard, square, sharp-edged base of the trophy whips into the hardwood. Jensen winces. Coach is not going to like that chip in his gym floor. And then things speed up all at once, like all the sensory intake he's had on delay is crashing the gates at once. "Tilt, tilt," he mumbles. Another dad standby from when he's drinking. And it gets Jensen vertical, more or less. Falling again, but he can direct his fall into a run, can't he? Oh, he can. And not towards Abby, because if he tries to vault over her, he'll end up splatting into her. Instead, he stumbles toward the stands because whoever deep-throated Winona with that trophy has to have done it in bounds, yes? Meaning, get out of bounds, Jensen. Go north, young man. Up, up, up. And as luck would have it, when you're charmed, you're charmed. The one thing Jensen's always best at in practice, that he's always a natural at, it's running bleachers. It's something about, as Coach says, being able to commit to the flop, that being the only way to get into the wrong-footed rhythm of these long concrete steps. Trying to hold his brain in with his right hand, he slithers up through the rails, is in the stands, his legs pumping like the machines they are, the gym floor and all its dangers falling away behind him. He doesn't run higher. He crashes higher. At the top, then, in the blackest darkness he's ever known, he keeps one hand to the cinder-block back wall and runs hard for the other side of the gym, the dangerous armrests each touching the side of his knee, but none of them conking into it quite. About 30 feet shy of that other wall, he vaults down through the seats. And it's parkour all the way. The seats he needs open with his coming weight, then bottom out and stick. Let him launch another few rows down. If he wasn't stoned and concussed, he'd never know about this kind of movement. He'd never in 1,000 years try it, as it's got to be certain death. But it's not. And there's not even anybody here with a phone to record this. Halfway down, which is only about 4 suicide vaults through the air, he grabs onto the railing over the stairwell that leads under the stands and slings himself down, his bloody hand betraying him only at the last moment, slipping on that blue metal so he splats on his back on the concrete just past the first step of the stairs. It doesn't even hurt, though. He's numb and loving it. More than that, he's fast. Metal shop, he says out loud so he can be sure to follow that directive. Get to the one door in the school that he knows opens to the outside, to his snowmobile, and then the rest of his life. College even? Mom, sure, why not? All of it, and more, please. His feet slapping the floor are loud and echoey in the emergency-lit hallway, and if he had time or money, he'd stop for something to drink at the concessions window. But he's got to keep moving. Can't right now. Sorry, boosters. He crashes through the back door, into the men's locker room and slides through it, explodes out into the science hall. It's so quiet here that he holds his breath. Quiets his run to a walk, but he keeps looking behind him, too. This is making it, though. This is surviving. He walks faster, legs stiff, and almost actually screeches when the full-cape bull elk at the far end of the hall is watching him, waiting for him. God damn it, he mutters. When Banner Tompkins' mom and dad moved out, his dad had donated his record book elk to the school to lord it over all the students. So that's all it is. What? Did Jensen think it was a whole elk? That it was going to step forward through the rest of the wall, the cinder block crumbling around it? Idiot, he says to himself. And now he's jogging. And then he's spinning around to either a sound or the ghost of a sound. A door opening, a locker closing, a ceiling tile moving over just enough to look through. He reaches up, dabs at the split skin behind his ear and flinches away from that stinging touch. He's going to fly on his snowmobile. He's got to make it to the metal shop, though. That's the only door out. And he can't help it. He's running now, and stumbling. What is wrong with him? His balance? His feet? It's the weed, probably. It's Winona's yellow bra still drifting through the air, the whole world drained of color for its tumbling passage. Jensen smiles, slows, and that's when something arcs out from beside him, like a giant hand to push him along even faster, only this hand, He grins inside, to at least get to solve this mystery. It's the flat white lid of a toilet tank. It catches sort of in the back of the head, sort of on the neck, sort of on his shoulders, and is just the oomph he needs to go flying forward past the turn he needed to make it to the metal shop, right into the brow tines of this trophy bull elk, kind of sitting in a high, fancy basket the rest of the antlers make. Jensen sees those tines coming in the same slow motion he watched his flung basketball floating through the air, and he has enough left to manage to spin around, keep that sharpness from his face. The result is that those brow tines catch him on either side of his spine, splash out just under his collarbones. But he's still alive. And now he can see behind him. Someone's standing in that darkness and stepping out of it now. That toilet tank lid clattering to the floor, shattering into 1,000 arrowheads. "Oh," Jensen says, kind of pleasantly surprised, and his mouth stays open like that, shaped like a scream.
A History of Violence. In 2016, not even a full year after the Independence Day massacre, the senior class's numbers ballooned by an unprecedented 20. New students, their families only recently residents of Proof Rock, never mind the violence associated with it. 4 years of paid-for college was worth any sense of risk. And, anyway, lightning would never strike twice, would it? Had these families been familiar with Pleasant Valley's unfortunate past, I warrant that a higher percentage of 2020's graduating class would be utilizing that scholarship fund this fall. But, as Aldous Huxley warns, that men do not learn very much from the lessons of history is the most important of all the lessons of history. In Pleasant Valley, there is a lot to learn. Proof Rock's history of violence starts well before December of 2019. 141 years before, actually, and then moving, episode by episode, up to July 2015. 1878. Glenn Henderson's murder of Tobias Golding and the resulting legend of the Golden Pickaxe. Never mind that the mother lode these two had struck it rich with was actually silver, or that gold isn't nearly hard enough for such a mining implement. Other accounts have it that, before his trial and hanging, Glenn Henderson coated the guilty pickaxe with gold he melted down from his wife's jewelry, his wife having been the source of his disagreement with Tobias Golding, and then dropped that pickaxe into a deep pool of what was then Indian Creek, with the idea that the gold over his best friend's blood would preserve each of their crimes for perpetuity. And note that this murder is some 9 years after the silver strike heard round the world. Before 1878, though, and in spite of much digging on the part of the internet, there are no Native American legends of a haunted valley, a chief's lost daughter, an abducted widow, or any water monsters, and there are no legends of disturbed burial grounds, disastrous raiding parties, inexplicable hunting accidents, lost tribes, ancient ruins, lights in the sky, caves holding strange visions, unaccounted for fires, momentous births, or other goings-on strange enough to pass down in oral tradition. In short, what we now call Pleasant Valley was just another part of the northern Shoshone and Bannock hunting territories, both because the valley wasn't even rich enough in game to be disputed. 1915, Ezekiel's last sermon, which left an unconfirmed 18 dead in the rising waters of Indian Creek after barricading themselves in Henderson Golding's lone church. Accounts have them singing as the waters sloshed against the front doors. Ezekiel, the preacher, no last name, had been found gibbering and bloody in the woods years before. Though never confirmed, the assumption was that he was the lone survivor of a lost wagon train, one that left no wheel rims or oxen bones to prove its demise. His eventual congregation would get worked into a frenzy with his sermons, and Ezekiel was said to froth at the mouth himself, using his Bible as a gavel. Fragmentary accounts suggest that many of the murdered bodies supposedly buried on the rocky slope of Caribou Targhee National Forest across from Proof Rock were sanctioned by his edicts. His punishment for ungodly or heathen ways was death, which was the divine responsibility of whichever parishioner witnessed or suspected such behavior. Stacy Graves's Native American mother, being one of those heathens, was purported to have suffered such judgment at the hands of her husband, Lech Graves, presumably with the tacit approval of Ezekiel. In the years subsequent to Henderson Golding's drowning, Ezekiel was transformed in local legend to Pleasant Valley's first boogeyman. Parents would warn their children not to go out after dark, or Ezekiel would grab them with his overlarge hands and take them down to Drown Town to sing in his cursed choir. The next urban legend, however, would be Stacy Graves's mother, purported to be habitually skulking along the shores of the newly risen Indian Lake, looking for her lost daughter Stacy, but, in her grief and confusion, taking whatever child or early teenager she happened upon. 1920, The Lake Witch, Stacy Graves. The story goes that this 8-year-old, daughter of Proof Rock, a euphemism for communally approved neglect, was playing with some boys of the town in the shallows where the pier sits today. The game was Witch. It involved proving a girl wasn't a witch by heaving her into the water. If she sank, then she wasn't evil. If the water rejected her, however, as running waters do to witches, Indian Lake is still, in magical terms, evidently a creek, then she was evil. Stacy Graves was selected for this honor primarily because she was the only girl of the playgroup that day, but her Native American descent probably factored in, as did the victimless nature of the crime. The story these boys ran back into town with that evening, then, was that when they slung that dirty Indian girl into the lake, she landed on top of it. It wouldn't let her in. Scared herself of her own surprising nature, Stacy Graves ran on all fours across the water and into legend, either hiding in the unpopulated wilderness or searching for her supposedly murdered mother. Whether supernatural or victim of an accident and then left to sink, she was never seen again. Her story would replace both Ezekiel's and her mother's in the folkloric cycle of Pleasant Valley. And then, having lucked onto that productive overlap between fact and fiction, proximity and distance, caution and terror, it would persist all the way up to the Independence Day Massacre. 1934. Those who go after elk. During the Great Depression and before hunting regulations and wildlife management, the men of Proof Rock would paddle across Indian Lake to hunt moose and elk and deer, and then float them back across to town. This is according to longtime Proof Rock resident Christine Gillette of Pleasant Valley Assisted Living. According to her, after the first hunter of this 6-person party got an early elk, attempted to ferry it home himself, and ended up snagging the corpse of a young girl in the lake, then the more violent portion of that winter transpired. Still needing meat, the other 5 hunters had to forge deeper into the forest, eventually harvesting 2 elk. Their return is where the trouble started. One by one, over 2 nights, they were picked off until the lone survivor, their Indian guide, crashed out onto shore, breathless. Lacking a pack or sledge, he had slabs of raw elk tied to his body. Without meat, a family in the Great Depression could starve. The men standing guard in boats along shore paddled toward him, at which point the ethnography in the library cuts off. Did the men rescue him? Did he try to swim the lake? Did he retreat into the forest? If his story had an end, Mr. Armitage, then he quite possibly could have vied with Stacey Graves for status as a local legend. 1964. The Great Idaho Fire, originating from an untended campfire and burning unchecked through Caribou-Targhee National Forest for 5 days until Pleasant Valley gambled with Glen Dam's structural integrity by raising the level of the lake in order to save Proof Rock. 2 recreational campers died in the blaze and 1 volunteer firefighter. Stories persist of the flames hurting the wildlife to the far shore of Indian Lake. The moose waded out and then swam across. You've seen the picture in the library of the 2 bull moose walking down Main Street. Though not dated, presumably that photograph is proof of the wildlife's retreat from the fire. The elk and deer, however, not as comfortable in as large a body of water as Indian Lake, attempted to walk the top of the dam. This is not documented in photographs, but is preserved in terse language in the then dam keeper's daily log, where he recounts the deer and elk falling off the far side, their legs stiff, their bodies tumbling through open air. The ones that fell the other way into the lake perished as well, albeit slower, there being no shore gradual enough in that part of the lake for them to clamber up. 1965. Camp Blood, where the legend of Stacey Graves found new purchase. During this grand opening of Camp Winnemucca, 4 campers were killed, with the last, Angus Hardy, narrowly escaping a girl with big hair, a girl in a tattered nightgown. As the campfire stories those first few nights had the campers all on edge about the chance of Stacey Graves being out there with them, she was cast as the culprit. However, once the story was flensed of its fantastic elements, a camper was revealed to be the guilty party. The orphan, Amy Brockmere, niece of Remar Lundy, purported illegitimate son of Tobias Golding and Helen Henderson. Amy Brockmere was remanded to the asylum in Idaho Falls. She died soon thereafter, after which Remar Lundy took legal action against Camp Winnemucca, effectively shutting it down. His case hinged on the revelation and associated tragedy of Amy Brockmere having been not his niece, but his late-in-life illegitimate offspring. As for Lundy's previous children, only one survived. The mother of our elementary and high school janitor, whose reputation and presumed proclivities involving hidden cameras and illicit recordings I believe you're familiar with, being a member of the faculty. But of course, rumor and suspicion have no place in a history. 1993. Melanie Hardy, 12 years old, daughter of the new sheriff, drowns in Indian Lake, accompanied by, according to the Idaho Statesman, her classmates, Junior Tab Daniels Jr., Kimberly Ledbetter, Clayt Rogers, Lonnie Chambers, Rexall Bridger, and Misty Christie. No charges were ever pressed, though speculation on par with that on the death of Natalie Wood persists about the events of that day. 2015. The Lake Witch Slayings, which, yes, is Jennifer Daniels' preferred term, not the term that circulates in the media accounts. But Independence Day Massacre technically only includes the 12 killings on the night of the 4th, meaning it discounts the 2 University of Groningen students lost in Indian Lake, the girl yet unrecovered. Deacon Samuels, killed by a grizzly bear on the shore of Camp Blood, Clayt Rogers, killed in a boating accident in Proof Rock, the 2 Terra Nova construction workers as yet missing, presumed dead, and the 7 dead on the yacht in Terra Nova, which, yes, is very personal. As for which of these victims or legendary figures will now be cast as Pleasant Valley's new boogeyman, deserving of a mask on that dollar store wall you were talking about, only time will tell. While Dark Mill South's visage is currently the most iconic, masks labeled Danny Trejo, Nathan Explosion, and Glenn Danzig, I trust these names and faces mean something, his crimes the best documented, not that rumor counts here either, but supposedly a certain illicit recording of him in the high school exists, Stacey Graves has historically had more staying power. Are little dead girls scarier for 2020 or hulking serial killers? Or will Lech Graves' murdered wife rise to fill those shadows parents need filled in order to keep their children scared of the dark? Is it now Ezekiel's time again? Will Tobias Golding come back seeking justice with a golden pickaxe? And let's not forget Jennifer Daniels' father, still bearing his patricidal wounds. Or that lost Dutch student, still searching for her boyfriend. Or Melanie Hardy, lake water seeping from her mouth. Or that Depression-era hunter with meat tied all over himself. Unrecovered bodies are bodies that can be animated with story. As Karl Marx says, history repeats itself, first as tragedy, second as farce. Which is to say, all these episodes of violence eventually become cartoons. Time mollifies, multiple tellings codify, and then history repackages. But perhaps Prufrock should take steps to stay in that mollification stage a little longer yet, Mr. Armitage. Hardly recovered from the Independence Day massacre, I submit that we don't need to see Dark Mill South looking out at us from above our bargain shoe inserts and off-brand bags of chips. Neither do we need the rest of that gallery of killers and victims unless representations of them can warn potential transfer students away from Prufrock. We're already going to have enough empty seats at graduation. I think of that passage you photocopied for us from Günter Grass's Tin Drum, where post-World War II Germans pioneer onion bars so they can gather as a people to cut onions and cry. Prufrock needs some of those onions.
Black Christmas. Abby Grandlin must be in her backyard. In the summer. That's when her dad cooks his venison sausage on their wood pellet grill and then cuts that long horseshoe of meat into thick, greasy coins on the big white platter and waiters it around to everyone he's invited over, handing them a toothpick to select their own bite, then watching as it bursts tenderly in their mouth. It's that done but not too done smell that Abby remembers best. But he's burning them? Definitely. Her heart thumps. Her throat constricts. Her ears try to dial in that laugh he does when he's sneaked more beer from the cooler than he's supposed to have. Where are you, Dad? She sits up fast, instantly reeling, her forearm shiny with whatever grease the skin exudes as last defense when it's nestled up to a flickering Yankee candle. Abby hits that hot glass tube of a jar with her elbow and it clatters away, the wax splashing, the flame guttering, gone. That burnt deer sausage smell isn't venison either. But that's the least of Abby's concerns, she's realizing. She sits up straighter and nearly falls sideways. Not from pain, though there is pain, but dizziness. And then, like she's not part of her body anymore, she clocks what's going on. Her eyes are no longer in stereo. They're sending data into her head that her head's not exactly ready for, because her eyes are taking in a wider field of view than they should be, than they ever have. Abby covers her right eye with her wet right hand, and the next sensation she's never felt in her life is half the world squishing and then going red. Her eyeball is hanging out on its stalk, and when the heel of her hand presses against where her cheekbone should be, what she's really doing is smushing her right eye into some new cavern in her face. She throws up, but doesn't lean forward to do it, so it just burbles down her chin. "Dad," she says, or tries to. She knows she should scream, that that's the right thing to do at a time like this. But even more than that, she doesn't want to break this soft, perfect silence of the gym at night. It's dim in here, Only 2 candles burning now. Maybe 3 if that sideways one at the free throw line can count. So she can't see where Wynonna and Jensen are. But they're not her concern anymore, she knows. She should be dead, she's pretty sure. And also, she almost is dead. Keeping her loose eyeball cupped under her chin, afraid that if it falls out any farther, then the stalk it's on is going to turn out to be the first part of a tendril loosely coiled in her head, a ball of enervated muscle wound tight that she's been using for a brain this whole time. And once that starts to uncoil, she'll go with, never come back. She uses her left hand to pull herself forward across the hardwood. Her legs are to the side and tucked back very ladylike, but that's just because that's all she can get them to do. Contract. Somewhere ahead of her is her purse. Her phone. She never should have come here with Wynonna, she knows now. But it wasn't exactly with Wynonna, was it? No. The real reason she came, it was Jensen. Not because she's at all interested in him. Yuck. But because she didn't trust Wynonna with him. When Jensen had knocked on Wynonna's door, Abby and Wynonna had been having a perfectly good time without any boys. But then, Wynonna had held her finger up to tell Jensen to wait just 1 minute for her to slip into something warm. And she'd stepped into her room and taken her gray sports bra off, arranged herself into the bright yellow one, like she had a couple of Easter eggs to present to him. Abby didn't want to let her do something she'd regret. And for all she knew, Jensen was taking Wynonna to some grand and traumatizing prank being staged by Kristen and Cinnamon and Gwen, the bitches 3. Which led to this. Whatever this is. Abby pulls herself to one of the candles, rests for a moment, almost passes out, then makes herself keep going. Keep going. The candle riding in front of her now. This one, she's careful not to tip over. She needs it. 2 minutes later, she's to the sideline, where the team sits when there's a game. It's also the parking lot for the ball racks, which are on wheels. One by one, Abby uses her left hand to push the balls through, out the backside of the rack. Her right hand is still trying to hold her eye in. Clap it in darkness so her brain can not work exactly, but fail less anyway. And so, where is Jensen? Wynonna? Weren't they here when Abby stumbled in to warn them? Did they see her turn tail, pull some eject lever, never mind the one who just saved them? Abby turns her head as much as it will, trying to locate Wynonna's bright white t-shirt in the darkness, but no luck. She got out then. She got away. But she didn't blunder down the hall to the nurse's office for fucking hydrogen peroxide to save an article of underclothing that shouldn't have even been on display in the first place. Not that Abby ever made it to the nurse's office. She pushes the last ball out of the rack and works her armpit up to sort of hang on the third shelf. Not really shelves, more like parallel rods for the balls to sit in. Doesn't matter. It takes her weight. It wants to fall over, but she can push back with her feet a little now. It's enough. Not quite the wheelchair she needs. What she needs is a stretcher and 3 ambulances. Maybe a helicopter. But it rolls faster than she can slide. "Nonna!" She manages to yell, hoping. Nothing. Her purse is by the door. That's where it is. Half a quart away now. And she forgot the stupid candle, and her arm still smells like crispy venison, and she can't do this. But then she imagines that the stands are full. The whole house is watching her. All the women up there have their hands balled into fists to give her strength, and all the men are hovering over their seats because it's all they can do not to launch down to the gym floor, help this girl, this daughter, this sister. This is all on her, though. No, This is on her mom, isn't it? Her mom, the basketball star. Even went to college on it. Taught Abby proper form before Abby had to say goodbye to her in that hospital down in Idaho Falls. After which she quit the team because she wasn't playing for them anymore. The game was personal to her now. It was between her and her mom. And she was out on their driveway draining shots and pulling spin moves every weekend, snatching down rebounds and throwing elbows. She'd considered taking it easy on Jensen and Winona and their big horse game, but then she decided that would just make it last longer, that a quick, naked death was much better for Jensen. If she could just get him out of the picture, then maybe Winona could retain some shred of her dignity. Just to give it away some other day. But not this one, anyway. And now here's Abby Grandlin, motherless baller, out on the gym floor, playing the game of her life. And every seat has an ass in it. And even the kids are watching, taking a lesson from this, being part of this moment. Abby pulls with her left knee, pushes with her right foot, blood seeping from her face or her head, or she can't tell, but it's soaking her. And she's almost there. She's almost there. She's not even past the scorer's table yet.
Letha shouldn't be on the stoop of the sheriff's office when the phone at Meg's desk rings, but she is. It's Banner. She's watching him on the snowcat. She knows from him calling in on the radio, which isn't as user-friendly as he'd guaranteed, that he's biting the bullet and swinging by Lonnie's to gas up. From the stoop, she can see him at the second of the two pumps. He isn't even wearing his right jacket, the long black trench that looks military, not Wall Street. So he has his bare hands in his armpits and is coming up onto his toes over and over, either to try to generate some heat or to will the diesel to come faster. But not fast enough. Letha cringes for him when Lonnie ambles out, inspecting his precious snowcat from all sides before sidling up to Banner. 5 minutes later, the tank evidently topped off. Lonnie's squatted by the rear tracks and moving them up and down like to show the slack to Banner, and probably telling him about what disastrous end that slack could lead to. When Lonnie climbs up behind the wheel and backs the snowcat into the first bay, Banner just stands there like a second grader, raising his shoulders in apology to Letha. She nods to him that she can hold things together. He's right there, after all. After double-checking every door and just blocking off the women's restroom altogether, since that stupid little window in there won't come down, she's back on the stoop, ready to see Banner churning through the snow to her, the tracks or whatever tightened. That disaster averted. Thank you, Lonnie. This time checking on the snowcat's progress, though, or lack of progress. Nothing against Lonnie, but she'll buy the county a fleet of snow machines if it means he doesn't get to nitpick each one. Her heart swells when there's a form trundling through the snow. Whoever this is, they're not in county khaki, but some giant blue parka. And waiters? What? Letha says through her teeth. Who would be out in this? She steps back when the answer rises, unbidden. Dark Mill South. That's who. Except the mugshots of him on the news always show him with his hair down. And whoever this is, they've got the parka's hood pulled up and over, then ratcheted tight against the wind, so there's only one little black tunnel for them to look through. Keanu Reeves. Letha hears herself saying. The Watcher, 2000. It's the one where he wears a hoodie, not a mask, but he's definitely into the whole killing thing. Which is to say, after Letha had burned through all the slashers the first time, she cruised through its first and second cousins, taking wider and wider loops, so she could be ready for whoever came calling. Mr. Brooks, Henry Lee Lucas, Citizen X, John Doe, Francis Dollarhide. Anybody with a necktie fetish and a British accent, all taxi drivers, and single white females. Technically, she knows, Dark Mill South is from that shelf. But really, he's Kane from See No Evil. He's Frank Zito from Maniac, which puts him square in Horrorland. And, since he's not a poltergeist or a zombie, a werewolf or a vampire, then, by default, he's a slasher. Or doing business as one, anyway. The real proof will be whether bullets can stop him or not, Letha supposes. If they can, then he's a serial killer. If it takes a final girl to put him down, though, then he was a slasher all along. And this has to be him out there, doesn't it? He's tall and big, hulking and dangerous. What if it can all stop here, right? By someone with the right resolve? And what's he doing? He's picking things up from the snow. Stiff stuff. Ski clothes? He holds them up just like a normal person, trying to make sense of them. It's like whoever was wearing them just blipped away to some safer place. He goes from this jacket to those pants, that ski mask, this glove, balling them under his arm. They're obviously too little for him to wear, but who knows why monsters like him do what they do. And the phone's still ringing on Meg's desk. Already, Letha's had to stash Adrian in Rex Allen's office and unplug the phone in there, just so, maybe, Adie can catch a nap. Never mind all the staplers and binders and eyes-only files a toddler can redistribute, but that's later's problem. Right now's problem is that there's this blue parkered killer trundling through the snow. Not coming to the sheriff's, not angling over to Lonnie's either, but is he going to the pier? Does he not know Sin's at the retirement home the other way? It's good that he doesn't, Letha mutters to herself. But, too, he's going to be looking for her, isn't he? And the logical places are here, where Adie is, and the house, where Donna and Gal are, neither of which is an option. Not while Letha's around. Meaning, it's time to see just what kind of monster he is. Serial killer or slasher. Letha steps back into the warmth of the office. Doesn't realize her retainers stiffened in the cold until she tries to adjust her chin like she needs to, but there's no time for that. She pulls up the tangled mass of keys Banner left. One of them works for the gun case on the wall. She runs her finger along the rifles and shotgun, finally settles on Rex Allen's goose gun, which she knows he's paranoid someone else is going to fire someday. "Welcome to today," Letha says to him, hauling the long gun down and thumbing in the first shells she can grub up from the shallow drawer. They're 7.5, which she knows from the videos she watches is birdshot. But oh well, no time to find double-aught or a slug. The phone's still ringing when she sweeps back past. She nods to it, telling it she hasn't forgotten it, then backs through the first glass door like rolling off the side of a boat into the water. Meaning, standing in the entryway, facing up to the second glass door, she can still elect to not do this, and nobody will have to know. Nobody will see her backing down from this responsibility. Standing in this institutional foyer only gives her more resolve, though. She knees the outside door open, having to really push it against the snow already drifted up against it. And 2 steps later, she's in the muck, the sucking cold. Standing on the stoop again, she racks the first shell in, brings the long gun up, leads that blue parka a couple steps, and, before she can talk herself out of it, and without blinking, she lets go. Because this A5 is full choke, it whips her shoulders so hard it spins her around. From the videos she watches, she's memorized the how and where and what to do with all types of firearms, even up to AKs. But the guys doing the mansplaining in those videos all have 60 or 80 pounds on Letha, and also have their feet set for the recoil. Letha slams back into the front door of the sheriff's office, feels it giving, and her whole body tenses, time slowing down for her. She can see Adrian down in the office alone, while her mom bleeds out right here. So, she tightens every muscle against the glass shards she knows are coming. One of those muscles is her trigger finger, and this goose gun's an auto. It blasts again, even harder this time, driving Letha down through the breaking door. She pulls her left arm over her face to save her eyes, doesn't know what's going on with her back anymore. 5 seconds later, frozen in place by fear, she takes a peek. The little concrete and steel overhang above the stoop has a big crater in it now, and there's still pieces crumbling down. More important, Letha sits up, feels slivers of glass all under her. Dark Mill South out there isn't walking anymore. She hit him. He's laid out, slapping at himself. Because birdshot. Plus his parka and whatever layers he's got on under that. What this means, though, he wasn't stopped by a gun. He is what he is. Letha extracts herself gingerly from the door, feels behind for blood, but there isn't any. She leans Rex Allen's prize goose gun into the corner and it blasts again. Because she's closer to the business end of it this time, the powdered brick stings the parts of her face it can still get to. 100 tiny pinpricks of flame that Letha isn't near fast enough to slap away. All she can do is flinch. Jerk. That sends her tumbling off the stoop, out into the snow, which is deep, deep. It swallows her whole, her nostrils instantly filling with powder, her eyes packing shut with coldness. But this isn't an avalanche. And just because she can't open her mouth to suck air doesn't mean she's suffocating. She knows her way up. She knows how to blow her nose clear. Calm. Calm, she says inside. Never mind that Dark Mill South has to know who just lobbed birdshot at him. Never mind that she can't see him at the moment. Letha clambers up as fast as she can, and, when no giant is about to tackle her, she wipes herself down. Breathes. More of the little awning is crumbling down now, all around her, and there's a big gouge in the brick, and the narrow window alongside the door is shattered too, and all those stony flecks and glassy slivers are raining down on that pretty shotgun, probably scratching the stock. There's still 2 shots in it, though. A5 means auto 5, 5 shells, if there's not a plug. Rex Allen, being an officer of the law, probably should have a plug. But Letha's pretty sure he doesn't. That would mar the original design. Letha steps back up onto the stoop, hauls the shotgun to her again, staying well clear of the open end of the barrel, since this thing has the definition of a hair trigger. She only realizes she's mostly deaf when the muted yells filter through. She cranks around to Dark Mill South, and Banner and Lonnie are already to him. But Banner's pistol isn't drawn, and Lonnie doesn't have a crowbar or a chain, just that bucket he keeps by the pumps, with the windshield squeegee in it. "No!" Letha screams, and holds the shotgun at port arms, sets her feet, and fires again, into the sky, the big gun jumping, but not getting away from her this time. Banner turns to her, holding his hands out to tell her enough, enough, and Lonnie stops advancing, wary of this woman with a shotgun. "It's him!" Letha calls out, the sound filling her head, her teeth unable to unclench, and as if to prove it, Dark Mill South stands, still slapping at himself, and peels out of the parka. It's smoldering, its synthetic down or whatever evidently flammable when hot lead sears through it. And... Shit, Letha says, letting the gun fall away into the snow. It's Rexall. He was probably heading up to Maine to trudge down to the high school to take care of a burst pipe, or adjust the boiler, or it doesn't matter. She didn't just shoot Dark Mill South. She shot the town janitor. I'm sorry, Letha says, mostly to herself. And that damn phone will not stop. Pissed, she turns, pulls the door handle. It comes away in her hand, so she just steps through the remains of the door, trying to avoid the jagged edges. Aren't all the phones down? How can whoever this is be calling so much? And, of course, Adrian's crying down the hall. It's not her fault, though. There's loud noises. This is a strange place. Crying is how you tell your mother you're scared, that you need her to come get you, pat you safe. Letha turns that way, to round the reception counter, skirt Meg's desk, beeline Rex Allen's office, but that phone. She stops, hisses out breath, and yanks it up, says into it as best she can. What? On the other end, there's just breathing at first. Letha switches ears, presses the phone tighter, which is when the inside door, the first, blows open all at once, the storm forcing its way in. The door slaps the wall hard enough that it shatters just like the other door, the dull aluminum frame swinging back in slowly, now that the cold wind can't keep it propped open. Great. Wonderful. Down the hall now, too. The women's restroom door is clattering because there's a hard draft pulling under it, trying to dive out the window. This is too fucking much. Kid crying, Rexall shot, glass everywhere, snow blowing into the entry. Billy? Letha hisses into the phone, just for her own get back. He's the sick caller in Black Christmas. No, the girl on the other end says, and she's either way on the other end or Letha's hearing's still dampened. Who is this? She says, switching the receiver to her left hand now, so she can pull her cell up from her back pocket. Sure enough, one flickering bar. The cell tower's been in and out all day, meaning this is one lucky-ass call. Fast, fast, Letha says, not sure how long this connection can last. It's Abby Grantland, the girl barely on the other end says. You need to come up here. Up where? Letha says. The gym, Abby manages to say. They're all dead, I think. Including me. Letha closes her eyes, makes herself open them, and, holding the phone to her throat, stretches its spiral cord around Meg's desk so she can see Banner through the broken door, out in the storm. He and Lonnie are wrestling with Rexall, and it doesn't look like they're winning. We're coming, she tells Abby.
Banner is on his ass again, and he's thinking that he should maybe just stay there. If he struggles back up, gets Rexall under control, then the rest of this day is just going to avalanche down over him. The Snowcat, out of service for the moment. A killer in town, targeting Cinnamon Baker and carving through all her friends to get to her. No backup. This Storm, his wife, who's just supposed to be covering the phones for Meg, not taking pot shots at citizens. That citizen resisting, not arrest, but he was just peppered with shot out of nowhere. maybe isn't thinking right. It's Rexall, though. Has he ever been thinking right? On one of his early patrols, Francie had told Banner what she knew about when Rexall had gotten the hell out of Proof Rock for a year and a half about 10 years ago to find gainful employment down in Idaho Falls, which turned out to be at a funeral home. It was just a part-time thing, vacuuming and dusting after hours. But then the snapshots started showing up. They were from Rexall's flip phone, so were grainy. But you could see what he was seeing well enough. Dead women. Not completely stripped out of their funeral clothes, but stripped enough. Rexall was unbuttoning their shirts and propping a pale, bloodless breast out, then arranging a candle on the edge of the coffin as backdrop, and then opening his phone, getting the angle just right. Because the funeral home didn't want a lawsuit, and because proving the source of these photos would take police involvement, which would end up public, the owner's cousins had come to town, manhandled this after-hours custodian into the bed of their truck, trussed him hand and foot, stuffed his mouth with an oily red rag, glued his lips shut over it with that zip-lip stuff they use for corpses, then driven him back up to the address of his last reference, Golding Elementary, where he'd swept and mopped in high school. But Banner and Lonnie aren't those manhandling cousins, obviously, and Rexall is what Banner's dad would call a hoss. After pushing Banner back onto his ass again, he slings Lonnie out into the snow like a human frisbee. There's dots of blood on one side of Rexall's face from the goose gun. Banner knows it by sound, but too, it's the only gun in the rack in the front office that's full choke, the only one that could have reached out these 50 yards. Letha knows her firearms. He's got to give her that. She perhaps needs a little guidance yet on target selection, however. And Rexall might have even come quietly, except then, Letha started in firing again and again, because she's protecting Adrian, Banner tells himself. There's nothing she won't do to keep that little girl safe. Just all those horror movies she watches, right? They've taught her to shoot first, ask questions never. Because there's no on-ramp to danger. There's not any slow and boring escalation. It's always immediately life and death with Letha Mondragon Tompkins. Banner loves her for it. It lets him feel safe out on patrol when he can't be there. But it is kind of messing with his whole being a deputy thing, he guesses, if he can be completely honest. And no, Rex Allen is not going to be thrilled about Rexall getting shot, but it is Rexall. What's really going to get Banner's ass in a sling is that goose gun. It's from Belgium. It's supposed to be being kept safe in a position of honor. That's later, though. This is now. Banner fights up from the powder, untangles from the earbud cables that must be from Rexall. Is that rap coming through them? And using the form Coach always told his linebackers they had to use when the idiot with the ball's both bigger than you and has momentum, he drives forward, catching Rexall in the side, an illegal spear, and then he pushes not back, but up, a spleen ripper. It's not that he wants to sideline Rexall for the season so much. It's that he doesn't want to get his own ass stomped any more than it already is. And the trick to that, when you're outsized, it's taking the ground away from this tight end, this fullback, this janitor, and then letting his own weight slam him down. It finally works. All of Rexall's 300 or however many pounds is on Banner's right shoulder, and he's rising, and then falling on his back. Banner can tell it takes his wind away. Except, now Lonnie's wading in, not just with the heavy-duty, long-handled squeegee he keeps in a white 5-gallon bucket for cleaning Proof Rock's windshields, but with the squeegee and the bucket. Not on purpose, but because the blue wiper fluid he keeps in that bucket's frozen around the squeegee head. It must weigh 40 pounds, and it confirms what Rex Allen told Banner once, that Lonnie waters that shit down to save money. If he didn't, it wouldn't be frozen right now. But Banner can't stop to think about that. Lonnie's already swinging it overhead like a giant hammer to come down onto Rexall's face, which is going to do a lot more damage than a goose gun at half a football field away. Banner rolls to the left, freeing his right side, and draws his snow-packed Glock, racks the slide back, and shoots twice from the ground. The white bucket of frozen blue explodes into chunks above Lonnie's head, and his swing is just the long handle of the squeegee now. It overbalances him, nearly lands him splat in the middle of Rexall, still gasping for breath. "Stop! Stop! 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 Stop!" Banner screams, trying to stand, his legs numb, the world muted. Lonnie steps back, his lips trembling the way they always do when he's about to fall into a stuttering hole. Banner angles the pistol down onto Rexall, and Rexall raises his hands too, showing all his fingers. This fucking day. To make it worse, there's a distant buzzing worming its way through Banner's deafness. He shakes his head, conks himself on the side of the head in case his ears are just plugged with snow, and what he sees is a square headlight coming fast. "Shit," he says, and dives out of the way, which turns out to be right into Rexall, who gathers Banner to him and rolls hard away, probably saving him. The snowmobile skids sideways, spraying snow onto Banner and Rexall and Lonnie. Banner clears his face and stands, leading with his pistol, Rexall and Lonnie forgotten. At the edge of the floating whiteness, he can see Letha in the doorway to the sheriff's office. She's reaching down for that shotgun again, meaning this is about to seriously all go to hell if Banner doesn't... "There's more," Jennifer Daniels says from the snowmobile seat, cocking some ski goggles up onto her forehead. "More what?" Banner says. "More dead kids," Jennifer says back, then sees Rexall. "What's he doing here?" "Getting shot," Rexall says back, leaning forward to blow splatty snow from his nose. Then, "Hey, Jade, missed you at your dad's funeral." "I was there at his death," Jennifer hisses back, her hand still on that throttle like she wants to fire her bad machine back up, jam the skids into her dad's best friend, just for old time's sake. "They should have sent you up," Rexall says, lumbering to his feet and keeping a weather eye on Lonnie, whose lower lip is still spasming with stacked-up words. "Yeah, well," Jennifer says, stepping down and looking back to the sheriff's office. "Can't say they didn't try." "Doesn't matter," Rexall says, then shrugs like this is no big thing. "He's back anyway, and he's bigger than he was. Gonna take more than some puke-ass machete swung by a girl to..." Bam! Banner nearly falls down, trying to get his pistol around to whatever this was. Letha, walking in, firing the shotgun straight up. "Well, this too?" she says in her close-mouthed way, staring daggers into Rexall that are probably more dangerous than whatever she's thumbed into that A5's tube. Jennifer doesn't smile, but she sort of does, her lips pursed, and for a little frozen moment, Banner sees her and Letha side by side, the main two survivors from the last round, ready to go again, if that's what it's coming down to. Except, "Everybody stop," he hears himself insisting, with all the volume he has. "Nobody's shooting anybody, okay? Okay?" To prove this, he makes a slow show of holding his pistol high and light, and guiding it into the snow cone his holster is, the barrel surely stuffing with slush, but screw it. De-escalation is more important now than proper firearm maintenance. Letha shrugs about this new rule that nobody's shooting anybody. It'll hold until it doesn't. "80 good?" Banner asks her, and she nods a curt nod. "There's 3 dead at Pleasant Valley," Jennifer says then. Banner feels something in his chest falling off a metal shelf and clattering into pieces in his stomach. "Who?" he says. Jennifer squints to remember, then nods, says, "Kristen? Mark? Seniors," Letha fills in. "Sin? Ginger?" Jennifer shakes her head no, not them. But she does add, "And I don't know his name. He worked the front desk?" Lonnie says. Rexall's amused by this. Blonde hair?" he finishes for Lonnie. "That'd be Jocelyn Cates' kid." "Philip," Banner fills in. 1L. "He was supposed to come here on this," Jennifer says, patting the snowmobile. "But when I went to check on what was taking him so long, he had it was a dry cleaning bag, I think, over his head." Banner turns away. The cold doesn't even matter anymore. What's this? 5 high schoolers dead now? And what are Letha and Jennifer communicating to each other now with their eyes? What? He says to them. Letha shakes her head, as if there's too many ears here. But they're all already dead, right? She says to Jennifer. Jennifer nods once, and Letha comes back to Banner. There's one still alive at the high school, she says. Abby, Grandlin, Rexall plugs in, emphasizing it in some gross way that gets Jennifer stepping forward like she's going to climb him, reach into his mouth, pull his heart out, and then feed it back to him. Banner stops her, pushes her back harder than he needs to, considering her size. But these are extraordinary circumstances. She's hurt? He says to Letha. Letha nods. Fuck! Banner can't help but say, almost scream, both his hands to his head now, trying to hold all these emergencies inside so he can maybe make sense of at least one of them. We go to the one who needs help, Jennifer says. The high school. The nursing home can wait. How did... She called you? Banner says then to Letha. Signal was back, Letha explains. He palms his own phone, sees that one thready dot that's the first of his bars. He's coming for you. Count on that, Rexall says to Jennifer. Little family reunion, he adds for her, with some approximation of a wink, except about 1,000 times more lecherous. Can we lock him up? Jennifer says to Banner, without breaking eye contact with Rexall. Seconded, Letha says flatly. Lonnie says. It's unanimous, Jennifer says, saving Lonnie the trouble. I'm the victim here? Rexall says, holding his parka out to show all the little fountains of singed white puff. For your own safety, Banner tells him, and knows for sure now that his contract won't be getting renewed. But maybe he can still save Abby Grandlin.
Back when, Jennifer had a ring of keys on a pull cord that would get her into any door of Henderson High. Then, when those were taken away, she threw a trash can through the front doors, she seems to recall. It all used to matter so much. Everything was a statement, a gesture, a challenge. All of that sucked into the past, though. It already feels like it maybe happened to somebody else, like she saw it all through the tracking lines of her old television in her bedroom. Now her room isn't really even her room anymore, though. The house she has the title to, she refuses to call it her father's house, doesn't want to have to live like that. It was evidently Prufrock's party pad for a season or two, meaning her bedroom was probably hookup station number 2, number 1 being the bigger bedroom at the end of the hall. The 2 nights she's been there, she's curled up on the caved-in couch. The old console television in the living rooms had its screen kicked in, and been home to a few listless fires, it looks like. Very 2029, Kyle Reese's Cyberdyne wrecked future. It's starting to line up with Jennifer's wrecked present, the one where her hand goes to the pocket of the coveralls she's not wearing, for the keys she doesn't have, which would open these front doors of Henderson High. Deputy, she says to Banner. It's him and her and Doc Wilson. When the good doctor wouldn't rouse from their insistent knocks on his door, Banner had finally kicked it in. Doc Wilson was sitting at the card table in his kitchen, dealing himself some vodka. What? Banner says, about the locked door they need to get through. We should have asked Rexall. Shit. Jennifer shakes her head no about that. It was bad enough riding 3 to the snowmobile, Doc Wilson's hands gripping her right under her breasts. Having Rexall as a 4th would have probably meant sitting in his lap? Not likely. How'd they get in? Banner says just aloud, as if lodging the right objection will get these doors open. We have time to figure that out? Jennifer asks back. When Banner's just staring, his 2 brain cells swapping back and forth and coming up with zilch, Jennifer steps over the trash can to take a running start with it, fling it into that pristine wall of glass. But the trash can is bolted down. It wrenches her back, forces painful blood back into her frozen fingers. Shit! she says. Then to Banner, "Shoot it! Abby's dying!" Banner looks behind him, like expecting Rex Allen to nod that this is okay, and when he reaches down for the butt of his pistol, "No," he says. His holster's empty. In a glance, Jennifer can see how it happened. His holster was packed with snow, meaning his pistol wouldn't jam down deep enough to catch. Add bouncing around Proof Rock on a snowmobile and, bam, a pistol that'll only show up when all of this melts, long about May. That doesn't mean Banner isn't checking the ground all around him now, though, and then backtracking to the snowmobile. "How was this party injured, did you say?" Doc Wilson asks, already sipping straight from his thermos of coffee that smells like it's flammable. Jennifer shakes her head, disgusted with the situation. She turns sharply, not answering Doc Wilson, and steps back to the snowmobile, connects the kill switch without hooking it onto her jacket, and pulls Philip Cates's goggles down over her eyes. No, don't," Banner says from the fluff of snow he's now inspecting for firearms. "For Abby," Jennifer says, firing the snowmobile up, the engine screaming over her voice, screaming as her voice. She twists the throttle back hard, her whole right shoulder going down with it, and the snowmobile fishtails a bit, then launches, those glass doors coming fast. Jennifer dives off 10 feet shy, slides at an angle away, a girl-shaped snowball, and looks up through the foggy goggles just in time to see the snowmobile crash into Henderson High. The glass keeps falling for about 30 seconds after the snowmobile's parked itself in the trophy case. Go! Jennifer says to Banner and Doc Wilson. When Banner starts to step over, haul her up. They do. Jennifer rolls over on her back, stares up into the swirling whiteness. Almost instantly, her goggles are coated in powder. The result is she loses her bearing, feels like she's falling, like she's been falling for 4 years, and now she's splatted down right in front of the high school she never graduated from. She shakes her head no, not wanting this feeling, and tries to roll out of it, slinging the goggles away so she can find herself again. Another slab of glass falls pendulously down from the very top of that big frame, and, instead of shattering, it stabs into some of the snow that had been packed up against the door, stabs in and stands there at an angle. Jennifer clambers to her feet, steps well around that glass, and immediately spots the snowmobile's kill switch, hooked onto the top left corner of the display case. Banner's tall, doesn't think not everyone is. It was good he pulled it, though. The air still tastes like exhaust, meaning if he hadn't, they'd all be swimmy in the head in a few minutes. "Thanks, Deputy," Jennifer mumbles, taking a slow look around. This is the first time she's been back in this building since that summer, isn't it? Since she carved the Lake Witch slayings into the tender blue metal of a restroom, and Hardy had to fire her. That is what they turned out to be, though. Even if that's not what it says in her court transcripts or in any of the newspapers or books. Not that Jennifer kept up once she figured out which way the wind was blowing. She crunches forward, her purple leather boots mostly wet by now. They were made for being tucked under a defendant's table in court, not for wading through killing fields. She would have taken Philip Cates's boots like she'd taken his ski gear, but boots had felt more intimate somehow, and she knew she would have felt bad, leaving him barefoot in the snow. In hindsight, it was a stupid decision, but being smart's not as easy as everybody makes it out to be. Jennifer looks behind her, just to be sure she's alone, and shit. Right over there's the quiet room, where you go when the world's too much and you just need to sit in a room with zero stimulation for a half hour. "Can I live there, please?" Jennifer mumbles. On the way past the display case, she tippy-toes to pull the kill switch down on the sly, pocket it. She doesn't want to hear the snowmobile firing up without her. Banner's trying to take care of them, but he's not even a real deputy yet. Jennifer walks down the center of the hall, her tightrope the blurry shadow in the middle where the emergency lights don't quite touch. Behind her, the storm's whistling through the open door. Come spring semester, there's going to be some serious cleanup for Rexall, and whoever his apprentice is now. Pipes are going to freeze, animals are going to have found their way in, papers are going to be blowing all around. There's going to be some bloodstains, too. Then in a few months, it's going to be one of those graduations where, instead of all the seats filled, some are going to be left ceremonially empty, right? Whoever's principal now will give token diplomas to the dead kids' parents, along with a single red rose, and, if there's any justice, any decency, the media won't be there to document this. No reason for it to live forever. Just let it be the beautiful, terrible thing it is, and then keep moving. Keep moving. That's what Jennifer's doing. She shuffles past the 2 chemistry labs, gives English the same leery eye as ever, and then... No, she's not ready. History. Her breath catches in her throat, and she's telling herself there's a life on the line down the hall, maybe lives, that there's a killer to be figured out, found, and put down. But all the same, she steps into the doorway of the old classroom, her eyes hot, and now she's reaching for him with her fingertips, and also at the same time pulling her hand back to hold it to her chest. Mr. Holmes. She shakes her head no, that she can't do this, but she's already stepping the rest of the way in. Just like she knew there's still stupid quotes from historical people on posters all around the room. There's dates and names and places, half erased on the chalkboard. There's the desks all in sort of rows, the same as it had been since kindergarten. But there's no Mr. Holmes leaned back against his desk, spinning them what feels like another bullshit story about people in Henderson Golding looking up from their oil lanterns, up into the tall blackness of what would become Caribou Targhee, and seeing the distant sparks from mining picks chipping into rock. Jennifer always thought he maybe wanted to go there, to Drowntown before it was Drowntown, that he was one of those who thought he was born too late. And it wasn't that he could have been somebody back then, it was that he could have been nobody. From her holding cell over 5 weeks, draft after draft, she'd written his wife, his widow, a 2-page letter, about how her husband had been a dad to her, sort of, in secret, how he let her write papers about horror instead of history, just because he could tell that's where her heart was. That every time she hears a buzzing in the sky, she looks up, sure it's going to be him, that he really got away that night, that he's still up there in his ultralight. She tore all those letters up, though. None of them said it even close to right. Finally, what she sent, which had to go through her lawyer, not the approved way, was a single unsmoked cigarette with a light little gray heart drawn in pencil on the side of that white paper. Who even is the history teacher now? Jennifer steps in between the desks, her heart swelling from being here again. Whoever it is, they can't be doing even half the job Mr. Holmes was. They don't know the real Proof Rock, the real Fremont County, the real Idaho. They didn't grow up getting their summer buzz cut down on Main Street. They never stood on shore and watched Hardy sling his airboat around, misting all the kids lined up on the pier. They were never pirates on the high seas of Indian Lake. They shouldn't even be teaching history here anymore, Jennifer thinks. They should give it a rest for 4 or 5 more years, in honor. And now she's up to what was his desk. She touches it with her fingertips, knows it's his headstone. "Sir?" she says, trying to keep her breathing normal and failing so fucking hard. Her tears splat on the papers, and she drags her sleeve across her face. Can't be doing this. She turns to face the empty classroom. Because nobody's watching, she tries to do that slow little heel spin Mr. Holmes had down, that he used as part of his lectures, his rambles, and now she's facing the chalkboard. She nods, and it's real now. It's real again. He's really gone. When she finally walks back out, Grady Bear Sherlock Holmes is written in the high corner very small, not with chalk, but a black Sharpie, the blackest Sharpie. And if Rexall uses some solvent to remove it, she's officially kicking his ass up one side of Maine and down the other, twice. Not sure where the action is, or was, she drifts down the halls. There should be wet footprints, but it's dark, and she'll get there eventually. Or she is there, where the main hall goes to either the science wing or the art wing. Some idiots mounted a bull elk there to stare everybody down, like some gatekeeper making them choose science or art. What bullshit is this? Jennifer says. About the elk, sure, but more about the guy speared over its face. There are antlers poking up through his chest, and his eyes and mouth are open. Jennifer watches him for a solid minute, isn't sure what she's waiting for. Just, she knows she doesn't want to let it in. Not yet. Shit, she says, aware of how not cued into her surroundings she's been, and looks suddenly behind her, because you're never as alone as you think you are. It's just empty hallway again, still. The memory of backpacks and secrets and hushed laughter. Not Slaughter High, like Jennifer used to always imagine. The teachers from the faculty aren't out to get her. Neither is Mrs. Tingle. She's just like Brad Pitt, cutting class, doesn't want to end up a student body. 1981, Alex, she mutters, for student bodies, just so she won't say 1984, which would be Silent Night, Deadly Night, which this kill with the elk most definitely is, no matter how much she doesn't want it to be true. But no. She doesn't think like that anymore. She's hiding in the video store, like Letha was saying. She's seeing connections that wouldn't even be there if she didn't know all the shit still swirling around inside her. Saying it out loud or not, though, this kid is still speared on these antlers, isn't he? And there's still 3 dead high schoolers over at Pleasant Valley. Counting the 2 from the motel parking lot, this makes 6. And that's not counting whatever Banner and Doc Wilson are wading into down which direction? Jennifer looks down the science hall, down the art hall, and ends up making wet tracks for her old bathroom, the skank station. Instead of stepping in, though, "Hello?" she says, through the cocked-open doors of the boys' gym. Doc Wilson has his sleeping bag of a jacket off, has the white girl with the red face wrapped up in it. She's jerking, her whole body. The gym is big and dark, but over in the stands there's a flashlight. Banner. He's locating the dead, Jennifer knows. Have they seen the kid on the elk yet, even? "What can I do?" Jennifer says, taking a knee by Doc Wilson. "Coffee," he says, without looking up. Meaning, he needs steady hands to save this life. Jennifer finds the thermos, pours the lid full, passes it over. When Doc Wilson takes it from her, she has to see, this girl's bulging, leaky eyeball, and it takes her breath away. This isn't corn syrup and latex, air bladders, and hand pumps. Jennifer holds it together long enough not to spill the coffee, then stumbles away, is leaning against the slick brick wall when suddenly Banner's standing beside her. "How's she doing?" he asks about this girl. "Abby," Jennifer dredges up. Like saying her actual name can be a lifeline, she climbs back up. "Winona Fleming's over there," Banner mumbles, his tone telling Jennifer that it's not pretty, that it's the direct opposite of pretty. "Why is he targeting high schoolers this time?" Jennifer says. "I don't even know if this is all of them," Banner says. Jennifer, doing finger antlers, says, "You saw the one on the—" Banner nods. "Maybe she was texting with whoever did that to them," he says then. "Kids do that, they text all the—" "I'm not from 1989, Jennifer tells him, and together they find Abby's bloody phone, its screen glowing awake under all that tacky red. Jennifer takes it to the girls' restroom around the corner, and, when there's no light, she calls Banner in. He steps in gingerly, like this is a trap. "I'm not going to turn you in," Jennifer tells him, finding the paper towel roller in the beam of his flashlight, "but I don't guarantee you're not being recorded." "What?" "Prufrock's very own Chester the Molester," Jennifer says, tilting her head up and around to the idea of hidden cameras. "Oh yeah," Banner says, "Rexall." "He's not the most upstanding citizen," Jennifer tells him, wiping the phone, having to wet the paper towel, which is 0-bit absorbent. Unless, of course, he's watching one of his recordings. "This is the time for jokes, yeah," Banner says, stepping in to burn his bright beam onto the screen in Jennifer's fingertips. After being so frozen, the light's warm. "We can cry instead if you want." "Did you really do it?" Banner asks then. Jennifer tries not to change the carriage of her shoulders, the tilt of her eyes, the steadiness of her fingers, but it's not easy. "My dad, you mean?" she says. "Since we're talking about his best friend." It tracks, Jennifer knows. You don't think about Rexall without Tab Daniels stepping in from those same shadows. Still. "The court cleared me," she says. "That's not what I'm asking." "Did I swing a machete into him?" Jennifer says, the phone almost done. "You saw Tiff's video, didn't you?" "She printed all the frames out," Banner says. "She's got, like, a photo album of it, moment by moment." "A flip book? And they call me twisted." "Did you?" "I thought he was someone else," Jennifer mutters, presenting the mostly clean phone and staring right into Banner's eyes. Then, "Ask your wife. She might remember something about him that night." "Letha? Unless you've got another wife." Instead of dignifying that, Banner's looking around the women's restroom like a fourth grader. "Everything you expected?" Jennifer asks. "Over there's where we put lingerie on, have pillow fights." "Skank station," Banner reads slowly from above the last mirror. "Home sweet home," Jennifer says, and steps over, feels up there for the eyeliner pencil these 4 years later girls probably don't even know about. It's still there. "What's that?" Banner asks. Jennifer presents it for inspection, says, "Mine. I left it here." She pockets it before he can press her, and then she's trying to swipe into the phone. "Here," Banner says, trading her the flashlight for the phone, but of course he doesn't know Abby's PIN either. There's a stack of texts on the lock screen that pops back up after each failure, though, all from Daddy Dearest. "Shit," Banner says about them. "I'm going to have to tell him, aren't I?" "You're going to have to tell a lot of them," Jennifer says. "What next, Deputy?" "We're not done here," Banner says, and Jennifer doesn't get it, but follows when he sweeps out, back into the gym. Abby Grandland isn't convulsing anymore, which probably isn't exactly wonderful, medically speaking. "You don't know about fingerprints," Banner says to Jennifer. "I know about Jennifer starts to say, but he's already pressing Abby's limp thumb to the phone's screen. When he stands again, the phone's open. He swipes into messages, but "She was only talking with Winona," he says. "Was she Milton's little sister?" Jennifer asks, not even sure she could actually pick Milton Fleming from a lineup anymore. He was just another face in second grade, and at graduation. Banner passes the phone back over, as if Jennifer needs it. "Rex Allen will be back soon," he says. "Hardy's here," Jennifer offers. "He's not sheriff." "Rex Allen barely is." Banner steps away. "Hey," Jennifer says, holding the phone out to him. "Being in a bathroom," he says, meaning it's pee time. "Need me?" Jennifer says down to Doc Wilson. He doesn't answer, is doing something intimate and necessary to Abby's face or breathing passage. Jennifer steps away, gives them their privacy, not because she trusts him with an unconscious human with breasts, but because she can tell he's in triage mode, not grope and caress mode. Still, she hangs close, just to be sure. Right when Abby's phone dims, she wakes it back up. It's still in. Looking around, which is a dead giveaway she's about to try something, she taps into the settings, turns the lock screen off. It means confirming with Abby's limp thumb again, but Doc Wilson's otherwise occupied. Jennifer scrolls through Abby's contacts. Cinnamon Baker. Oh yeah, Jennifer says, and lightly, because she's not sure she should be doing this, she touches that name. It takes a few seconds for the line to ring, the signal's still thready, but then, on the fourth ring, a voice says, Abs? Cinnamon Baker? Jennifer asks. Who is this? She asks back. I'm at the high school. Where are you? Why? Because there's somebody... You know why. Jade Daniels? Why do you have Abby's phone? Is she all... Where are you? Do I need protection? I'm at the... Pleasant Valley. I thought you were here too. Is Abby with you? Jennifer switches ears, steps away from Doc Wilson. Your friends Mark and Kristen? She says. Don't. I can't. You have to, Cinnamon. Sin. It's just sin. Is it true what your sister said? Ginger? You talked to her? But she doesn't... She did, Jennifer says, pacing. What did she tell you? That you and her found some... Oh, that, Sin says. We told the sheriff. He didn't clean it up. That was 4 years. I was in junior high. What was it? Why does it matter? Because everything does, Cinnamon. Sin. It was just... She coughs, like about to dry heave. It was some leftover from the Independence Day thing. The Independence Day massacre. Or maybe it was just fish guts. I don't know. It's not like we touched it. So you left it there? Why would we... Yes! And then quieter, to some nurse off phone. No, it's... I'll eat it right after this. Jocelyn Cates' son is dead too, Jennifer says. I'm sorry, and the Fleming girl, Milton's little sister. Winona? Sin shrieks. And some boy, Jennifer adds, quieter. It's not her responsibility to drop all this on this girl, she knows. But two, if she finds out about it all at the third real body dump, then it might slow her rundown, let her catch a blade in the back. This is for her own good. Let her cry and shrivel now so she won't later. What does he look like? Sin asks. Sandy hair, Jennifer says, seeing him again pinned on the elk. Robert Pattinson eyes, like a vampire. Jensen, Sin fills in, sobbing now. Why is this happening? Good, Jennifer tells herself. That's exactly what the final girl needs to be thinking. Except, of course, Sin doesn't need to dial back to some prank she and her evil sister and their evil friends played on some unfortunate in 8th grade. Their parents were busy being massacred then. And anyway, Dark Mill South wasn't in town to be wronged back then, or ever. Meaning, it's not about revenge this time, Jennifer says. What do you mean, revenge? I volunteer. I donate. I never... No, of course you do, and don't, and would never, Jennifer says, switching ears again, like the one on the right side's full. This is... Do you watch the news? Dark Mill South, Sin whispers. His beef is with everybody still drawing breath, Jennifer explains. And for some reason, he's targeted you and your friends. Me? I'm sorry, but then I can stop all this if if I let him. No, Jennifer says. That's not what final girls do. Final what? Your sister knows, Jennifer says. At least she knows all the movies. She doesn't have to be at cheer practice 4 hours after school every day. But can I just leave? Will that work? The storm? No. And that won't stop him. What will? You have to kill them with what they like to kill with, Jennifer says, squatted down now to think, because she hasn't had to think like this in 4 years. Something sharp or pointy. And then, when they're down, you run over them a lot of times, or keep stabbing, like cut their Achilles tendons, gouge their eyes out, break their fingers, stab them in the fire, Sin says. No, not fire, Jennifer says. Just use whatever's there when the time comes. So he's coming here? Sin asks back, such that Jennifer can kind of see her on her hospital bed at Pleasant Valley, drawing her knees up to herself and watching the door, the window. If that's where you stay. But my sister's up here, Sin whispers. She won't. I can't let him. Where's the party? Jennifer asks. That's where he'll show up. The party? Where are all the kids getting together? Well, it's usually... Sin trails off. My house, Jennifer fills in. We didn't think you were coming back, Sin says. And I never... Doesn't matter. The party's got to be somewhere else then. His kind can't stay away from... At which point the call drops. Not even the sound of air rushing in or some great emptiness. Just nothing. Jennifer studies the bars, and that little dot's not holding on very well. She tries to dial, can't make a connection. Anything? Banner asks her from the baseline of the court. But what if she's lying? Jennifer asks herself. What if Sin and Ginger did find some tumorous mass pulsing under the pier? Almost definitely, it's some bullshit concoction Ginger made up in her fevered brain through a cloud of narcotics and wishful thinking. But if not? What if Darkmill South just happens to be in town right when whatever Sin and Ginger fed for all these years is finally grown up and coming to town to shred a few teenage bodies? What if he's not killing anybody at all, but just trying to find a place to hunker down for the winter? Worse. No, Jennifer tells herself. But she knows this is the drain her thinking's swirling toward. What if that bloody leftover handful of the Independence Day massacre metastasized into Stacy Graves? She and the lake are connected in some way. Maybe she escaped Ezekiel's big hands and bobbed up to the last place she knew when she was a real girl, Proof Rock, but couldn't climb any higher than the underside of the pier. Then it's not over, Jennifer says. It was just on pause. Because slashers never really die. They just go to sleep for a few years. But they're always counting the days until round 2. No, this time the party won't be on the water under an inflatable movie screen. Still, you can't lock high schoolers up too long without them all getting together to cut loose, as Dewey says. That's not yet, though. There's still time for Jennifer to... She doesn't want to, but at the same time, she knows it's the only way. There's still time for her to prove Ginger's story wrong by sneaking around to Terra Nova, seeing if some bedroom or basement over there is a hatchery or an incubator or a den. Except, this time, she's not going to have to go the long way round, is she? Hey, I tried backing the snowmobile out of the display case, Banner saying, but you didn't take that kill switch, did you? The little plastic key the engine won't start without. What? Jennifer asks, trying to squint her whole face. The kill switch, Banner says. That plastic key? Jennifer asks, so innocent, even trying to wop her Bambi lashes up and down. Never mind that that's more Letha's domain. We're stuck here without it, Banner says. I thought it was just, Jennifer says, patting all her pockets, then ah-hahing it. I used the ladies before I came here. Maybe it fell out of my pocket? Which one? Banner asks. Down the art hall. Banner sighs, then points to Doc Wilson, and Abby Grandlin says, Stay here, for if they need anything. Am I deputized now? Has hell frozen over? Banner asks back on his way out. Seen outside? Jennifer comes back with to the swinging door. She counts to 20, which should be enough time for him to have passed the dead boy elk, and then she's running for that same junction, but, very John Bender, sliding around the corner and trying to accelerate for the front of the school. Last time she sneaked across to Terra Nova, she had to walk the dam, the chalky bluff behind Camp Blood. Now, though, she can go straight across.
What rough beast. Lodestar is a term that comes from compasses, which are magnetic, and so always point generally to the vein of ore in the sky, Polaris, star of the evening, friend to sailors, geographic north, the pole the magnetite in Pigeon's brains homes in on. Another name for the North Star is cynosure, which is a person or thing that's the center of attention. The cynosure for Prufrock in December was Dark Mill South, who prefers to orient his victims such that they face the same magnetic north, when and if there's time to set such a tableau, as there was with both Jensen Jones and Winona Fleming, among others. As you requested, here I will propose a hypothesis for that compulsion. But before I do, no. This, in response to your notes on my previous submission, until my report card comes in June, my mother won't even know I've done this independent study with you, Mr. Armitage. So, corollary with that is that I have no reason to have told her that you showed me a clip of that recording of Dark Mill South as Dugout Dick in Elk Bend, which I know must have been an effort to acquire and no small expense. To reset here, though, why would Dark Mill South arrange his victims such that they face north? To answer that, we first have to delve into the understory of the internet and attempt to settle on which version of him we're talking about, which, as William Hesseltine says, is akin to trying to nail jelly to the wall. But I'll do my best. As near as I can tell, the different origin theories for Dark Mill South settle into two categories: his Native American heritage and his relationship with other legendary figures. That Dark Mill South is on the tribal rolls of the Red Lake Bend of Chippewa, the Ojibwe I was talking about in an earlier paper who are really the Anishinaabe, is fact. Or, I should say, DM South is on those rolls. And here our troubles begin, Mr. Armitage. The birth certificate. There's various and variously manipulated versions of the birth certificate ascribed to Dark Mill South to be found, none of which actually have either Dark or Mill in front of South. However, there apparently was, at one time, a family with that surname on the Red Lake Indian Reservation. It's presumed that surname is a transliteration of a different and more meaningful name held by someone at the turn of the previous century when former naming conventions were, quote, normalized by people not familiar with the culture or the language. Of fervent interest online is the date all of these versions of that birth certificate share, 1912, making Dark Mill South, if he is indeed DM South, 107 years old at the time of his rampage through Prufrock. It's because of this date that Dark Mill South is often made out to be the native version of the Wandering Jew, cursed to walk the earth until the Second Coming. The Dakota 38, whom Abraham Lincoln ordered hanged en masse, about which we've already spoken. Proponents of this theory cast Darkmill South as one of those 38, risen to seek justice for him and his wrongly convicted fellow tribesmen. That accounts of that day stop with the hangings and don't document what was done with the bodies afterward only adds credence to this theory for true believers, in that it allows a vast open space from which one lone Dakota can climb up from the mass grave or the ashes of the bonfire, his chest heaving, his eyes dark, his hands clenching into fists, his murderous gaze roving from sea to shining sea. The boarding school. As is no secret anymore, the policy of stealing Native American children and forcing them into Christian curriculums at residential schools was deplorable, as was the policy to kill the Indian, save the man, by doling out punishments for speaking native languages, for wearing their uniforms incorrectly, for practicing forbidden religions. The list goes on. Note that this theory is in dialogue with the previous one, and that it also has Darkmill South climbing up from the grave he was disposed in, presumably after having died as a result of neglect, starvation, sexual abuse, and loneliness, and then, in a graft from the birth certificate theory, walking the earth until he's gotten adequate revenge on all the, quote, black robes who killed him, his fellow abductees, and his culture, all in the name of their God. As for how those who would have Darkmill South be at war with the church explain his seemingly arbitrary, opportunistic killings, a child of the boarding school system who had never seen white people until the moment of his abduction would naturally assume that since the clergy abusing him was white, that white was then the defining characteristic of the enemy. Though I, of course, want to respect Native American tradition and sentiment, Mr. Armitage, common sense dictates that all of these theories have to come down to wishful thinking. I don't say this to demean or reduce, but to posit the likelihood that there's a more rational explanation. But before we get there, we have to get more irrational for a moment. The golem, which is another graft from Judaism. This is the hulking protector or revenger that gets pitted against those who would harm or oppress the Jewish people. Made of clay, supernaturally strong, and animated by magic, the golem is a fearsome presence, to be sure, but also something of a mindless automaton, in that it's controlled by the wronged and desperate person who raised it, and nearly always, of course, loses control of it, leaving it to, as Darkmill South does, rampage until forcibly stopped. Grendel, the monster of the Old English poem Beowulf. Grendel is less a rampager, more a ravager, specifically of Harrowrot, a mead hall and occasional dormitory for warriors. Like the golem, Grendel can only be stopped with force, by someone pure of heart and intention. Darkmill South being identified with Grendel, then, is of course an indictment of law enforcement, in that were any of them pure of heart and intention, then Darkmill South would have been stopped years ago, rather than ducking into state after state and killing at will. However, taking Occam's razor into account, we have to ask not what's the most fantastic explanation, but the simplest? Yes, Sherlock Holmes famously tells us that once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. But I humbly submit that what's left after eliminating the preceding impossible explanations for Darkmill South is, in fact, not all that improbable. Monsters happen, Mr. Armitage. I don't need to tell you, of all people, this. And so I hang my argument on a single, ill-focused snapshot, only purported to be Darkmill South. The video store. In this snapshot's foreground is the intended subject, a brother and sister, probably twins, between 8 and 10 years old, enacting a tug-of-war between a clamshell videotape case of The Fox and the Hound, 1981. That neither of their hands even slightly covers the title is our indication that this is being posed by a parent. But the children are not our subject, Mr. Armitage. Behind them, left of center, standing behind the rental counter, is a hulking Native American man, for this instant happening to be staring directly into the lens as if challenging it. Though his long hair leaves most of his face in shadow, his eyes are sharp glints of white in there, and his height, assuming the rental counter is standard, is well over 6 feet. This snapshot surfaced online during the first year of Dark Mill South's trial. Presumably one of these twins, now adults, recognized him on the news, dug through an old photo album from the attic, snapped a picture of a picture, and put it on social media. Early comments surrounding it and its repostings are mostly about trying to fit this video store job into Dark Mill South's known timeline. Since that timeline is so difficult to establish, though, he was probably in Minnesota in the 90s and he was in Utah by 2015, so he must have crossed the vast Midwest at some point, perhaps procuring work in a video store along the way. Interest in this snapshot of unknown provenance fizzled, and it became a curiosity, another maybe, and so got relegated to less and less visited pages and sites. But when we take into account the horror movie associations with Dark Mill South's killings in Proof Rock, I submit that this snapshot is perhaps revealing in that it provides a time in his life in which he could have familiarized himself with the films he would eventually emulate. So, I said we had to first settle on a version of Dark Mill South we could believe in. This last one makes the most sense to me. Or, at least, it doesn't break any rules of nature or require magical thinking. When video rental stores were common, people did work at them, even Native Americans. But how does this version of Dark Mill South inform his compulsion to face his victims north? Though I prefer novels and reading to film and television, I do, nevertheless, know that a certain novel has been adapted to film multiple times. Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, or The Modern Prometheus, 1818. If the adaptations are faithful to the novel, and I assume they are, as why stray from what works, then Dark Mill South, the video store clerk, could well have taken one such adaptation home and been not just enchanted with it, but programmed by it. In the novel's final act, Victor Frankenstein pursues the creature north through Europe, into Russia, and then beyond onto the Arctic Ocean, after which the creature would seem to be heading to the North Pole, above which, of course, sits a certain star. Dark Mill South, perhaps already dimly aware that the world was looking at him as a similar creature, could have identified with Dr. Frankenstein's creation, and that both of them had been ill-treated by the world, largely for their imposing size and presumed violent natures. Native Americans being attractive in the nostalgic sense so long as they pose no threat. So, arranging his victims such that they would stare north, then, could be Dark Mill South asking them to understand him, Mr. Armitage, to watch him, lonely and alone, leap from ice floe to ice floe, receding into the cold fog, removing himself from human society once and for all. But, of course, he didn't ask just one or two people to sit there and understand his plight. He needed a whole theater full.
The burning. When the automatic door of the dollar store tries to swing in but stops, the power cylinder frozen, slushy on the inside, Kimmy Daniels only flicks her eyes to this disturbance. But not her face, her head, her shoulders. Online, which is where she really lives, she's found a 44-minute video of one of the Queen's Guard standing like a toy soldier in his red wool and bearskin hat, his back ramrod straight, face expressionless. The recording wasn't made by someone heckling him, trying to force a reaction, but by someone watching this moment unfold, and then keep unfolding. Over those 44 minutes, tourists arranged themselves around him for photos, which Kimmy supposes makes sense,
part of the London experience. Some whisper into his ear. Some put cigarette butts into the barrel of his rifle, or flash him, moon him, and others run at him like they're going to jam their shoulders into his midsection, only to veer off at the last moment, the crowd cheering this on. The guard never flinches, never reacts. His post might be ceremonial, his rifle not loaded, but still, he's above all this. That's what Kimmy Daniels can't stop watching. This guard is the still point in the turning world, she knows. He's moving forward through time, but it's everyone else who's bustling around. It's everyone else who's wearing themselves out with concern, with worry, with trying. Instead of engaging, he's a full step back from all that. Is just standing his post. Kimmy can appreciate that. But at the same time, she knows if she asks Philo, her sort of common-law husband, to watch how amazing this Queen's Guard guy is, he'll assure her, and anybody else in their living room, that he could get a reaction from that punk. These last 6 months, since his DNA test came back that he was a quarter Native American, he's been insisting Kimmy call him Holy Crow. Holy Crow. Before too long, he'll probably realize Tab had been Indian as well, and then Kimmy will be the Indian lover, the blonde squaw, the red man's delight, who knows. If she stands still enough, though, it'll all just wash right past, won't it? After work, every day, she sits on the couch, Holy Crow sinking into his chair a few feet away. But she's not really sitting with her feet tucked up beside her. In her head, her eyes are locked on a point 60 feet away. She's pretty sure that's the trick. As if to confirm she could be in this Queen's Guard, had she been a dude, had she been in the military in Britain, had she not got pregnant in high school. Back in September, right before the first snow, the store got an early shipment of unsold Christmas junk from 2018. Instead of setting it up in a Christmas tree display like the diagram in the box, Millicent, the manager, had just dumped all 3 tubs of it into 2 shopping baskets and rolled them to the front of the store, so customers would have to skirt them on the way in. Skirt them and consider them. Maybe not be able to leave this candy cane behind or that plastic sleigh. It's only $1 after all, right? And everybody loves Christmas. Everybody wants some of that holiday cheer. In the lulls between customers in September, Kimmy went through the baskets, organizing them somewhat. The breakable ornaments all at the front, so they won't shatter under heavier stuff. The twinkle lights and tinsel piled in the child seats, and all the different Santas in the back, their boxes stacked like bricks, all of them looking through the side of the basket, out at the sidewalk. The one item that had no twin, no lot, that didn't go with any of the others, that felt like fate to Kimmy, was a 4-inch little nutcracker that someone in the warehouse had probably found under a shelf and thrown in this box to hide it, not have to inventory it. An upright wooden soldier in glossy red, his shiny black heels forever knocked together, his back bored straight, his mouth just an uninvolved line, neither grim nor judgmental. Kimmy took him to her register, set him up between the plastic partition and the cash drawer so only she could see him. And when her shifts were over, she hid him up under the conveyor belt. Now he watches her, with his painted eyes, through her endless shifts. He never moves, never flinches, never tips his beer slowly over on the coffee table because it's warm, never sleeps through lunch, never yells at the football players on the television like he knows them personally and can't believe they're doing this to him. Like Kimmy, too, this little guy doesn't jerk his head over to the automatic door, stuck just a few inches open, but still trying. And Kimmy knows full well that, were she not made of stone, had that video not conditioned her, showed her how it can be done, She would have jerked from the shock of that door moving. The rest of the store is dark. Millicent's got some of the clamp lamps tied into the 100-foot extension cord plugged into the generator out back, which is also keeping the register ready to do business. But otherwise, the dollar store's dead. Kimmy wouldn't even be here, except Millicent came and got her on a snowmobile, telling Kimmy she was the only dependable one, and thank you for being so reliable. Kimmy kept her face expressionless. She walked out to Millicent's youngest son's snowmobile, but she imagined Millicent had brought a hand truck, was dollying this Queen's Guard out the trailer for her shift in the public eye, where she would be tested by hecklers, by kids, by show-offs. Kimmy didn't know the door at the front of the store is live, though. Millicent made a show of unlocking it. Kimmy has no keys, wants no keys. But Kimmy assumed that any of the customers Millicent guaranteed were going to need nearly expired loaves of bread or tubes of tennis balls or reading glasses were going to have to shoulder in when the door didn't open. But it's trying. Must be on the same circuit as the register. Not that that's any of Kimmy's concern. She just stands and waits and doesn't react. Like the Queen's Guard, she's wearing her thick clothes, her big boots, still has her hat on. The generator isn't big enough to run the heater, or even, Millicent apologized, a space heater. This is what time and a half feels like, Kimmy tells herself. It's cold. It's quiet. It's dark. But the loyalty the store will earn from this or that customer by having been there when they needed something will pay off in the long run, supposedly. Millicent's already snowmobiled back to her house, of course. She'll be back at 4 to lock up early and ferry Kimmy home, where she'll try to get through another evening without saying Philo's new name, since she's pretty sure every time she says it, a little piece of her soul dies. It should have been dead long ago, she knows. But souls are like livers. They regenerate and regenerate until you've finally poisoned them enough that the only thing they can do is kill you, take you down with them. After dinner, and in spite of promising herself not to anymore, Kimmy might just dial up that Queen's Guard video again. She knows she's sort of addicted to it, and that little addictions can lead to big ones, but watching it's got to be healthier than what she was looping before. That recording of Jenny swinging a machete into Tab. That recording is her divorce papers. It's exactly when she quit being married. What had started at a random party her junior year was finally and really over. Never mind that Tab was supposed to have died already when his Grand Prix rolled his senior year. That was what the world wanted, what the world had tried to make happen. But he'd squeaked through with a jangly grin like always, and come out the other side shrugging one shoulder, asking who was going to get the beer for the night. Not him. He was charmed. The recording of his last moments is fuzzy, and mostly shadows, but it's enough. And it's everywhere, too. As soon as one's reported and taken down, 2 more pop up to replace it. But Kimmy doesn't watch that one so much anymore. She stopped because right after that machete makes contact, that high schooler recording it with her phone shrieks and drags the recording suddenly to the left. If Kimmy pauses it right there, then what's in that frame, what's in that darkness? It's the old camp, halfway around the lake. The one she only went to that night after the football game because she wanted to be part of what everybody was always talking about on Monday morning. The bonfire, where Tab asked her if she wanted to see the stabbin' cabin, as he called it. She thought it referred to those kids killed here back in the 60s. It was a different kind of stabbing, as it turned out. But she tells herself she doesn't regret that. If she doesn't let Tab lead her through that broken door, then there's never any Jenny. And without Jenny's small laugh, without her kindergarten art projects,
Without her trying to hang sheets on the laundry line and trying so hard, but she's too short and doesn't understand old-style clothespins. Without Jenny, Kimmy doesn't make it through those first few years of marriage to Tab. Jenny was always the reason, the prize, the little piece of secret magic who made it all worth it. Never mind where Kimmy could have ended up had she gotten her diploma. Now Jenny has hers. Kimmy was there for it, to be sure it was real, that at least one of them would have the chance now to get out. She hadn't clapped when Jenny walked the stage, but that was just because she didn't want faces turning to her, accusing her, asking her where she'd been until now. Inside, though, her heart had been a balloon, filling up with air. One that popped on July 4th, along with everyone else's. Now everyone in Prufrock comes into the store dragging their burst balloons. Kimmy can tell. It's better to have never had one at all, she's pretty sure. It's better to just stand your post, man your register, and let the hustle and bustle and grief and regret just sweep past. It doesn't even matter. To prove it, Kimmy dials that 44-minute video up in her head again, watching the blonde woman shaking what she's got right in that Queen's Guard's face. His pupils don't even dilate or contract, because he's above all this grubby stuff. Nothing can hurt him, not so long as he doesn't let it. Instead of trying to imagine the training that must have gone into this, Kimmy assigns different backstories to him. He's working on a diorama for the second grade science fair when his father storms through, steps over to sweep all those hours of work away, hardly even breaking stride. He's standing at a fence in junior high, watching a hamstrung goat try to get away from 3 dogs. He's hiding in the bedroom of his first marriage, faking sleep, while something unspeakable happens down the hall. Or maybe he's really asleep. After a while, you can forget you're pretending and just burrow down, hide. But Kimmy doesn't think about that anymore either. She was a kid herself. She didn't know. She couldn't imagine Tab, a father, could... It's not her fault. She didn't know then about standing guard and how important that is. If she'd just had Jenny later, then she probably doesn't have her at all, right? Because she's already left Tab. It's binds like this that show her she's doing the right thing, staring at some point 60 feet away, or 20 feet away. She leans against a different part of her station to watch whoever this is work the door. Snow is swirling in ahead of him, or her, swirling in and curling high, dissipating like breath. Like the storm is a giant Santa Claus lying out there on Main, trying to pry into the dollar store. Come, Kimmy tells it. Do it already. Mash this whole store flat, please, and me with it. The door shudders from an impatient shoulder, the ice caked onto its glass calving off. And then it opens a foot more, the power cylinder groaning with effort but not really assisting at all, just dragging the generator down. A moment later, Jenny slides through. Kimmy's breath suddenly clenched in her chest, the fingers of her right hand flinching up as if to lift a hand in greeting. But, guard that she is, she doesn't wave or let herself do anything. It's been, what, 4 years? 5? Last time it was hair dye, $1.99 plus tax. Kimmy doesn't raise her eyebrows at Jenny, crossing from the frozen open door to duck into an aisle, and Jenny doesn't cock her chin up to say hey after all this time. All these years. Her hair, though. It's crusted with ice, but still, this is how it was in her second grade, isn't it? Second, third, 4th, all the way up to 6th, yes. Her hair's the one good thing she ever got from Tab. It takes her 12 steps to disappear into aisle 3, the pharmacy stuff, and then the shadows between the clamp lamps are passing her among themselves, and she's just the sound of ski pant legs swishing against each other. Usually in winter, people's boots will squelch on the tile, but it's cold enough in here that the ice in Jenny's treads probably isn't even melting enough to make that sound. When the swishing of the pants is a rising sound, is about to crash at Kimmy's register, she turns around to face the customer. Greet them with a smile, as Millicent insists. Jenny unceremoniously dumps her selections onto the belt. A clatter of steak knives with wooden handles, an oversized novelty lighter, pink mittens with jagged white stripes, a bag of teriyaki beef jerky, a can of WD-40, and bright blue swim goggles, the kind that fit right down against your eyes like contact lenses with rubber straps. When Kimmy looks up to Jenny about this, about what it could mean or say, Jenny's looking purposefully out at the street. Kimmy tears a plastic bag off, arranges the items inside, then double bags the first bag so a knife poking through won't spill everything else. She hands it over, without scanning any of it in. Jenny considers this, looks around, checking the corners for cameras maybe. Is she on probation now? And then, finally, she takes the bag, is swishing out. No nod thanks, no grunt of approval. Which is fair. Like she used to, Kimmy moves through the store, finding the goggles, the kitchenware, the spray lubricant, the winter clothes display, the snacks. At the register, she scans each of them in, slides the $14.48 out of her wallet and into the register, then moves out into the dark aisles, replacing the items, hanging each of them like she would a Christmas ornament, and walking fast away. Your hair, she knows she should have said after all these years. Except she didn't. Except she couldn't. On the impulse rack are the white off-brand Tic Tacs Millicent says must be walking out as inventory never matches their actual stock. Kimmy tells herself not to, but she's already doing it, opening the Tic Tac's little flap and shaking some out into her hand, then shaking more out, clapping them into her mouth, the mint burning her gums, her throat. What she read online is that if a Queen's Guard is going to pass out from heat exhaustion or vasovagal fainting, then he needs to maintain the same posture, so that he falls like a toy soldier would, not catching himself, just letting his face slam into the ground. Kimmy longs for that kind of discipline, for the transformation finally being complete. She imagines her teeth shattering from the impact, her mouth full of white breakage and blood, not generic Tic Tacs. She shakes some more out onto her palm, and only realizes she's crying when the Tic Tacs are trembling, dancing, jumping. She closes her hand tight around them. The wind and snow are coming in through the front door that the draggy cylinder couldn't open and can't quite shut now. Kimmy tracks up from the powder gathering on the blue mat to the whiteness outside, and for a moment, between gusts, there's a tall form and a high eye watching her through the glass, an eye that doesn't seem human, that seems more like the way a cow or a horse looks at you, turning its long head to the side to see more deeply into your soul. Because she's not a Queen's Guard at all, not really. She can't keep anything safe, not even herself. Kimmy flinches back from this, her handful of Tic Tacs falling down and down.
There's annoying shit. There's stupid shit. And then there's this. Letha's on her hands and knees in the snow. in the middle of the worst storm in a century, and in Idaho, that's saying something. But she's gotta find them. Her pills. The blue and tan capsule is easy. It's right there on top. She pinches it up, chalks it between her lips. The all-red one is tumbling and rolling in the wind, though. Letha skitters forward on hands and knees, traps the pill under her palm like a bug, then lifts that handful of snow, teases the red from the white, parks this one in her lips as well. Retracing her steps, her crawl, she has to dig down. The snow is accumulating that fast, yes. The two left are both tablets, one big, one the smallest possible dot. If she can just find one, please. And while she's asking, maybe the one she needs the most, like right now. Letha's chest is shuddering. She knows. It's not crying, it's hating herself, is what it is. Did she think she could pour her noon dose out into her hand like it was just another day? Did she not think the wind cared about pills and tablets that weigh nothing but mean everything? Where is her head? On all the dead kids, she tells herself back. At the motel, the nursing home, the high school. But still, the easy thing to do would be to just stand back up, trudge over to the sheriff's office, pretend this never happened, which is all good and fine until some 2-year-old is digging in the gravel here this summer and finds some candy and has to be rushed to the emergency room. Letha cannot allow this. Not even the chance of it. She doesn't sleep for the rest of winter if she has to keep thinking about having left a pharmaceutical landmine like that. Justice would be Adrian finding it anyway. Wouldn't it be? No. This is on Letha. Never mind the cold. Never mind the wind. Never mind that she can't watch behind her. Never mind that, yes, she has backups in her pocket, as close to her skin as they can get, so she can always be sure of them. She touches a dot of white up, her eyes shaped like wonder. The steroid, the stupid little steroid. But it's just a fleck of ice. A frozen tear. She doesn't know. She presses it between her fingers until it's gone. Really? Even if it weren't snowing, that little tablet would be gone. Just one speck of thousands in the square foot alone. And, if a kid does find it and eat it this summer, if this one single itty-bitty nothing makes it that long, which it won't, it's just a single dose of anti-inflammatory. Months of them can mess with bone density. Letha swigs calcium every morning. But one single one? That's just a heavy shot of ibuprofen, pretty much. Not even that. Which is good. Now she just has to find the bigger tablet. The one she needs. And going fast hurts more than it helps. It's not about how much snow you scoop up. It's about how well you sift it. How well you inspect it, blowing off your palm. It's about how much you want it, in which case... Letha says. There it is. That perfect circle of white. Its edges the only thing signaling that it's really and truly there in her hand again. Instead of wedging it between her lips with the other two, Letha nudges it under the cuff of her thermals, right against the pulse of her wrist, and stands unsteadily, having to lean against the wind. Feeling the way it buffets her, wants to take her with it, scrape and tumble her down to nothing. Lets her feel like she's in a battle, and her only ammunition, really, it's this handful of scavenged pills. Oh, the stories we tell ourselves, her therapist is always saying, in commiseration. Except this isn't that. This is real. Letha sits down hard on the bench. Never mind the snow that comes up to her elbows. She takes one of the pills from her lips, puts it with the tablet in her cuff, and mentally prepares for this next part of the ordeal. Before all the surgeries, she could have dry swallowed all 3 of these at once, no problem, bring it on. But before all her surgeries, she wouldn't have needed all these pills. The reason she can't slam them all at once now is that it would involve unhinging her mouth gear and delicately prying her teeth open, terrified with each moment of stretching that the new tendons in her jaw, under her ears on both sides, are going to tear away again, starting this whole process all over for the 3rd time. Without the brace, her chin could marionette down against her throat again, the skin of her face tightening from that. Never mind her moisturizer regimen. And she doesn't want to start over. Please. For Banner, for Adrian, for everyone. She pretends it's nothing, that she's tough, that she's grateful to be alive, that this is just the price for that. Keyword, pretends. Not shudders inside, not cringes every moment, not always a breath away from giving up. And she is grateful. She wants for nothing. She has a beautiful family. If she ever complains, she knows, then that can all be taken away, can't it? Because of a moment of weakness on her part. I'm sorry, she says as best she can. She's not sure to who. Herself, maybe. The world. Anybody tuned in to her garbled words. To get the pills in and down without unhinging her retainer, she wets the tip of her index finger against her top gums, just behind her right canine. Finding moisture in places she never considered usably wet is something she's learned since her tongue got imprisoned behind her teeth. Vegetable bags for produce at the grocery store are the first place it came up. Flipping through Banner's paperwork for him was the second. This, medicine time, isn't the third, but counting all of the days' differences really just means committing them to memory and dwelling on them. So she's stopped at 2. The dissolvable shell of the blue and tan pill adheres perfectly to the stolen moisture, so now the pill's magically balanced on the tip of her finger, and not blowing away, thank you very much. With her other hand, she holds her left cheek out far enough to guide her index finger in, work whichever med this is back around her molars, her mind kicking up textbook images of Bartholomew Diaz rounding the Horn of Africa. Stupid history class. Her throat wants to gag, needs to gag, but throwing up is a choking hazard for her now. All she's got in her is an avocado shake 5 hours ago, but that can stop her throat up as well as anything, she knows. Using her tongue, she gets the pill queued up, makes herself swallow hard, and then keeps it swallowed. After the blue and tan, she repeats the process with the red one. Her world is immunosuppressants. And, finally, as dessert, the little round tablet that doesn't want to stick to her finger, making her have to Pez dispenser her head back, exposing her throat out here in the open. It's the painkiller, though, so it's worth it. Never mind the taste. Bitter, harsh, dangerous. When it finally goes down, scraping the whole way, Letha can feel every hungry thing inside her opening up for it, each part of her wanting just a single grain, please, and maybe another, and maybe the rest of them, too, please. And now. Yes, her phone buzzed, telling her it was time for her pills again. But no, she hadn't exactly needed that reminder. She can't become a junkie, though, for Adrian's sake, for Banner's, and for herself, she guesses, if she still factors into any of the equations. But no one could expect her to hurt all the time and not take anything for it. It hardly even leaves her swimmy in the head anymore. And so long as she remembers the stool softeners with a glass of water each night at bedtime, there's not even any adverse effects, other than getting shaky and hollow if she's late with the next round. She's never late, always has extras on her. And no, she's not looking back to the taped-over front door of the sheriff's office. Doesn't want to see Banner standing there holding 80, watching his wife get herself doped up again. Because she prefers to take her meds in private, without an audience. She told him she was just going to pick up all that ski gear Rexall had been collecting when she shot him. It's the least she can do. Finish his janitorial duties. A harmless nothing lie. One she made not a lie by actually picking these clothes up. As she was doing it, though, are they clues to something? Or is there even really a mystery in the first place? Some slashers, she knows, are all about that. Who's doing it, and why? Figure it out early, and you might get to survive. This one, though, it's more like a fox has gotten into the hen house, is biting at whoever's flapping and squawking. A big, dark, scary fox. That doesn't mean he can't be put down, though, by the right girl. Sin? Letha doesn't want that for her. The girl's gone through enough. Her parents, her sister, the rumors at school about her and the new history teacher. But she has to acknowledge that Sin makes the most sense. It can't be Letha or Jennifer, anyway. It can't be Letha because she knows now. She never really was a final girl. It was Jennifer who stopped the Independence Day massacre from being worse than it already was. But Jennifer doing that, doesn't it mean she's already made that transformation? That she's already processed through, come out stronger, more killer? Now it's Sin's turn. That's just the terrible way it works. Sorry, kid. And yes, now Letha is looking back at the taped-over door, and no, thankfully, Banner isn't there. After his run back from Henderson High, what he needs is some more water, and a blanket, and maybe some dry clothes, different boots. He'd been trying to beat Jennifer back to the office, even though she's supposed to be on a stolen snowmobile. Would have made it minutes before if that's where she was going. Letha just passed Adrian across to him, jacketed up, said she was going to go get those clothes that were trying to blow away. Only now, she's put most of them on. They're good ski gear, and fit right. Her and Sin are about the same height, and Sin is who these are from, right? This is the outfit Gal hand-delivered yesterday? Doesn't matter. Letha will bury her hands in the pockets and huddle back to the office soon enough. But not right now. Sure, she feels bad about the front door. Yeah, Rex Allen's prized shotguns scratched up. Okay, so she peppered a citizen with birdshot. None of that's life and death, though. None of it's on par with what Banner told her has happened up at the high school. With what Jennifer said happened at the nursing home. With what's still going on. Letha wraps her hand into a fist because she can't clench her jaw, and that small change in blood pressure finally flushes the oxy into her bloodstream the right way. The warm, numb way. It's like she just activated her superpowers. It's not so cold anymore. Her vision is sharper, her thoughts faster, more pure. Don't get used to this, she tells herself. But she's not really listening. If Dark Mill South steps out in front of her right now, then watch out. She won't come at him directly, isn't that high, that pure. But she will try to hook her boot into the side of his knee, and then be running, leading him out onto the ice, because she's dressed for it now. Because he's got to outweigh her by more than double, and there's got to be some thin spot out there. She'll run all day, all night, until he either collapses from exposure or falls through, down into Ezekiel's cold box, for permanent. And every time she starts to falter, her lungs frothing red, her legs numb, she'll think of Adrian, of Banner, and she'll regather, regroup. She'll touch her fingertips to the ice, push up again, stagger on. You don't need a good jaw to run. You just need heart. You just have to want it. Letha wants it. She nods, promising herself to give Dark Mill South 60 more seconds to appear in the storm before her. I'm right here, she says out loud, all around. 45 more seconds now. Banner's not watching anymore. Probably he's getting Adrian settled in somewhere, or seeing to Rexall and holding, or gassing up the generator, or trying again to raise Rex Allen on the radio, or... It doesn't matter. Just, please, let it be Letha who squares off against this particular fox in the henhouse, not Banner. All he's got are bullets and authority, neither of which has currency in the slasher. 30 seconds. At least, whatever Banner's doing in the office, he's doing it in comparative silence. For the few minutes before he was knocking on the back door, his fingers too frozen to make his keys work, the phones had stopped ringing, meaning either the lines were down again or the cell towers were. Both, probably. Put it on my tab, Letha mumbles. Along with a new shotgun for Rex Allen, and a fleet of snow machines. A wall of cell towers ringing Pleasant Valley would save them all a lot of trouble right about now, wouldn't it? Not that this will ever happen again. It shouldn't even be happening now. In all the slashers Letha's been memorizing, the least believable part isn't Jason or Michael getting back up, or this all being Freddy's dream, or nobody figuring out Ghostface's plural, or that a children's doll can rack up this high a body count. It's that cheerleader camp, say, or sleepaway camp. Dead kids are showing up, but the administrators never make a big deal about that. Maybe this is how that happens, right? These 7 or 8 dead kids in Proof Rock definitely matter, but they're on delay, too. Only Letha and Banner and Jennifer even know about them all, and there's no way they can make a town-wide announcement about them to get everyone to lock their doors, check their windows, load their guns. The result? Dead kids are showing up, and nobody in the moment's making a big deal about it, meaning more and more kids can just keep stacking up. How is Sin even going to deal with this in 5 years? She'll end up like her sister, probably, which is a crappy prize for fighting through the horror. Well, either that or she'll have a synthetic jaw and be 80% a secret junkie. 15 seconds. Reprieve almost over. Time for Letha to climb up out of her own thoughts and try to figure a way to survive, to close the beaches, to keep her husband from having to try to stop a killer he's not equipped to stop. Almost directly behind her, 30 yards behind her, which in this storm might as well be a mile, Lonnie's still coddling his precious snow machine in the first bay of his shop. Almost directly in front of her is where 12 people died once upon a holiday, including her dad. Right where she's sitting is where she first really looked into Jennifer's eyes, when she was Jade. It was hot that day, she recalls, and it never let up until all the funerals were over, she guesses, until all the victims of the Independence Day massacre were buried and cried over. What will Proof Rock do after this, though? You can't bury people in ground frozen solid. You don't cry over a grave if your tears are going to freeze. But that doesn't mean you don't have to cry, either. And these high school seniors, some of them have only been in Proof Rock for a few months, right? Where will their parents even want to bury them? Put it on my tab, Letha says again, nodding that she'll pay for those transports, those services. For whatever. It doesn't even matter. Just drops in the bucket, or drops out of the bucket. But the level in the bucket never goes down. And even if it ever does, there's buckets and buckets lined up behind it. More than Letha can ever spend. No seconds, now. Letha stares down into the whiteness at her feet, which she was just digging in. What's the movie where the guy digs in the toilet for a heroin suppository he didn't mean to shit out? Doesn't matter. That's not her. She doesn't even say words like shit. She looks away from where she was digging, looks past where she walked, chasing the ski clothes, and... a footprint? No, it's too narrow, too much a circle. Isn't a footprint, but a hoof print. Letha takes a knee. Moving slow like this is something she can sneak up on, and lets her fingers feel into that already filling space. At the bottom of it is where the hoof compacted the snow into ice. Why would a deer or elk or moose or whatever be crossing the ice today? And why come to town at all? She closes her eyes to better feel this hoof print out, to commit it to memory. And down like that, communing with whatever this animal is, or trying to commune, she hears a chainsaw rev up right beside her. She doesn't flinch, has been waiting for just this, has been asking for this. Thank you, she says inside, breathing in deep because she's about to surge forward with everything she has. Surge forward and run into the whiteness with perfect form. Keep running until she's saved everyone in Proof Rock. But she can't help it. She has to look first, to see. At first, there's just swirling whiteness, the storm gusting, snow swirling. But when it clears, it's Jennifer, sitting on that snowmobile she sort of stole. Her jacket's rimed with snow. Her hands are in the most ridiculous knit mittens. Her hood is cinched down tight over her face, and she's got swim goggles on her eyes. It makes her look like an Inuit in a black and white photograph from 100 years ago, with their walrus ivory slit glasses to keep them from going snowblind. Letha only knows about those glasses because Mr. Samuels, or Mr. Baker, she can't remember which, named his old cigarette boat the Umiak, and that had been a teaching moment. Letha had opened a tab for Sin and Ginger, explained this other culture to them at the same time she was sort of learning about it herself. My dad used to do that too, Jennifer says through the wind and the snowmobile's puttering engine. What? Letha says, looking down at her hand in the snow, in this hoof print. He thought that because he was Indian, that meant he had hunting in the blood. Did he? Letha asks, standing, shaking the snow off. He could always find another six-pack, yeah, Jennifer says, twisting the throttle back like to confirm the snowmobile's still running. When it idles back down, she tracks where Letha's looking. The sheriff's office. Need a ride? Jennifer asks. The office's taped-over door is foggy, rippling, empty. Where are you headed? Letha says. Jennifer chucks her chin out onto the ice, across Indian Lake, says, Terra Nova. Terra Nova, Letha hears herself repeating, the name trapped in the cave of her teeth, trying to drown her. She looks out into that great whiteness as well. She should huddle back to the office. She knows. She should spell Banner, feed Adrian, apologize again to Rexall, clean the sheriff's family gun up, tape the door better, and maybe close the beaches as well while she's at it. Instead, she steps over to Jennifer, settles into that seat behind her, and wraps her arms around Jennifer's waist. I don't have goggles, she says in her garbled way, laying her head against Jennifer's back and closing her eyes. "Just hold on," Jennifer says, and twists the throttle, pulling them ahead, deeper into this, whatever it is. And Letha can feel eyes on her back, but she keeps hers shut tight.
Maybe they wear crime scene gloves in the big shops where they put paper over the floor mats of the cars they service, but Lonnie's never gotten the hang of them. What this means is that when he rubs his lips, watching the rich girl pull away on that snowmobile, he smells grease. Probably has half a pitch-black mustache smeared under his nose. Again. But he should be happy to still even have fingers, he knows. Rex Allen's going to hear all about his new hire discharging his weapon at an upstanding citizen of Proof Rock. There's the cost of the bucket, there's the lost washer fluid, there's the broke squeegee. But there's been some real and true suffering, too. Once Lonnie got back to the shop to finish adjusting the tensioners on the Snowcat's tracks and giving her a good once-over besides, $45 per hour, the propane heater keeping frost from forming on the wrenches thawed him out some as well. It drove him to his knees. He thought his coveralls and barn jacket had protected him from the flying shards his bucket had been turned into, but nope. Some people never get a break. Those tiny splinters had embedded themselves into his neck and shoulders at the speed of sound, probably, like a fleet of sharp-nosed alien ships dive-bombing him. Add heat and time, and his special blend of hose water and window washer had melted and started trickling into his trapezius muscles. The little dabs of blood that he tried to slap away were watery and splashed onto the backs of his ears. And then the stinging started in. It wasn't like when he'd been a kid climbing a tree and head-butted up into a humming nest that poured bumblebees down his collar. But it wasn't any Sunday drive either. It was more like if sugar ants ever swarmed up and got pissed all at once. For maybe 2 minutes, he'd thought he was dying. What if the washer fluid reached his heart, seized it up? What if some of those angry little spaceships had hulls of dirty white plastic from the bucket and were tumbling through his blood vessels to stop up his brain, stroke him out? And what if his hearing had been damaged, right? All he'd been doing was trying to get control of Rexall. Is this the treatment Good Samaritans can expect in Proof Rock? Anyway, Rexall for sure and for certain had it coming. How many times over the last 26 years has he mocked Lonnie's stutter? Never mind that this damn stutter's his fucking fault anyway, his and Clate's. And Tab's too, Lonnie supposes. Even Kimmy Daniels and Misty Christie. They'd all been there that day. But not Melanie. It wasn't her fault. All she did was drown screaming that a cold hand had touched the back of her knee. It hadn't been Lonnie, he knew that. It had been one of those other idiots. Never mind that they were all spaced out at the moment to pee. Clate would have found a way. And he was her boyfriend anyway, so was the only one who could have touched her on the leg without getting his ass kicked. It didn't matter, though. Melanie had been joking, they all knew, or figured. Getting them back for when Rexall, he was still Remy then, which everyone was sure to spell Remy, had fake drowned Tab, who had just been Junior then, Lonnie guesses. But Kimmy was already Kimmy, and Lonnie was just Lonnie, wasn't yet, as Rexall liked to say it, sputtering to spit out, Lonnie. According to Doc Wilson, still wet behind the ears himself in 1993, Lonnie's stutter was just his mind trying to deal with him being part of the circle of kids who watched another kid drown, but his tongue would calm down the further he got from that day on the lake. Good call, Doc. Good call. But Lonnie was lodging a complaint against that deputy, no two ways around it. He should have taken that football scholarship, not gotten all puffed up with the law. But he had married well, that was for sure. Never mind that little rich girl's black. All the checks she writes, they're gold. And when Rex Allen explains to Lonnie how a civil suit about hearing damage and pain and suffering will empty the county coffers, well, then maybe somebody else steps in with the settlement, right? Somebody who doesn't want her preppy-ass husband fired off his first job. Someone currently speeding across Indian Lake with the town's ex and future reject, the red girl, and the black one. From the window of his first bay, Lonnie sees all. Hardy, creaking around on his walker, waiting to die. The new history teach, dressed up like the opening of a James Bond movie. Rexall, flopping around in the snow like those tiny spaceships had been targeting him first. That lost elk, crusted with snow. He knows some secrets, too. Behind the shop, because it won't fit in either of the bays, is a snowplow that lost it in the motel parking lot, nearly crashed into the creek. Something is going on there, Lonnie knows. The note Mr. High and Mighty Deputy left in the drop box for keys just said to pull the snowplow out of the trees. The cab had been piled with snow from whatever happened to the windshield, but the real story was all the snow that shook off when Lonnie got it pulled out and fired up. The hood had been coated in what Lonnie at first assumed was hydraulic fluid from a busted line supposed to be driving the cylinders that lifted and dropped the plow. Hydraulic fluid doesn't freeze, though, and it doesn't turn red again when you spit on it. Only blood does that. Meaning, this snowplow driver had evidently been drunk or whatever and overshot his parking slot. Then, when the trees were blocking the doors, he'd kicked through the windshield and crawled through, cutting himself open in the process, that sharp glass somehow burrowing all the way into an artery. It was the only thing that tracked. And there would be a story there, Lonnie knew. One it might behoove someone to line his palms with cash for keeping quiet. It's not like the settlement for the bucket is going to be immediate, right? Lonnie chuckles, uses the elbow of his jacket to clean the glass, and when he leans forward to peer through it, see something else he can maybe make some money from, the whole bay door shatters, crashes in over him, and he knows that the reject and the rich girl had to have heard him thinking, felt him watching, and came back to... He can't quite get it out.
Before finding Jocelyn Cates's son suffocated in the parking bay of Pleasant Valley Retirement Village, his eyes and mouth open behind that thin plastic, his hands still clawing at his throat, Jennifer had never driven anything as stupid and unlikely as a snowmobile. None of her correspondence courses the last 4 years included snowmobile training. She would apply what she knows from driving cars, but, well, she did used to have a bicycle in elementary, but that was another time, another girl. Still, as near as she can tell, this snowmobile's just twist and go, pretty much. Then turn the handlebars this way and that. Doesn't take a rocket scientist. Jennifer slows to ease down from shore to the frozen surface of the lake, then opens it back up. Behind her, up against her, Letha squeezes her midsection tighter, clamps her legs on Jennifer's hips better. In town, in the thick powder of Maine, the snowmobile sort of chugged, was having to try, it felt like. Out here on the ice, it's flying, is nearly out of control. There's snow just the same, of course. The storm isn't particular, but the lake's different, faster, slicker. Jennifer can turn, but it's less with the skids, more with which way she leans, following that body weight with the skids, if that can make sense. It doesn't matter if it makes sense or not. It's working. When she trudged out to the dam yesterday, it took her nearly 2 hours of step after cold step. Now, on this bad machine, they're already almost across, have to be. And then, way before she's ready, "Shit!" she screams, standing on the running boards, Letha's hands sliding down to her hips. The modular dock the founders had installed on Terra Nova's shore is right there, and, with the lake frozen, it's taller. Jennifer leans over as hard as she can, trying to get the right track, the inside track, to dig in, praying the skids up front can have at least some bite. Because if they don't, If she and Letha hit this dock like they're about to, then the snowmobile will fit under those plastic boards, but their heads won't. Not even deciding to, more a body-level decision, Jennifer lets go of the grips and dives away, has her arms boxer-style around her head because she's going to roll for miles, it feels like. Instead, she's sliding on her hip at the same speed she was going, meaning she has a front seat for what happens. Letha, that dead man's key in her hand, ripped from the zipper pull of Jennifer's jacket, is taking stock of her new situation. The dock coming for her, the lake so slick under her, the snowmobile a runaway. "Jump!" Jennifer screams, pleads, hopes, but this is Letha Mondragon. In 4 years hasn't slowed her down even one little bit. Neither has motherhood, or marriage, or having a plastic jaw. She scooches forward, takes the handlebars like born to them, and turns into the skid Jennifer was trying to force, her body hanging far enough over the side that her right knee's kicking up an angry rooster tail of powder. That's just half her maneuver, though. Now she's letting the snowmobile's own weight carry the ass end around to the front, so she's going straight backwards, which is when she finally stands, thankfully, that being the first motion of jumping off. That's not what Letha's doing, though. Instead, she's standing to give every last ounce of her weight to the tracks, spinning for all they're worth. Oh, it's not the flat of the tracks Letha's trying to get grabbing. It's that sharp turn where they come up to go back around. With the new distribution of weight and the new angle, they finally dig in, exactly as they wouldn't for Jennifer. The tracks slow under this new traction. The engine whines higher, and Letha has that throttle twisted all the way back and around again, probably. But the front edge of that hard little dock is still coming. She's not going to make it. She's about to lose her head. She's about to be crushed against the bars. As Jennifer slides past, she has a perfect line on how near this miss is. A matter of inches. If Letha still had her shampoo commercial hair, it would be sighing up onto the top of the dock, and she never even looks back to see if this is it for her. Because she's insisting. Because this can only go one way, and it finally does. After that standstill moment when her forward motion stops, the treads dug in enough to surge her forward a foot, then a yard, then enough. She lets off the throttle and collapses into the seat, and now the ice under Jennifer isn't ice anymore. It's shore, and she's rolling uphill through powder, her world only white and cold, her mouth and eyes and nose and ears packed with it, her stupid swim goggles anywhere, nowhere. How can they be what falls off when her head, much looser, is still attached? She's sitting with her hands around her knees when Letha eases up on the snowmobile, kills the engine with the dead man's key, then hooks it onto the front of her jacket. "I think I'm running out of lives here," Jennifer says, letting Letha haul her up. "Oh, God, I look 20 years old." Letha deadpans back in her best Nancy Thompson. "I hate you, you know," Jennifer tells her. "Back at ya," Letha says.